Good morning, y'all. Perfect. So let's bring you all back in. So starting public first, or starting private might be the way. So I'll just plug this back in. God damn. Let's make sure. All right, someone's here. Hello. So that worked. I'm doing great, bro. I'll be out in a moment. I was just testing something. Starting to stream off with like seeing my outdoor space. All right. I'm gonna bring my water and my battery. I was testing something. Trust you're doing great. All right, cool. We are ready to roll. Good morning, Sunil. Good to see you, dude. We're ready for our walk. So that worked. So I set my thing to private first, did my thing, and now we can roll. Let's do it. Yeah, there's a lot of talk. There's lots to talk about. It's very warm. So I'm already in my t-shirt. Whenever you see me in my t-shirt, you know it's warm. So you ever see me with my sweater, it's a little bit cooler. But yeah, it is. It's already like 20 degrees Celsius, so I'm already feeling it. But yeah, good morning, y'all. I'm looking weak. How dare you say that? I should slap you silly, Sunil. I'm gonna slap you silly, boy. The fuck? Don't make me come there and slap you silly, Sunil. How dare you insult me? Jerk. If anything, you look weak. Anyways, I'm good. No, it's probably because like the t-shirt, it's kind of big. So you're not seeing my muscles right now fully. It's either that or the silvers are back. That could be that. Could be a bunch of reasons, but your perceptions are skewed, boy. I'm even stronger than I was before. All right, let's continue. Good morning, y'all. And it is a nice, beautiful Tuesday morning. Doing my thing. I'm not accustomed to wearing slightly bigger shirts. Like the shirt's a little bit longer than normal. That's why I don't like buying newer clothing, because they make clothing more bulkier. Like this Nike Dry Fit shirt that I'm wearing, it's size small, and yet size small is still like large for me. It feels too big. I like my like shirts to be a little bit smaller. But this is the style of the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas, liking things bulky, big. I hate it. I like my close-fitted clothing, you know what I'm saying? I like you can see my physique. I bought this thinking it was going to be like I did wear it in the shop, but it felt fine. But when I brought it home, I'm like, man, this is kind of big. I don't really like it. That's good. You didn't say sorry this time. That's perfect. I would have chewed you out if you said sorry. That word doesn't exist. It's pretty busy this morning. Anyways, we're going to talk about Faded once we get past this traffic. It's a little loud at the moment. Plus, I'm taking in the sun and just getting my thoughts ready for this. Perfect. Hey, Tom. We see Tom. That was awesome. He's driving. He's heading somewhere. He's probably we'll see him on a walk later. He was calling for me. I was like, wait, someone's calling for my name. I can hear him. I'm like, oh shit, it's Tom. Nice. What's the news about MK? MK? What are you talking about? Has no relevancy to... I don't even know what you're talking about. What is MK? Mortal Kombat? Morning. We talking about Mortal Kombat? I don't know what MK is. I won't be paying attention to the chat because I gotta lock in. So if any of you drop anything in the chat and I don't see it, apologies in advance. But it's time for us to get rolling with our talk. So, regarding the mind, holding on to things like yesterday, calling it lingering. Sooner or later, a lot of things are going to start to fade away from the mind, especially when you start to silence yourself. But the old frequency, aka the old patterns of the mind, are going to hold on for dear life. See, a lot of people are like wondering, how is their reality so awful when yet they don't know what's going on in their mind? Because no one really taught anyone how to silence the mind. And the prerequisite to knowing thyself is to silence the mind. Because the mind isn't you, it's just a tool that allows you to think. What's up, Michael? Well, Sunil, MK could mean anything. Mortal Kombat. You got to be more specific. If you had typed MK4, I would have known. But MK doesn't mean shit, dude. Specificity. This is what I mean. If you're going to type something in the chat, be specific. Being vague and broad is how a lot of people are stuck in their life. Because number one, they type shit and they don't know. Like they're assuming that the person is going to understand what they're saying. So imagine that for a moment. You're very specific with God or the universe. Like, God, I want money. Okay, how much do you want? I don't know. I just want money. Well, the universe is going to give you money, but it might only give you a penny because you said you want money, and that's still money. Specificity. So Neil, you should know this by now. I'm going to be a little bit more tougher with you because you've been here longer. Those who have been here longer should know these things already by now. Going this way. Oh, you're good. You do your thing. You don't need to, you're not obligated to be here, any of you. You come here when you choose to. That's what I keep sharing with all of you. This is not you need to be here. This is a choice. That's a bar, write it down. Anyways, so regarding the mind, when you're not silencing the mind, how can you know what's going on if you are seeing what's going on in reality, but you don't see what's going on in your mind, then how are you going to expect to know what's really happening in your reality? That's a bar right now, because your mind and reality are one and the same, whether you like to believe that to be true or not. Think of it like a string that you can't see. The mind's going to do its job to finesse you and evade that string so that you can't see it, because it's staying where it is. It's comfortable. You have a certain set of patterns and routines in your life that has said, okay, this is what we're doing, this is who we are, this is how life is, and you're wondering, well, why are you never getting through? Why are you never breaking past your limitations? Well, because that's the mind's programming. Like this person who says don't step on crack. This person's limitations. Beep. That's their security alarm system. But over time, as you silence the mind, or I can say quiet the mind down a fair bit, you will start to hear things that you were supposed to hear all along. But then another thing's going to come through. You're going to be like, well, who is that? Is that me? Is that God? And you'll start to doubt. And then that's the old frequency, the mind, again, going to trick you into believing that's not you, that's someone else, when you start to quiet down. But God doesn't speak to you in words. You want to know how God actually speaks to all of you? It's not a dude in the sky, but if you want to say it's a dude in the sky, that's fine. God speaks to you in energy. You start to feel sensations through your body, and you'll get that insight through your intuition, and it'll be like, I don't know, I have this sudden urge to go and call a friend or something, or I have this sudden urge to go to the store and pick up something. Those are what we call the intuition, based on your current frequency of how you see the world. But your intuition can give you both positive and negative guidance based on your current beliefs, thoughts, your convictions, your perceptions. Because where you are, the universe is just a mirror reflecting back exactly what you are in this present moment. So if you're seeing the world as hateful and awful, unfortunately, the mirror is going to reflect that back. And in order for you to start to shift that, you're going to have to silence the mind and let the noise start to fade in the background. It's got to fade. It's got to fade. But it may not fade. Some of you, and I hate to say this, will probably never live your desired reality. I hate to be the bearer of bad news there. Some people in this world will never live their best life. But I also am the bearer of great news. some of you will live your best life. For the ones who actually listen, not to my words, but listening to your inner world and actually starting to lock in within yourself, you'll start to realize what's really going on in your world. And then you won't be second guessing yourself, and you won't doubt anymore. And you will stop worrying as well too, because reality and you are one and the same. Your mind and reality are one and the same. And I'm gonna just be real with you all. You ain't creating shit. You are the finite mind who is just revealing things into your reality by tapping into a frequency that already exists. And when you tap in, it's like a radio station. You're tuning in, you'll hear the signal, and you'll be able to bring it in. And that act of bringing it in is just facilitating or midwifing it into existence. But really, you are not creating anything because it's already created. Just gonna go around. Our sister's here. I let her. Morning, sister.
Morning. Have a good day.
You too. Enjoy the weather.
My back felt that way.
Your back's gonna be fine. It'll be healed. Have a great one.
Yep.
Off she goes. This is science, spirituality, reality creation, manifestation, the esoteric, their mindset. Good morning. This is all basically reality revelation or creation if you choose to. But this is what's going on. Today I basically talk about the mind and why so many people are so stuck in their universe, in their own personal world, why they're not living their best life, and why so many people are just like disconnected from themselves and the world around them. And my role on the planet is to start alleviating a lot of that by sharing the wisdom that you all have within yourself so that you can start taking better actions in your reality. And by better, I mean decisions that can help you to start living your best life. So currently, if you're asking about physical location, this would be Toronto, Canada. Now, if you're asking, where am I in the actual universe? Well, everywhere and nowhere all at the same time, because it's a paradox. You can say that this is somewhat of a simulator. Think of it like you're putting on a VR headset. It is very real though, but it's also the greatest illusion. But our mind just does not know the difference between, real or unreal and the mind doesn't know about a paradox. It's either one or the other with the mind. That's how it's designed. And for those who really master reality, they understand that everything's a paradox. And they win their game. For years, I've even though I felt like I was losing, you're always winning. I just didn't understand how the game of life worked. Share, what did you, I'm just reading the chat little by little. I'm not getting too engaged with it, but go ahead and share. Felix, what was it that you were proud of? Remember, I'll be proud of whatever you do, but you have to be proud of what you did, because it's you in the end. I'm just another you in a different body. Go ahead and share. When you find out the game wants you to win, you'll never live the same. That's a bar. Yeah, when you find out the game always wants you to win, I love that. That's a great perspective there. When you find out the game always wants you to win, you will never, ever, ever live the same like 98% of the planet currently is. Well, let me actually say that 96%, because more people are starting to understand how reality works. So that number is starting to go down, which is great. And I'm happy because more and more people every day are starting to realize, oh, it starts with me. Yeah, it sure does. It starts with you and it ends with you. And it's going to forever be just you. My friend I was watching your stream and my friend said he just trying to what? When he's trying to hook you in for money. And I was like, you're right. Then he is for you. They're not my friends anymore. They're scared of me. Yeah. A lot of people will, because of their preconceived notions and based on their frequency, and just like with, I think your name is I'm going to just call you PP Industries. Even though that doesn't sound good, I'll just call you P Industry. Nope, that doesn't sound good either. Puto. Yes, you can also be your greatest enemy. Even though, for myself, I simply don't subscribe to that word enemy. In fact, I've deleted that word out of my existence because there is no enemy. It's just not knowing and knowing, right? That's really that's what it comes down to: knowing and not knowing how the mind works. And as for New World Order, well, kind of. It's actually how it was supposed to be all along. But we were trained not to know, because a world that is divided is a world that's easily conquerable. A world that's distracted is a world where people just don't have the energy anymore to fight back. They lose their will. I'm just hanging to get some stretching out the body. Very good for your spine and your shoulders and your strength, your grip strength. A world that's distracted is a world that's easily conquerable. That's why, and the super elites, the ones that know how the game works, they are designed to be the proctors of what we call this as the exam. But this is not really a test. This was for you to come down here and master yourself fully and know how the mind works. Once you know how the mind works, you don't play the game anymore the same. It's just like anything else. When you know the rules of the game, you start to play the game differently. But many are playing the game backwards, unfortunately, because they were taught that this is how reality works. Nope. No, it's not. Because if it was how reality works, then why are you suffering? You shouldn't be suffering. Suffering is going to be part of the journey, though. It's going to happen one way or another. Exactly. If they believe that, then that's real for them. Exactly. If somebody says that, that tree, for example, is actually like purple, something random, and it's purple for them, it's real to them, right? If someone says like this thing that I'm walking on is called not a concrete or not a sidewalk, but call I don't know, insert a word, some random word, and that's true to them. Basically, what you entertain as your truth is your truth. That's why I kept saying yesterday when people were jumping on, like, hey, whatever you say is true is true. You're always going to be right. And someone who knows how reality works doesn't need to argue or prove anything. They simply just be. They allow others to make noise, speak loud, scream, argue, fight, whereas you just lock in and you stay the course and you just observe. But it's sort of like when you see someone holding a hot coal in their hand and they refuse to let go of it. That's a bar. That's what a lot of people are doing. They're holding hot coal in their hand and they refuse to drop it. because they are in the conquest of always being right. Yeah, we are definitely all connected. I don't even have to, that's not even a question that I even have to entertain, because it's just facts for me. I know. Good morning. Have a great day. We are all interconnected. We chose different bodies. We have different bodies. We have different identities. But deep down at our core, we are all interconnected. That's why I don't see enemies. And because of my reality and how I work, I'm at peace. So I see peace wherever I go. If I was in chaos, I'd see more chaos. See, like this person putting out fear, be concerned. Humans like to put fear into other humans. I don't fear anything. A serial killer or a psychopath doesn't enter my reality or my field. I simply repel them. They exist, but they don't come in my field because I'm a big repellent to those types of energies. It all starts with you. Good morning, sister.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm great. You?
Good.
You enjoying your day?
Yes.
Good. Enjoy it. I'll see you. I will. In my reality, things like that don't happen because I'm like Magneto. I can either attract or repel things if I choose to. And that's what I've been saying. Like, your mind is the one that can either bring things like that into your existence or repel it. I know shit like that exists, but it doesn't come in my field. Because you all are a magnet, if you didn't know. You have two magnets though. You have one in your heart and one in your mind. Your mind is not as powerful as the one in your heart. But if you truly entertain that, be careful for serial killers and like psychotic people, and guess what you're entertaining? People who are going to be serial killers and psychotic, and they'll come in your field. It's just that simple. So many homes, but not a single person. I see here why US is so gloomy. Well, that's another belief that someone has. Whenever I go to the US, this is not the US, by the way. Whenever I go to the US, it's not gloomy at all. That's just a perception. What you entertain as your truth is your truth. You're not wrong, right? But based on your current awareness level, you see this as potentially gloomy. For me, I see this as peaceful and quiet and joyful. So for those who've been locking in and been listening and watching the chat, you're noticing that there's certain particular energies in the chat saying things of like what they're saying, right? One was saying about be careful, and the other one's saying about being like it's gloomy. So you can tell by currently where they are in their reality what they're perceiving. It's not wrong. They're spot on. That's why I said there are 8 billion different truths. There are 8 billion different truths in reality. All of them are valid, all of them are real. But your mind and reality are one and the same. Morning. Have a great day. Exactly. This place can be crowded. If I were to leave a little bit later in the morning, you'll see how crowded this place actually gets. And it's going to be a little crowded in a moment. But because a lot of people are heading to work and they're in the buses already heading to work, there's not as many people out. But yesterday when I was taking my afternoon walk, this place was packed with people. So it also comes down to perception. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's another bar. Write that down. So many people believe that if they can't see with their eyes, it doesn't exist. But then I have a question for all of you. Do you see Wi-Fi? Or your cell signal? You see it on your phone with the little icon, but do you actually see the signal? No, you don't see the zeros and ones floating in the air going to your devices. So just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's a bar. Please make sure you write that down. I mean it. There are things that our human eyes cannot perceive, but it exists. Right? Anytime somebody argues like, but I can't see something, well, you know Wi-Fi exists, but you can't see it with your eyes. You only can see the signal. Like you only can see like the little icon that presents the identification that you have Wi-Fi on your phone, but you can't see the signal itself. You can't see the bands. Exactly. Abstract the concept. And by the way, to you that asked the question about being married, I'm married to the universe. Because I'm one with the universe. I have a great relationship with reality, myself, God, the infinite intelligence, insert word. But that wasn't the story for many, many years. Just like the person who told me to shut up, fool, right? Because he said that. That's his level of awareness, right? I'll keep talking, but you know, that's where that person's at. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. So being one with nature, right? This body is temporary. I know that I have a certain amount of time left on the planet. I know I'll have to give this body back at some point. I really appreciate my body and I respect my body, but I'm also detached from it because I know that it's going to go back to nature in the end. This is just a temporary experience for me, so I can help as many people to sort of live their most awesome life before I leave. I had to go through my own pain and suffering though. An extraordinary amount of pain and suffering, just so I can understand how things worked from a deep lived experience, not just reading from a book. So yeah, I'm one with the earth. I'm one with the universe. But so are all of you. But if you attempt to keep saying you're separate, well, you're right. But you can't be any more separate than the oxygen that you're breathing in your lungs. Which, by the way, I see many people, and I have many clients who I start off with them with, do you breathe? They look at me like, of course I breathe. I'm like, no, do you breathe? They're like, what kind of question are you asking me? I'm like, yeah, do you breathe? Of course I breathe. Yeah, you're unconsciously breathing, but you're taking shallow breaths. Are you breathing? Even the most simplest thing is taking a breath can change your life. Doesn't need to be something extraordinary. And by the way, taking a breath is absolutely extraordinary. If you know the science behind oxygen and how it's so potent and magical for us to stay alive, like we forget these simple things about life. We really do. So I am an entrepreneur, so I help people around the world break past their subconscious blocks and they live their best life. One can say that I'm a life coach, but that's a very broad and basic term, but I have to use it because the world understands what a life coach is, but what I actually do goes far beyond what a life coach actually does. But occupation is life coach.
I wanna.
Yeah, I don't need to do all that. One that has to say something to prove that they're real. Come on, you're real regardless of whether you say it or not. You're funny. So, let's see. Yeah, I'm focusing on the now. That's really what it is. Nothing more. Like, I know what's being said in the chat, and I see it. I acknowledge it, but I don't have to entertain it either, right? Because the thing is, I myself, once upon a time, used to do what these people are doing in the chat, these other souls. Good morning. I would come on to people's streams and say all kinds of like things because of my level of awareness back then. The one who used to troll understands how trolls operate. I don't like calling people that because that's not what they are. It's their mind acting like the troll. The human is just the shell that's being finessed by their mind. And where they are is right. Because that's where I was at one point too. I've been there, so I understand. I know the rules of the game. Of course I'm okay. I'm walking. What part of this looks like I'm in any danger? That's another perception right there from someone who's probably in fear mongering. Good morning. Have a great day. Just taking a moment to just enjoy the energy. Good morning.
Morning.
Have a great day. Ooh, that car got mashed up. I see the car got a little bit of damage there. Let's see, yesterday I went to the left, so I'm going to go to the right. So I will continue. We'll be by the water shortly, chat for a little bit. If you truly perceive something as hard, difficult, stressful, annoying, irritating, like life sucks and people are awful and people are not to trust people, then you're right. The universe can only mirror back what you are already mirroring. Because it's like standing in front of the mirror and expecting a different image. It doesn't work. Sure, you can get a distorted mirror that is also an illusion. Because you can buy one of those like wacky mirrors that makes you smile even though when you're not smiling. But that's not showing the true you. That's just a false you. And yes, mirrors like that does exist. But generally speaking, when you look in the mirror, if you're not smiling, do you think the mirror is going to smile back? It doesn't work like that. Reality is one-to-one with you, your state of being. If you truly believe that life sucks, guess what? Life sucks. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Write that down for some of you who are new to the channel. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. So if you think it as true, then you're going to prove it as true because it's just going to confirm your confirmation bias. Reality works on confirmations. Good morning. Have a great day. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. When I use some quotes like that, that really helps you to shift your perspective. I myself used to see the world as very hateful. I myself used to see the world as hard and difficult and stressful and annoying and tough, and like people were mean and cruel, right? 7 years ago, around this time, which was 2019, I was starting my shift, but I wasn't quite there yet. My shift internally. I was still kind of negative, very pessimistic, still kind of hating the world and feeling like a victim. Going on to people's live streams on Twitch, because YouTube live stream didn't exist and TikTok didn't exist. And Instagram lives, I think they existed, but I wasn't on Instagram back then. But I would go on people's Twitch streams just to derail them, make them upset, piss them off, tell them that they suck. Because that's where I was. And what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And you become your own self-fulfilling prophecy. But I can tell you that once you shift your beliefs within, or your thoughts, and thoughts do not create things, emotional charged thoughts don't even create things, they reveal things. You're just revealing things into your reality. You're just taking the action that looks like creation, but really it's already created. It's just using you as a vessel to bring it forth that already exists. With your hands and your feet and your mind and your body. Nothing's actually being created by any of us. We're just revealing it by tapping into the frequency. But many are tapping into fear frequency, so they keep amplifying the fear and the hate. And that's why, and we're like magnets. And we're all interconnected. So when you feel someone hating and you see more people hating, you just automatically kind of follow, because you don't want to be left out of hating. Think about that for a moment. All of us, from our ancestors, we grew up in tribes. We were hardwired for tribes. But if you even remotely go against the tribe's ideologies or beliefs, your ass is cooked. Like quite literally, your ass is cooked. If you were going against the tribe, you were cooked. Because that meant that you were going to get exiled, and exile meant imminent death. You no longer were welcomed, and you were now considered basically dead meat. Just because we're living in 2026 doesn't mean that the stuff from 10,000 years ago isn't still happening. It's happening, but just on a different level. That's all this is. It's just happening on a different level. You just can't really see the tribalism, but tribalism still exists. It's deep-seated. For example, people create unnecessary problems in their life just so they can be relatable to others. And then showcase, look at the problems that I had to go through so that they can be relatable to others. I know, because I did that for years. I created unnecessary problems in my life, problems that actually are all made up in the mind because of emotions that I felt, not understanding how the mind actually works. And when I finally understood how the mind works, I'm like, I didn't have to create all these problems. In fact, the word problem is an illusion. It doesn't actually exist. It's all made up. The mind makes up everything. The all is mind, the universe is mental. And so I see unnecessary problems in the world that were created by minds who actually don't know how the mind works. And others also forgot how the mind works. And they're being subjected to a bunch of noise and chaos. The chat, well, I mean, you can make it louder if you want. Maybe they're just locked in, finally. Some of them are actually locked in and listening, right? Because a lot of people, they'll come on and they want attention. They want their little attention by throwing their comments, like the ones that are not paying attention to what I'm saying, right? They come on and like, shut up, loser, right? Like that person, or what's the other one? Like, be careful of psychotic people and serial killers. Really? Let it be quiet. I can talk all day if no one even says a word. I've done it for 17 months on my other channel. This is easy. This is light work, as Gen Zs will call this, light work. This is light work. That's good, you're locked in. And you know, that's the thing, if it's just you listening, hey, then let it just be you. But anyways, get back to what I was saying. So I created all kinds of unnecessary noise and obfuscations and problems that actually don't exist. But people say, but problems do exist. Well, yeah, because we created the paradox of a problem which actually doesn't exist, but we created it into existence. That's how powerful we are. We are so powerful that we bring things that shouldn't exist into existence. That's a bar, write it down. That's how much power you have. And guess what? Fear was never meant to exist. So the creator, whether you see it as a dude or not a dude, right, did not make any flaws or any mistakes. It was bound to happen so that we could grow from it. But we brought something that doesn't actually exist into existence, and that was fear. Hence why, for those of you, not to get too into religious like things or whatnot, but in the Bible, there's one phrase or a couple words that have been repeated over and over, 365 times, in fact. And how many days do we have in a year, generally speaking? Generally speaking, we have 365 days. And it says to fear not, or do not be afraid. That's the most commonly used term in the Bible. But most people who read the Bible read it based on their level of awareness. The Bible is one of the greatest metaphysics books ever created. Not a religious book, a metaphysics book, when you understand the words. And that's what I was saying. If you don't understand words the way it's been written by the original writer, then you will not have the correct definitions. But you'll have your definitions, which is currently correct, until you start to see things differently. But that's another conversation for another time. So, to get back to my main point about the mind and how things start to fade. When you start to slow down and relax, you start to calm down and chill out, you'll start to get better guidance. But your mind's going to probably be racing at 1,000,000 miles a second because it doesn't understand you slowing down and relaxing. Because it's going to say, you're lazy. You see, you're lazy. You're not even doing anything now. You're lazy. And I'm not going to advocate for laziness. But when I say do nothing, I mean like sit and just be. Doesn't mean that you're lazy. You're simply taking a moment to get clearer guidance. You may not get that guidance right away if your mind has been on, let's call it Red Bull for years, because I'll use that example because many people's minds are like on Red Bull. 1,000,000 miles a second, amped up, energized, like just go, go, go. How about slow down, relax. But we can't, Orion. The world's created in a way where you got to keep going, keep performing. Yeah, we are all contributing to that. And if we continue to adhere to that, guess what happens? It won't stop. So someone's going to have to start. But here's another problem that lies. When you see that many people, you want to start to change, but you see other people like not changing, and then you start to say, well, what's the point? What's the point? And guess what? You just succumb. Do you know how powerful you are? Hello? If I really wanted to, which I am doing, is I can alter the course of human history, and that's what I'm doing. But it's not just me doing it, because there's others doing it too. I don't care if there's 10 million of you that think that I'm crazy. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. You all keep doing what you're doing. Plain and simple. I'm not going to let anything stop me. I've had too many things stop me because I stopped myself. That's a bar. Write that down. And most of you are stopping yourselves. Who said this? Was it Gandhi? Be the change you wish to see in the world. Be that change. You want to have change? Be the change. It starts with you. That's what I keep saying. All answers start with you. It can only ever be you. Because reality starts with you. It doesn't start outside of you, but that's the mistake that we've been taught, that everything on the outside world is real, but really it starts with you. I've gone back, just so you know, you can call this a meditation yesterday. I don't even really want to say meditation. After I finished my live stream in the evening, I went back to a lot of periods in my time on the earth as a child, and I rewrote my story. And that in every present moment, I knew how reality worked. And that every experience of like pain and suffering and hardship and difficulty were actually just me now having fun, and it's easy. And as I flipped the script, reality gave me more energy because of the frequency that I'm on. Amazing. Enjoy the time with the kittens, as you should. You deserve to chill. It's good. But you have the power in every present moment, all of you, to know you can go back in your past. When I say past, I mean your memories, and alter it. But you know, every time you think of something difficult or something that happened to you, your mind, right, creates emotional charge. Like, for example, this character's dad, right, sometimes does things that kind of irks him. And I tell him, look, I understand that some of the things that your dad does pisses you off. But why does it piss you off when you understand how the game works? Right? He just doesn't know how the game works. Like the character's dad. And I don't like even using the word dad, because no one's really mom or dad. Yes, they brought you into the world, but they're nothing more than just vessels as well too. We created hierarchy. And you know, out of respect, I call, you know, Lorene and Robin mom and dad, but really they're not mom and dad. They're just Lorene and Robin having a human experience. Morning. Have a great day. He's listening to Michael Jackson. He's listening to Billie Jean. Enjoy their affection, Felix. Even though it might be a little painful, enjoy it. Right? I'm glad you have them, because they are their own bundle of joy. You know why humans love animals over other humans? It's simple, because animals don't use their thinking mind, because they don't really have it engaged. They do have the ability to somewhat think, but they don't really have the ability to think like a human. And that's why they are just ever so present. So that's when you look at your cats, they are a mirror of being in the now. They are literally a physical expression of what being in the now is. they're at peace unless they get disturbed, right? Then their bodies will act out and they'll get instinctual. But generally, when they're chill and relaxed, that's what being in the now is. Calm, confident, just cool, just being here in the now, right? Pets are a really good mirror. All I came really here to do on this planet was to just make sure that each of you you were armed with the wisdom that you already have. Make it aware in your mind so that you can make better choices. And by better, I mean choices that will help you win your game of life, which, by the way, you've already won. We are by the water. The water is a little bit calmer today. We were here as the water was flowing a lot yesterday. My rocks are starting to be visible again. But I'm still not able to cross yet. It's still kind of... I was sitting actually over here. I put you all over here while I was chilling. So I'm going to just do the same thing I did yesterday, because it's pretty cool. I had you guys all here watching the water as well. And I will just plug you all in. Oops. Feels like a spider web. You ever feel like that feeling, like spider webs just like touching your skin? Yeah. Plug you all in. My hair is so, yeah, they're still painted. Actually, I'll show you before. Still painted. Well, this one's kind of faded because of all the water, but they're still somewhat painted. They're still here, but they're not as vibrant as they were a couple days ago. Back to the water. There's a stick. I was sitting like here yesterday. It's like I'm fishing. I'm not fishing. I have so many walking sticks. This is not a walking stick. This is like just a twig. Yeah. Oh. You guys are on like an angle. There. I did catch something there. I'll turn it back to the water actually. I'm just kind of setting up the way I was yesterday, where it's kind of like, maybe I'll bring you closer here and the water like that. I think that's fine. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so let me get back to what I was saying. That makes sense. The kitten's moms, that makes sense. Yeah, so the mind, when you get the mind quiet and you slow down, right? When you slow down, I want to show a physical example right now. When the mind is slowed down, so think of it like a tunnel, right? You're able to perceive a lot more of the tunnel. But when you're like going 1,000,000 miles a second, you get tunnel vision essentially. You're like focused on that one aspect. So like for example, we'll use this area. Well, you all know that there's something to the left of me, or this is my right, to my right and to my left. You can't see beyond what my camera is showing you. And of course we know that there's more in the sky. And of course, you know that underneath the water, there's other things, right? There's rocks. It's land. So my question to you is, do you believe that this is it? Because this is what most people just see, just this. In their reality, they'll just see this, but there's so much more. We know that there's more over there, right? All I gotta do is just turn the camera facing that way, and we know there's more that way. That's the trail, right? So why aren't we doing that in our life, where we're slowing down and knowing that there's more? Again, going back to that concept. You can't see Wi-Fi, the signal going from your router to your device. You can see that you have a signal based on the icon, but you can't see the signal. So that just because you can't see the signal doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And that's what I'm saying. All the abundance, all the love, all the joy, all the happiness, all the success, all the fulfillment already exists. It's there. It's there waiting for all of you to tap in. Basically lock the fuck in and grab it. It's right here. The problem is the mind is like, but I can't see it with the eyes. And because the eyes can't see it, it creates a problem. And guess what happens? You throw yourself into the frequency of a problem, and the universe will give you problems because you're throwing yourself into the realities. You're basically reality's little bitch. Let's just put it that way. You become reality's bitch. And unfortunately, the universe can only be faithful to what you currently are experiencing, right? So if you continuously say like life is hard, life is difficult, the universe can only be faithful to what you truly believe or know as your truth and give you more difficulty, more stress. Hey there. Exactly. Reality goes so much beyond what our eyes can perceive. And that's what I'm saying. You have the power with your mind to close your eyes and imagine what can be possible for you beyond our current physical observation. You have mental observation and physical observation. Mind sight over eyesight all day, every day. You have the ability to see beyond what the eyes can see by using your mind. But in order to get the mind to help you, you have to get the mind to stop hindering you by slowing down and letting things dissolve and fade. Think of it like, you know how music, when you go from one song to the next, it sort of fades and then it starts into the new song? It's kind of like getting the mind to do that. That last little bit of the song is starting to fade into the distance, and now the new song starts to play. So you got to get the mind to start doing that, to start fading things by slowing down. How do you slow down? My clients pay me a lot of money for me to tell you what I'm about to tell you, but it's really super simple. Right? The reason why they pay me is because they need someone to talk to that understands where they're going through and what needs to be done. You might want to write this down. It's so simple, and you're gonna think like, "Oh my God, that's ridiculous." Breathe. Slow down. Relax. Start to slow down, like literally slow down. You ever notice when people are, I do it, I speak a lot. I'm excited because I love speaking. So I have to sometimes slow down. Because sometimes like there's so many words that want to come out at once. And I feel like I'm going to potentially miss my point. So that's why I kind of like get everything out like rapid fire. Like a Gatling gun. But when you slow down, you're able to articulate better, and people will actually listen to your points. Because when you see someone speaking and they speak at 1,000,000 miles a second and they don't do like the micro pauses, ultimately what's happening is that they're just throwing information and you're like, oh yeah, this person's not confident. Our perception is when you see someone speaking at 1,000,000 miles a second generally is that they're not really confident or they're unsure what they're saying. That's why I'm very aware when I'm speaking super fast and slowing down right now. And right now as I'm slowing down, my perception has widened. It's natural. When you start to slow down, you start to see more. When you start to speed up, you start to see less. Right? Think about like when you're running, right? When you're running, you're locked into what's in front of you, but not what's beside you, generally, right? You're locked in. But when you start to walk, walking's the opposite of running because it's slower. Aren't you able to see more? Because you're able to take in more of your environment or your surroundings or whatever vision you have, right? So when you slow down and you allow the mind to start to fade slowly, it's going to fight back. It will fight back. 100% it's going to fight back. It's designed because of the emotional investment we've given it over the years of compound interest, right? That's how compound works. Yeah, exactly. It's like traveling through a tunnel. We know there's more than just a tunnel, right? But while you're in the tunnel, most of us, when we're driving or we're going through a tunnel, we're just locked into like the other side, the light, right? To see when we're going to get out of that tunnel. But reality works beyond just that tunnel. There's so much more than the tunnel, right? We know that. But when our mind is kind of like locked into just like we're so fast and we're always like go, go, go and rush, 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 what happens is we start to not be able to see more. That's why, like, for example, if you wake up in the mornings, I'm sure this has happened to all of us at some point. You wake up in the morning, you're late, right? You're already in panic. So you're starting to be in a rush state, right? Hi, brother. How are you? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I'm doing great. I'm just explaining about how to get the mind to kind of like relax and slow down. So, you wake up in the morning and you're like rushing because you just like, oh my God, it's late. Oh, shit. I'm going to be late for work or something like that. Or you're late for school or you're late for an appointment, right? Guess what starts to happen? You start to make little mistakes. Like you might stub your toe and you're like, fuck, I stubbed my toe. Hey, huh? Yeah, I'm just kind of like helping them. Talking about the mind, how when you're going so fast, you can't see a lot, but when you slow down, you can see more. Yeah, you have to pause 100%. Yeah, I know, tons. It is, yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right, brother. I saw him this morning. He drove his car. He went somewhere. Yeah. I will. All right, brother. There's a brother up there chatting with me. He was listening in actually as I was sharing with all of you, and he even said to himself, he said a lot of mistakes in his life that he said, and he started to change his life. He's about 56 or 57. He started to slow down. He literally started to slow down. He stopped making mistakes. And that's what I was saying. When you wake up first thing in the morning, you're in panic, right? Your mind is like, oh, fuck, we got to get going. Like, shit. And you stub your toe, you're like, fuck. And then you go into the shower, you might slip. Or you might like grab breakfast and like food spills. Or you might cut your finger somewhere. Or something will happen because you're not slowing down. And that's happened to me a lot. Right? Let me see what's going on in chat here. I see a big spam of like, I have no idea. What do I do for a living? I help people to blast past their subconscious blocks. I help people with their mind. I'm an entrepreneur. I get paid amazing to do what I love every day. But I only work 1 day a week. But I get to help all of you if you choose to, hear me out before, you throw your opinions or judgments at me. That's what I do. Pebble collector? No, I don't collect pebbles. I did find a rock that was shaped like a heart a couple days ago. This is not it though. And I found it right here, so I did take it, but no, I don't usually collect pebbles. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. So when you're rushing, and you have, all of you, please pay attention to this, because this is going to help you in your life. If you just slow down, like just take a moment. Like, yes, you know you're already late, right? You're already late. Shit happens. Slow down. Is it worth stubbing your toe and then you're in pain throughout the day if you rush? It's not. Is it worth getting you cut yourself accidentally, right? If you're holding a piece of paper and you're like, paper cut, right? Is it worth getting into traffic? Because this is another one. When you get into traffic, you're like, fuck, come on, let's go. We gotta go. We're late. The light's not going to change any faster because you're screaming at it. You're basically setting yourself up for a trap, because now what's going to happen is you're going to rush through traffic, make more mistakes, then someone's going to cut you off and get even more pissed off, and then you're going to get to work already pissed off, and your boss is going to be like, what the fuck? But let's say you just chilled. You still went at a pace where you still have to get your butt going, right? Whether it's work, school, or an appointment, or wherever you have to go. But you slowed down. And whatever person you're speaking to, they ask you, hey, how come you're late? I'm like, I just woke up late. And you didn't go through, and then you can just start your day, You're not here to answer to anybody else. That's a bar, write it down. The only person you answer to is yourself. Even if you have a boss. I don't care if you have a boss or not. You don't answer to anybody. You answer to yourself. We've just been taught that because there's people higher than us. And by the way, I came here to somewhat smash hierarchy, because hierarchy is what's stopping a lot of you, by knowing that you have the power right here to just relax. And the more you're more relaxed, the more calm you are, you'll wake up not being late. You'll be waking up with calm confidence, calm clarity, calm certainty. Look at all the C words I just said there. Might want to write that down. Calm confidence, calm clarity, and calm confidence. You'll wake up and you'll be like, let's go, let's start the day. I wake up every morning now with absolute confidence in myself, and clarity and conviction. That's another C word, very powerful word. And calmness about myself. That a year and a half ago, and 2 years ago, and 3 years ago, I was not waking up calm, confident. I was waking up dreading the day, starting off in a panicked state, thinking that I'm going to be having to put out fires or problems or this or that. Problems are going to happen, unfortunately, because reality, people make unnecessary problems out of nothing, right? Because they use emotions, and emotions, whatever is stirring somebody up inside, creates a problem. But if they understand how to regulate their emotions, it's not a problem. That's a bar. When you understand how to regulate yourself and your emotions, there is no problem. Could you please pin my last? I can't. You're gonna have to. I can't pin it because I'm not using YouTube. Remember, I don't have that ability. I can't click people's messages and pin. That's why I love that I'm not using YouTube. You'll just have to repeat it. I don't have on Streamlabs. You have no ability to pin a message. You have no way to delete a message or anything like that. This person keeps saying, "Are you okay, buddy?" Of course I'm okay, bro. Look, we're good. Are you okay? Because you keep asking me if I'm okay. I'm good. Are you okay? Maybe you're the one that needs to check. Are you okay? Ask yourself that question. Are you okay? If you're okay, amazing. I'm living the dream, dude. 4 years ago, You think I'd be sitting out here by the water, able to talk on a live stream, getting paid to do what I love? Hell no. I'd be in an office typing away. Well, technically speaking, I was working from home 7 years ago. I'd be typing away, having to stress about reality. And like, fuck, how am I going to pay this bill? I get to chill out. Morning. How are you both? Good. Yeah. I get to do what I love now. I get to relax. I work less and I get paid more to be who I am and do what I want to do. And that's why I said, like, I had to start to slow down and get the insights. Everything started with me just getting clearer, slowing down, and allowing myself to just be in a place where I can hear guidance from within, because the answers are right here. It didn't start out there, it started right here. Well, I know your frequency is a frequency that wants to bring people down to some degree, but I don't entertain your stuff because you're on your own frequency. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. I'm not here to insult you, but that's just where you are presently. So I don't entertain a lot of the messages. That's why, like, if I see some of your messages and I don't respond, tough shit. I'm doing me. Someone who knows thyself doesn't engage in pointless little squabbles, right? I'm just letting you know. So you can keep dropping your words, though. I'm not going to be paying attention. If you want to listen, you want to be here, cool. If you don't, you can swipe up. I'm not holding a gun to you to be here. It's your choice. I want you to have your best life, though. And if that's currently what's helping you to live your best life, then keep at it. Keep doing it. Anyways, back to what I was talking about the mind. Getting it to slow down. When I had got the mind to slow down, it allowed me to start to hear guidance more clearly from within. Of course, in the beginning, I was like, is that me speaking? Or is that like something else speaking? Like, who's speaking? Right? Because it sounded like a different voice now. I'm like, who's speaking? Right? Of course, there are people in the world that channel messages and they do all kinds of stuff, and that's great, right? I won't doubt them and their channeling abilities, but really, all the guidance is coming from them, within themselves. That's all it is. You're good. You can leave a lot of their messages. It's not even a problem to me. You know why? Because the live stream for me, I can't, it's not like YouTube where I'm seeing all the messages. This only shows like 2 messages at once. Hey there. Good to have you on. We're talking about getting the mind to slow down and just tranquilo, like relax. Just take a moment, right? Even in this moment, take a moment, y'all, and just chill. I don't know what's going on in all of your lives, but just know that, like, you get a moment to just, you get to relax a little, you get to chill. This is Toronto. This is just in a trail. This is my walking trail every day, but we're sitting by the water for a little bit. This is where I get a lot of insights as well, a lot of guidance. But the guidance is really coming from within. It's just that the water helps as an external conduit. It allows me to just just flow and chill, That's what I'm saying, like, when we allow ourselves to slow down, we're able to hear more. That's a bar, write it down. But when we're going at 1,000,000 miles a second, we are not able to hear because our mind is so distracted with so much noise, right? There's so much noise going on in the world. It's designed to be distractive. A mind that's distractive is a mind that's easily able to be influenced. That's a bar, write it down. I'm not here to distract any of you. I'm here, some of you might think I'm a distraction, and that's fine, but I'm not here to distract. I'm here for you to be aware of what's going on so you can position yourself better in the world so that you can live a peaceful, more joyful life, like I get to live now. Of course, you know, when shit's happening in your reality, and trust me, shit was happening in my reality. I had only $2 in my bank account not that long ago, just so you all know. It's not that I had no idea about money. I knew exactly how to handle money. But unfortunately, because I invested so heavily in myself, I locked the fuck in. But then fear kicked in for a time period. And it said, you see, that's who you are. But your bank account or whatever's happening in your life is not a reflection of who you actually are. But it's just unfortunate that where you currently are is based on what you currently think is true. But it's not, because what is actually true goes way beyond what we can even comprehend. You have that power in every present moment to alter your course or your reality. You really do. I promise you, every one of you have that ability. It's not for some and not for others. Everyone has that ability. I know some of you don't know who I am. My name's Orion, and I spent 20 years hating the world. I wanted nothing to do with you humans. I wanted to crush all of you humans, and I wanted to destroy the world at one point. But now I don't want to save the world, but I want to help everybody. I want to make sure as much as I possibly can to whoever I impact or touch that they can live their best life, because I had to shift my perspective. And now here I am doing what I'm doing. I showed up out of nowhere. I spent years in the so-called shadows preparing myself for this next part of the phase. I'm going to read the chat quickly because I know there's quite a few things that were dropped, and I do apologize if I missed anybody's messages. They train you from childhood, yep. The shapeshifter, I like your name, in schools to point your focus outwards and live in survival mode. It's how you stay ignorant and constant running after resources. I like how you roll, shapeshifter. That's basically it. No Gandhi wannabe. I'm me. I'm just me. There's no Gandhi. If you say I'm a wannabe, that's the thinkers thinking. The thinkers proving their point. If you think I'm Gandhi, then I'm Gandhi, but I'm not. I'm me. This would be right here one of those souls who are, making a judgment before they actually understand where I'm coming from. But that's how human minds work, generally speaking. They judge before they actually hear, because they jump in mid-sentence and they make their accusations before they actually hear. If more humans take the time to just listen before they actually open their mouth or type or anything like that, we would live in a more calm, peaceful world. But I know where your soul's at or your mind's at, and I'm good. If you think I'm a Gandhi wannabe, I'm a Gandhi wannabe. What am I going to do? I'm not going to prove you wrong. You're right. You're always going to be right. And it's okay. I love Gandhi. Gandhi's amazing for what he did and what he shared. Right? Be the change you wish to see in the world. You want to be the change? Be the change maker. I desire to be the change maker, so here I am. I'm doing what's called for myself, and I want to help people. Right? And yes, back to shapeshifter. I love your. You see, this is what I love. Souls who not only just know, but the mind also knows. You nailed it. School trains you to look outside of you always, to go fight for resources, to fight, to have scarcity. Hello? Where the fuck is scarcity? And then, of course, the world does all these little tactics. Like, and I'll use coaches, for example. Any of you who are coaches or high-level entrepreneurs in the chat who does this is not to call you out, but this is to bring it into awareness. What some coaches and entrepreneurs do is that they will they make a fake price, and if you don't buy within 12 hours, they raise the price. And that's fine. I understand the business model. I completely get it. But like, if you have to do such tactics, then you're still playing the same game of scarcity. Yes, I understand to some degree that you're getting people to take massive action and committing by locking in, by doing that. That's one side of the coin. But there's another side of the coin. You're doing that because you feel that if you don't raise your prices, or if you have a fake sale, and this goes everywhere in the world, right? And I'm not saying sales aren't real. Like, you do save some money for sure. I'm not saying you don't. But like, I see the scarcity tactics that a lot of people employ, and I'm not here for that game. Hello, we do not live in a scarce world. We create scarcity based on misperceived value on how we perceive things. That's a bar, write it down. That's literally what's going on the planet. There is no scarcity. There's an abundance for everybody. If there wasn't abundance for everybody, then you wouldn't have been born. It's just that simple. But we created the illusion, and we all are feeding the illusion to some extent. Let's see, Shapeshifter. I love what you're saying. They make you believe that resources are what makes you happy, and they have the control over your resources, and by making you run after them. Yeah, they're dangling the little carrot in front of you. Basically is what they're doing. They're dangling that carrot. Here you go. Here you go, little human. Here you go. Here's your thing. Keep chasing and guess what they do? They like pull, and you keep running after, like you said. And you never, like, you might catch it, but then guess what? Then they make you want something more, because that's what the mind does, right? The mind's always looking for the next. It's never satisfied with here and the now. You're meant to have what you're supposed to have, but you don't need to chase after it. You do need to put in the effort, the action, like you take the action, but you take the action from a state of alignment. You take the action from a state of joy. You take the action from a state of confidence. Not from fear, not from worry, not from doubting, not from stress, but the world conditions you to be in worry, to fear, to doubt, to stress out, especially stress. The big one is stress. The world is designed to stress you out to a point where you've given up your life force energy, and you basically become their little pawn in their game. That's what's happening. Many people are fucking little pawns, but you're actually the king or queen of the chessboard, but you forgot that. And you already played checkmate a long time ago. But the problem is, the mind is like, but I gotta chase after this thing, because that's how the world has been designed, based on a couple people from a so-called past who created, you can call this the game, the proctor. I see how the game unfolded. They meant to create the game this way so that more of our souls evolved. Because if the game wasn't created this way, then a lot of our souls wouldn't evolve, and we would have just kind of been stagnant. So you can say that, like, even though our souls are actually fully perfect and evolved in the other dimension, in this dimension, it's forgot itself, and it's attempting to remember itself. But the problem is, we are getting trapped up by the physical game. It's okay. It's okay if you're bored. It's better to be bored than to be distracted. That's a bar, write it down. I would rather be bored than be fucking distracted. I'd rather be bored, even though bored is an illusion too, than be fucking distracted. Because at least being bored, you're at least locking in with yourself. But being distracted with a bunch of bullshit that's not going to actually help you in your life, that's actually making sure you stay far away from yourself, that's another bar, write it down. Everything in this reality, presently, well, in my universe it doesn't work that way, but in most people's realities, it's designed to take them further and further away from who they are. And then one day you look in the mirror like, who the fuck is that in the mirror? That's what goes on. That's what Shapeshifter was alluding to. the whole chasing after things. That's what's going on. Oh, I mean, hey, if that's bringing you joy, dude, hey, I mean, I didn't see your message, but hey, if that brings you joy, Felix, then do whatever works, you know what I'm saying? But no comment on that. No judgment, just no comment on that. You already know. I don't need to tell you. Anyways, the mind is designed to be your tool to use to navigate the world and live your best life. But it's also designed to hinder you to live your worst life. Because you have to decide now. It's literally a decision. But the moment you decide, you have to lock in. And I mean it. You have to fucking lock in. If you don't lock in, you're going to be like 96% of the planet. And the reason why I say 96, because the number is going down slowly. More people are understanding how reality works. I see it every day. Many people are starting to get it. And I don't need to help them. And the more people who understand how reality works, the more peaceful the world will get, and more people will understand that this is a world of infinite possibilities. And the more that we work together and understand one another, things will just unfold more easily for everyone else. But the problem is, there's a few who are proctors of the exam who want you to struggle and suffer, but they're doing you a favor actually, because they're actually powering you up. They're not the enemy. There is no enemy. They are designed to make sure that you level the fuck up. Think of it like a boss, right? In a video game. For those of you who play video games, you go fight a super boss. The super boss is there to challenge you, to put your skills to the test. Are you going to get finessed by the outside world? Are you going to crumble, or are you going to rise and defeat the boss? Now, when I say defeat the boss, you're not going to hurt the physical person, but you're going to not adhere to their bullshit anymore. Even though it's not bullshit, because what they're doing is actually by design. If you didn't know how reality works, some people were put on the planet designed as proctors of the exam, even though this is not a test, and there is no test, but they are like proctors to watch over and make sure that the world keeps playing the little game of like fear until you master yourself and you overcome the super boss. If you understand that concept, you already won the game, because you've already won. When you beat the super boss, what happens? You level the fuck up. You overcame the challenge. That's the same concept, the same metaphor. That's really what's going on. But many are being distracted by, but he's doing this thing to me or to the country, or this person's doing this thing and this person's doing that thing and this thing's happening over here and all that stuff. Not realizing that it's just words that are all made up coming out of somebody's mouth. Did I not already talk about this? All words are made up. Before humans were even here, words didn't exist. Well, in the eyes of the universe, they existed, but we made them into existence, and then we created meaning behind those words. Every word has no meaning until you give it meaning by giving it emotion. That's a bar. Write it down. That's why when I look at the chat, a lot of the messages that I don't entertain their messages. Why? Because their words have no meaning, because I don't give emotion to it. Your emotion is the largest shareholder of your experience, if you didn't know that. Your emotions, energy in motion, whether positive or negative, is the largest shareholder of your reality, of your frequency, of your state of being. If you understand that concept, that principle, you have already won. Congratulations, you've won the game. You're good. You're perfect. Now, just walk your path. That's why my clients pay me to do what I do. Let's see. Exactly. Work, the so-called employee and employer, is just another word for master-slave. I'm not saying to not have a job, right? I'm not saying that at all. right? What I am saying though is be mindful of taking orders and falling in some sort of hierarchy. When you have a boss, that boss should also know that he or she's not above you. They are equal to you. They have their role, you have your role. Yes, they kind of like command, but true commander, hey there, how are you? Good. Yeah, I share with the world how the mind works. Thank you, have a great day. Our sister I didn't even know she was there. She was listening to what I was saying. I was so locked in with you all. You see that? I was fucking locked in with all of you. That's amazing. She's just like listening and she's smiling. Didn't even know she was there. It's awesome. Because when you're locked in, like you're focused. Anyways, a true leader knows that he or she is not just a leader, but is also helping other people to know that they're leaders of themselves. That's what a true leader is. Someone who controls is not a leader. That's a dictator. That's a bar. Write it down. You see, for me, I don't care about followers and subscribers. If you want to subscribe, that's your choice. I'm never going to ask any of you to subscribe. If you choose to subscribe, that's your choice. But you ain't following me. Fuck no. I don't want any of you to follow me. I want you all to be your own fucking leaders. Because you already are your own fucking leaders. That's why the word follower on Instagram should be removed to connection. Same with subscriber should also be changed to the word connection. See, they hide these little things that when you're connecting with somebody on Instagram, that you're following them on Instagram. You're following like a follower. I don't follow anybody. I connect with people. So when anytime I click the word connect or that button that says follow or subscribe, I'm actually changing it to mean connect. It has hidden meaning. You have to be aware of these things. When you are connecting with me, you're connecting. I'm not above you. I never have been and I never will be. You are equal to me in every possible way. That's why I don't entertain the word subscribe or follow. LinkedIn, the business platform, which is not, it doesn't really matter about that platform anyways, they use the word connect. At least they did it right. They use the word connect. I'm connecting with you. I'm connecting. That's what we're doing. But the other platforms, follow, subscribe, right? They're basically saying that you're beneath somebody when you follow, unless you know that really you're just connecting with that person. It comes down to your own personal definitions, right? Because when you see the word follower, what does that mean? You're following, right? You're following. That means you're behind somebody, but you're not behind anybody. You're standing right next to them, side by side. So yes, the current workplaces who don't know how reality works will treat it as a hierarchy, right? A boss shouldn't be named a boss. He's just kind of like overseeing things, but lets you be your own sentient being, doing what you need to do and putting 100% trust and faith into you. And the more leaders that are like that, people will actually like doing what they love, like working with someone, not for someone, with someone. Big difference. You're not working for someone, you're working with someone. See, the definition of words are very powerful when you understand the power of the words. Many people don't understand the power of the fucking words. That's what I came to this planet to make aware. Well, not make all of you aware, but just make people aware of the power of the fucking words. Because that's what's causing the problems on the planet. It's the interpretations. It's the fucking interpretations that's causing all the problems that are not actually problems. I've had to dismantle my language structure, just so you know. There's a book. I'm not going to go tell you to all like go out and buy the book, but there is a book that if you feel called to read, it's not a book to understand though. It's a book to destroy your language structure. It's called Tongues by Chase Hughes. When you look at the book, it makes absolutely no sense. When you read through the book, it makes no sense. The reason why, it's doing its job to break the language structure. And yes, our language structure is necessary to understand each other. I'm using it right now in this very moment for you to understand what I'm saying. But I also have to destroy language structure when I'm seeing things that just, like, what the fuck are you even saying? It makes no fucking sense. Stupid. Well, it's not stupid, but it's just, what the fuck are you saying? Exactly. Exactly, shapeshifter. Spot on. And look at the word that you mentioned, brainwashed, right? What is brainwash? Taking your brain and washing it in chemicals, or you know, washing it into fear and doubt. But you can also brainwash yourself or soul wash yourself. That just came through. Soul wash yourself into joy and love and knowing that everything is right here, right now, in this present moment, right? Many can't see it right now because their eyes are locked to the physical. That's what's going on. They are fucking locked to the physical. Bye. They are locked to the physical. They are locked to the physical. But the physical starts with you by inwards, as within, so without, right? Hermetic philosophy. As within, so without. It goes as above, so below. As within, so without. As the universe, so the soul. As the universe, so the soul. Even though there's no up or down, really. It's just one. As above, so below. As within, so without. As the universe, so the soul. Or another way of saying, as the soul. But so many are locked to the physical, like I was for years. I was locked to the physical, y'all. Like I was like, this is my reality, y'all. Like this is it. This is all it is. Struggling, suffering, stressing. What's the other S word? Feeling sick, saddened. Feeling a sense of insert, like, I'm attempting to find another S word that's very like low on the frequency band. It's not coming at the moment. Feeling like nothing's possible for me, basically. Giving up. My life was just that was it. Like, this is it. This is all, like, I'm not gonna ever be rich. I'll never be in love. People suck in this world. My boss hates me, and I'm gonna forever be a slave to working someone else's, dream. And that's when I heard it. When I first heard that, I'm like, you came here to work for someone else's dream? Fuck no. I didn't come here to work for someone else's dream. I came here to work for my damn dream, my damn goals and visions. I refuse to work for someone else's goals and dreams. Fuck that. I'll do whatever is necessary, but I'm definitely not working for someone else's goals and dreams. That's why I created a life by design, not by default, by working what I wanted to work and helping people. And yes, my clients are technically my bosses because they pay me, right? But they don't see me as their boss, and I don't see them as my boss. They do pay me, right? They pay me my value of what I'm worth. But I get to do it on my terms. And just like all of you, you can do this on your terms. Right? If some of you ever want to work with me, let me know. But here's the thing, you have the answers, and a lot of you sell yourself short in this world because somebody told you it's not possible. But guess what? It is possible for you, because if you had the vision or the thought came through that you're supposed to have something, it was meant for you. Did you not know that the infinite intelligence is working through you, is attempting to have it through you? But most of us block it because we think it's not possible for us. Why is that? Because somewhere in the world or somebody in your experience told you that's not for you, it's not possible, and then you took their words on as their truth because you see them as more somewhat superior. Maybe. Potentially. But that's not true at all. You're meant to have what you're supposed to have. All of you. If you want to be a YouTuber and help people or whatever it is that you want to do on YouTube, be the YouTuber. If you want to be an entrepreneur, be the entrepreneur. If you want to be an investor, be the investor. If you want to be a baker, be a baker. You want to be a carpenter, be the carpenter. Be whatever it is that you want to be. You came here to have that experience. You came here to have that experience, y'all. And the more of you who start to tap into that infiniteness that you are, and I said that the infiniteness that you are, say it with me, the infiniteness that you are, you'll start. Well, for Shapeshifter, you can see this already. So you're already miles further along on the journey. But for those who are still kind of like, well, reality is this way, right? And playing the victim, this is for you. Shapeshifter understands this. I can tell. I don't need to really say much to him. He gets it. I see the words he's using. I'm like, yep, spot on. This is when you know someone is locked the fuck in. So for you, dude, or sister, I don't know if you're brother or sister, for you, soul, keep going. You're doing great. Spend a couple more minutes at the water and we'll get rolling. I don't know if the live stream got stuck. If it did, it's all good. It might have got stuck, but I don't think it did. That was awesome. Just her listening in for a moment. I can tell by her soul, she already fucking knows. She knows. She knows what's up. I've only seen her, this is my second time seeing her. I haven't seen her before, up until yesterday. I've walked her all the time, but morning, but I haven't seen her before. And she was like smiling, and she had this big smile on her face yesterday, which is awesome. And today I get to see her again. It's pretty cool. That brings me joy. I already have the joy within, but that brings me joy when I see people lock the fuck in. Because my mission is to help the world to know more of themselves by unlocking the power of their mind. Quite literally, I'm here to help you unlock the power of your mind, your fullest potential. If somebody asks me, well, Orion, what is it that you do? I usually say that I help people unblock their subconscious blocks that they think they have that they actually don't have. That's a very long-winded way of just saying, I help you to unlock the power of your mind's fullest potential. That's what I do. For those of you who are actually wondering, what is it that I do? I help you to unlock the fullest potential of your mind. That's as simple as it's going to get. Did I sit in water? Well, the clothes is dirty, but it's okay. I don't care. My feet was wet by that water over there, but I don't know if I was sitting on water, but whatever. These pants are easy to clean. Oh, all right. I think it's time for us to get rolling. Water, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the mirroring today. It's time for us to roll on back. Let me put my phone battery on low power. Funny enough, low power, I still have good data and I save more battery. There's no reason to keep your phone on like higher power unless you want to see, 120 frames per second, which my phone doesn't have because this is the iPhone 12 Pro Max. This was the last iPhone before they started making phones with ProMotion. And this phone is still fucking good. It still does the job. It's my workhorse. The only thing is the battery is a little shot on it, but I can just go to Apple, book an appointment, and get them to just change the battery. But we'll see. Let's see the water before we roll. Thank you again, water. By tomorrow, this will be able to walk because the water is going to go down and I'll be able to cross over and stand on my rock. I usually put you all over there on that rock. I'm usually like chilling on that rock that's slanted or that one. But it was nice to sit here yesterday and today, so it was good. Cool beans. Thank you, water. I appreciate it. On we go. Morning. Actually, I'll wait a moment. I'll let her get a little bit of a head. I don't like walking behind anybody, so we'll take a moment here. I'll give her about a minute or two to walk ahead. I do my best to be very respectful for not filming anybody. Of course, if they're walking towards me and they get caught in my camera, that happens. But I do my best not to be walking behind anybody and filming because, who wants that? I wouldn't want that. So I don't know if I'm going to be doing a whole day of streaming. We'll see. I might do a couple more hours. We'll see. I leave it open. My life is like super duper open, except for Mondays. Morning. Mondays are the only days that are sort of planned with the clients. Ah, man, it is very nice. It's so nice right now. Wintertime, walking here, even though I enjoyed the solitude of winter, you wouldn't really see too many people walking here in winter. But my perceptions of winter changed last year, and I really enjoyed coming down in the wintertime. Cold and snowy and just like, whew. Anyways, let me get back to what I was saying. You all have that power in every present moment to alter the course of your reality by unlocking the power of your mind to its fullest potential. Good morning. Have a great day. But you'll have to see if it's possible for yourself by knowing, not just believing, by knowing it's possible for you. Many just don't believe it's possible for them, and they throw in the towel. And I was going to throw in the towel too myself not too long ago. But then I figured it out. I'm like, oh, so this is what's really going on, huh? So this is what the mind's actually doing. Okay. I see. I get it now. I understand. I understand what's going on now. So, enjoy your day. Thank you. And when I figured it out, I'm like, so this is what's probably going on in 96% of the planet right now. Okay. Well, it's time for me to get rolling. It's time for me to get serving because now I figured it out. But I have to anchor myself for a few more months just to kind of like see it play through. And once I saw it, I'm like, okay, I get it. Now I really understand what's going on. The mind. You know, those couple things that I say, what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Right? Because your mind and reality are interconnected as one. It's like a string. It's an invisible string, but the more you understand the mind, the string becomes visible. That's a bar, write it down. When you start to see the mind for what it's doing, you start to see reality for what it is. And then you're able to see that invisible string and make it more visible. And then you'll understand, well, why is my experience like this? Well, because you're a magnet. And a magnet can either attract or repel, right? Two positive sides, generally, they're supposed to repel, but that's not the best analogy to use right now. But generally speaking, like attracts like, right? But if you put two magnets together, like that are the same frequency, generally they sort of repel each other. But I'm not using that explanation. I'm using the other way, where when you are radiating positive things will come to you. If you're radiating negativity will come to you. You're like Magneto from X-Men, the master of magnetism. You're a magnet. You're a big, gigantic magnet. There's two magnets, though, that you have, one in your heart and one in your brain, or one in your mind. The one in your heart is 60 to 100 times more powerful than the one in your mind. The mind is very powerful, but the heart is on a whole other level. But we've been trained to think with our mind and stop feeling with our heart. But really what should be happening is you should be thinking with your heart and feeling with your mind. And you're like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Thinking with my heart, feeling with my mind. Yeah, it's a paradox. We feel with our heart and we think with our mind, but what we ought to be doing is thinking with our heart and feeling with our mind. Think about it like this, or feel it like this. You ever heard the expression, I know that song off by heart? I know that song off by heart. We say commonly use sayings, but there's hidden meanings behind these sayings. It's like under our noses, like the answer is right there. It's right there, right in front of us. We're just not paying attention. Right? For example, a clock. I've spoke about the clock before, but I'll say it again. When you look at a clock, what's the shape of a clock generally? Isn't it usually isn't it round? We've been finessed by time, thinking that time is linear. Time is not linear, because when you think, you can either think forward or backwards. And a clock is cyclical. It's a circle. It's not a line. It's not a straight line. And so, because when you look at a clock and it's cyclical, it's a circle, right? all things are happening right now. Because when you look at a circle, you can be on any point in the circle at any time. Whereas a line, you have to kind of like go forward or backwards on a line. Now you can say, well, you can start at a point on the circle, but it'll eventually it still be a circle. It'll still be looping around. So all these hidden meanings behind symbols and signs, like they're right in front of us. We're just not paying attention because we've been so coerced and finessed into believing a bunch of just BS. Looks like the live stream is getting quiet, so if it's pretty quiet by the time I get back, I'm probably gonna call it a wrap and just enjoy the rest of the day. By the way, y'all, remember to practice love and authenticity. We'll see though. I don't need engagement, but if the live stream is quiet, I'm just gonna call it a wrap. We'll see. I shared a lot already today. I don't know if anyone's in the chat, but if Felix, if you're there, which I don't know if you are, can you just drop something in the chat just to make sure it's working? Because sometimes the chat gets stuck and I can't see shit. If not, no big deal. All of you have the power in every present moment. And take these words in. You have the power in every present moment to alter the course of your reality. Now, reality may not change right away because you're not really here to change reality. You're here to master yourself and focus inwards and know that this is just the illusion and that there is a little bit of a delay, but don't see delay as some sort of negative thing. There's a little bit of a lag time for shit to show up in your physical, but you got to just lock in and just know. Like for me, I know that there's going to be hundreds of people on my live stream soon enough. I can feel it. But I'm already speaking to hundreds of people. I've already spoken to hundreds of people on this live stream channel. I've already helped so many people as well, which is amazing. And so many also has dropped their insights, which has also been amazing. But yes, you have the power in every present moment to change the trajectory of your life by focusing inwards, knowing thyself. And when you know thyself, thou shalt know all. That's a bar, write it down, please. Know thyself and thou shalt know all. When thou knows all, then thou knows that nothing can be anything else but you. Perfect. Well, I know the chat's working because you're there. See, you're locked in. I can tell you're locked in. See, I know when I mentioned to you that day, right? I said to you that, hey, you're kind of distracted a bit. Like you're focusing on the outside, right? I don't know if you're really paying attention to anything I was saying, but ever since that moment, you've locked in. Because you already know. You already know these things. And I appreciate your insights. Since that moment, like, you dropped a lot of bars, by the way. So I appreciate you for your words that you've shared, dude. I have not even mentioned your name once, but I'm just going to call you Darth, because that's Darthol. I think that's how you're going to say your name. Darth would just be easier. When I see a name, I'm like, how does one even say that name? Right? Yours is not too difficult, but I've seen some names. I'm like, what? How am I gonna? Doctor. Is it Atoll? I'll just call you Doc. How about that? Doc, you locked in. I'll call you Doc. That'll be cool. Doc. Yeah. You're locked in. That's perfect. Yeah. From that moment, you really did, like, you shifted. And you started to, like, you're paying attention, which is good. I'm not here for anybody to like, I'm not here to force anybody to pay attention. If you find it valuable, amazing. If you don't, you don't. No big deal, right? It's not for everybody. Like, if I was where I was 10 years ago and myself from 10 years ago were to listen to the current me, I'd be like, who the hell is this guy talking? What the hell is this guy even on? He doesn't even know what he's fucking talking about. This guy sounds like he's some sort of, like, weirdo. That's what I would have said, or some shit like that. That's why, like, when I see others who jump on and they say, shut up, you idiot, or shut up, fool, or something like that, that's the old me from many years ago who doesn't understand what's being said. That's it. Nothing more. It's like speaking the same language, but it's absolutely, like, foreign. Like, you have no idea what the hell is being said. That's what many who come on the stream who are like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, right? But then there's souls like yourself, or I should say minds like yourself, who are listening and seeing what ways can I shift my internal state so I can have a wonderful experience in the physical world. And remember, it always starts from within. Starts with you, ends with you. It'll always be you. It can only ever be you, and it'll forever be you. Yeah, exactly. And it's normal, right? That's normal. But you did something different than most. Like, Felix did the same thing too. That would be Cat Trooper. And a few others did the same thing too. You chose, notice the word I said, you chose to listen, or you chose to at least attempt to understand what was being said, right? You could have been like, this guy, what is this guy even talking about? I don't care about this guy. Swipe, right? That's what most of us do, is just like we look at somebody for a moment, we make our judgment or our assumptions quickly, and then you're like, yep, don't like this guy, I don't even like what he's saying, swipe. Or you'll say, you're an idiot, and then you'll leave your comment, and then you want me to engage with your comment to see if I'm going to play the game, right? Because that's what happens, right? A lot of people who leave their comments in the chat, I'm like looking at it and I'm like, I'm not playing your game. I know that game. I used to do the same shit too. I'm well aware of it. Then there's souls like yourself who are, leaving actually valuable information for others to just pay attention to. You may not be speaking, but you're definitely typing something of value, but it's going over their head because they can't see it. And again, like I said, it's normal to jump on someone's live stream for the first time. You're wondering, what is this guy talking about? Yeah. The nature is what helps with all this, right? Come winter time, we'll see what happens. I don't know if I'll be here in winter. We'll see. Got to get all the visa stuff done and whatnot. That's its own journey that I'm excited for. But yeah, the nature stuff. And we'll see how the channel goes throughout the summer and how long I'll live stream per day. Like, I may do 12 hours some days. I might just do a shorter. I'm just going to go based on how I feel. But, if there's a lot of people on and, they're locked in, they're tuned in, I'll help. That's what I came here to do. I didn't come here to just, sit in the corner and not help, Right? I came here to, help. I think she's feeding them. That's nice of her. I think she's feeding them. And if she is feeding them, I will just go around. Actually, she's not feeding them. These guys are taking photos. That's what they're doing. Look, we get to see the baby geese again. We got to see them yesterday. There's a biker coming. See? Look at them. Just running through. We'll take a moment to pause.
You're watching too.
Ah, there. Oh, I see. Yep.
Oh, you have a cat?
Yeah, she has a cat in there.
2 cats.
Hi.
First time they see them.
Oh, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, there's even more of them now. There used to only be 11. Now there's 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 16 of them now. I thought there was only 11. They're going to get pretty big by the time the end of the summer. They're going to be just as big as these guys.
Same group?
Huh?
It's same group before? How do you know?
I've seen them when they were born.
Really?
Yeah, they were born 3 weeks ago. Yeah, they grow up pretty quickly. They're going to be about these guys' size in about 2 more months or so.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
These guys are already, these ones are pretty big. These guys are smaller right now.
Oh.
Yeah. I like how your cats are just watching.
Yeah. First time they see them.
Mm,
First time I went my cats this far.
got it.
Yeah, because the weather's getting nicer.
Yeah.
It's their house cat. I don't let them go out themselves. Otherwise,
That makes
I'm
sense.
scared they don't come back anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They got lost, but
Yeah, you'll see, if you keep coming this area, you'll see them.
it's
Gr-
them, right?
yeah, it's them. You'll see them grow up pretty quickly.
That's interesting.
Like 3 weeks ago, they weren't able to swim in the water. Now they're swimming in the water.
Wow.
Yeah. Some of them are sleeping. Yeah. Cool. Well, have a great day.
Okay, you too.
I'm not going to interfere with them, so I'm going to go around. They know I'm no threat. They're so tiny. Me too. I love nature. That's why I'm out. This is where I got a lot of the guidance that I was looking for, I was seeking when it was really right here, but I had to calm down. That's what nature does. It allows you to slow down. It's not fast paced. Like Toronto is a mixed bag. It can be very like fast paced. If I travel 35 minutes by car to downtown Toronto, you will not see this type of pace. You'll see very, very like rushing, go, go, go. Mr. Tom, what's going on, dude? Chris was like looking for you, and I told him that you took a drive somewhere. So he was asking about you. But
Is that today?
yeah,
Oh.
that was like about half an hour ago ish. Yeah.
Well, I walked by you.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, I think I feel Tom. Yeah. I looked, I'm like, oh, it is you.
I seen you talking, so I didn't bother.
Yeah.
And then when I came back, you were still talking. So,
Yeah.
But I never saw Chris.
Yeah, Chris, he walked by, but then he walked back because I was talking by the water, and then he was sharing, like I was talking about how the mind, like when we're always rushing, we make a lot more mistakes, but when we slow down, we don't make as many mistakes because we were able to slow down,
Yeah.
right? How's everything? Good?
Good. Yeah, I went to Pardons Canada yesterday.
All good?
All good.
Perfect.
They said they're gonna look through my pages and then submit them to the waiver headquarters where it's in Virginia.
Oh, okay, got it.
So, so once that happens and they okay it, we'll get in touch with you,
Hmm.
and then we need your Visa card.
Right,
Because they're gonna need $1,100 US
right,
at the border when you arrive.
right.
And then once that happens, then he said you'll have to go to the border
Hmm.
and to verify it's you,
Right.
and then come back. And so I'm thinking about that.
It's okay.
Next time I'm gonna go, I said, can we bypass that
Right,
step? If I drive 4 hours,
right.
can you verify it's me and then just let me carry on?
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of coming all the way back and
Yeah.
waiting for you guys to call and say, okay, you're verified, you can come.
I think that, yeah, that'll work out.
It doesn't make sense going
No.
back. Huh?
I think you'll be fine. When you go that one time, it'll be like, yeah, that's you. You'll have all your papers and whatnot.
Well, the first time I tried going across, they got my picture, they got my fingerprints, they got
Right.
everything. So,
Exactly. So that should have been enough.
yeah.
They should have it all out on record.
So once they receive that information, and then when I show up, they'll know it's me. because
Exactly.
They already have me on their records.
Exactly. It's good.
I'll see how that goes, because
Yeah.
I don't really want to drive there and then come back and then wait for the phone call and then drive there again.
Exactly. That's a bit of a wait time. Yeah.
I'll see if I can bypass that.
Yeah. I like your shirt, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a good shirt. I like it. Unlimited Love.
Yeah.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah.
It's good.
I ruined it though when I was painting.
It's okay. Still good.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I went down to that concert and it was pretty good.
Did you already take your walk?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't see you then. You didn't go that way?
Yeah. Well, like I said, I saw you talking.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I was locked in, basically.
So I
Yeah.
didn't want to say, oh, hey, Ryan.
Yeah. No, I was locked in. Yeah. I saw somebody else. I turned and she was like watching. She was smiling. I'm like, oh, okay. So I was literally locked in. See, that's the thing about the mind. Like when you're locked in, like you're locked in. But when you're morning, when you're not locked in, you can see more things. So that's another way of like saying like when you're like focused, like it gets amplified and you see nothing else but just that. But when you sort of break your focus, you could technically start seeing more. It opens up your vision, but also at the same time could potentially be a distraction. So it works. It's kind of like a paradox. It's a paradoxical thing. Yeah.
So now when I was walking back, I saw you
Yeah.
talking again, so I'm not going to bother you.
Gotcha.
And then you came here, and then you said Chris was looking for you.
Yeah.
I walked that way. I never saw him.
Yeah.
Unless he walked there earlier. I don't know. I might have walked there earlier before I came.
Yeah, because he said he hasn't seen you in a couple of days. And I told him, I've been seeing him. I've seen him. It's just, I guess you all are just missing each other in that
Yeah.
time frame. Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. It was good. So I handed all my papers in. So
Good. Perfect.
That's good. So I'm waiting for the next step.
Awesome. It's almost done. Almost done.
And they said, you know, if you had like a recent conviction or something,
Mm.
they wouldn't let you.
But you, yeah, that's
They'd say, we'll give you 6 months and then you have to reapply.
right. But it's been years.
Yeah, it's been years. They said you're going to be, I guarantee it, 5 years
Yeah,
before you have to reapply again.
exactly.
I said, well, I don't plan on breaking the law anymore.
Good for
Yeah.
you.
I said that was my young days, stupid. And,
It's okay.
I made a mistake.
We all make mistakes, but we learn from them if we choose to. Because not everybody chooses to learn their lesson. They continue to repeat the thing over and over and over. And then they're expecting something different. That's Einstein, or I forget whose quote says, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Right? So choose differently, you'll have a different experience.
It's beautiful today.
It is.
I had this on, I had to take it off. Wow.
Yeah, I decided to come out with my t-shirt today because I'm like, there's no way I'm going to be wearing my sweater. I'm going to be boiling by the time I get back. Probably cut some grass today, mow the lawn maybe. So, we'll see. Other than that, just going to chill out.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. Get a hold of my daughter and tell her the news, and
Amazing.
well, she'll be excited.
Yeah, she's looking forward to having you over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yep. All right, bro, I'm going to head out.
Okay.
I'll see you.
Have a good day.
You too. Enjoy it. Cool beans. So you were asking, do people do this for egg farming? You mean like the geese? No egg farming. Yeah.
Day number 10.
Awesome. Keep going. Day number 10 of no smoking for him, and he's doing great. Amazing. Amazing. When you're locked in and you're committed and you focus on like what's important, you will do it. The thing is, whatever's important in any of your lives, you're going to do it. Even if it's like it doesn't feel good, you'll do it. Whatever feels important, you will always do it to some extent. But you can take that same energy to something that is supposed to be important in your life and apply it. It's all about alchemizing energy. Good morning. Have a great day. Thank you. You have that power as an alchemist. For those of you, what is alchemy? Taking energy, we all have energy within ourselves, right? You may not understand what energy looks like, but you eat food to get fuel so that you can keep going. You drink water or whatever to have fuel to keep going. That's energy. Everything is basically energy on this planet. Your emotions is energy in motion. Emotions. And you take the energy, let's say for example that you say something is hard. Right? You're giving a lot of emotional intensity to that idea that something is hard. But then you can also take that same energy that you're giving something that is hard and say, it's actually easy. It's alchemizing the frequencies to your advantage. I'm going to hang here for a moment. There should be no bike coming to hit the phone, but it's okay. I'll be watching. I put it by the edge of the path. If you all can hang, if you have a bar somewhere, or if you can just hang from something every day for at least, 30 seconds to a minute a day, you're going to do yourself a world of justice with your body. If you can just hang for just a few, like, you'll increase your grip strength, your shoulders will be great, your spine will be decompressed, your hips will feel great, and all those things are interconnected. And of course, if you can twist as well, you'll help your body live a more healthier, and right now I'm tippy-toeing, I'm touching the ground, as you can see. You'll live a healthier and very wonderful life. Healthy body, healthy mind, healthy mind, healthy body. Healthy body, healthy mind, healthy mind, healthy body. Healthy body, healthy mind, healthy mind, healthy body. Let's see. Mr. T-Bray. Yeah, I did call yesterday, but I figured you were probably, you might have been out because of Memorial Day. So I'm like, okay, all good. I played a couple. I wasn't streaming at the time. I turned off my stream. I was like, I'll play a little. I got my, what I wanted through the rift, because I needed one more point. Like, I need to get to tier 55 to get back some erg cells, so I can buy something in the shop. Because I wasn't gonna put more money into it, and so I was like, I almost have enough. I just need to play a little bit more and just get to tier 55. I was able to get to tier 55 and get what I needed. It was Zarina's costume with her charm. Her charm sucks though. Her charm's so tiny, like her little, the little doll. It's not the same size as like Kate and the other characters. Hers is like tiny. Like, what the fuck did they do with, like, whoever designed her charm did a terrible job with the size. Just make them all the same physical size. So, yeah, I played yesterday. Played for about an hour. Then I watched The Chosen for a little bit. Because, that energy. And then, what else did I do? Oh yeah, then I did a meditation. I don't like calling it meditation. I did some internal work where I went back into all of my past and I rewrote a lot of the other stories I didn't touch yet. Of like when something was hard and I renamed it as easy, and I saw my character having fun and joy with those experiences instead of it being difficult and hard. So that's what I was doing last night. It's great. Let's see. Have you ever seen or visited Mata? I'm definitely not going to pronounce that word. I'll just say Mata A, because that word is quite long. I don't want to butcher it. She's a spiritual leader, often visits Canada. I have not. I haven't, but I'm sure I probably ran into maybe her stuff on YouTube if she makes YouTube videos, but the name, like the last name, does not ring a bell whatsoever. Cause I'm like, whoa, if I had run into that person, I would have seen that last name before. No, I haven't. I may have seen her face potentially, but I have to see the face before, because sometimes I'm better with faces before names, but like once I lock in with the name, I'll have the face. I'm usually good at remembering people's like names right away as soon as I've seen like said it once or seen you once. I'm pretty good at remembering. called Hugging Saint. Ah. Is that what her last name means, or that's what she is known as, the Hugging Saint? I like that. It's pretty cool. I'm being mindful in this spot right here because of a bunch of little ants, and I don't want to crush them. So just kind of walking a little bit slower and paying attention to the ground right now. Normally my intuition tells me to look down on the ground, like, oh, step out of the way. Like, it's like built into me now that I can see, oh, there's an ant over there, gotta move out of the way. Like, I may not be looking at the ground and all of a sudden my head like points down and like, oh, gotta move. And then just like get out of the way. Or any type of bug. That's cool. Hugging Saint. It's a beautiful day. You know, 7-8 years ago, before that time of what we call COVID, a lot of people wouldn't be out on the trail right now. Morning. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. They wouldn't be out on the trail. You wouldn't see as many people that you're seeing right now. But because of the advent of working from home and whatnot, more people have been able to be blessed to be able to, you know, go out for their walks and go back and do what they need to do. So I'm glad, you know, that was the positives. I always look for the positives, what happened in 2020, not the negatives. The silver lining allowed people to start, you know, knowing more about like what's important for themselves, which is great. But, you know, I myself wasn't walking out here either, like 10 years ago. If I had a day off, I wouldn't be walking out here. I did walk here a couple times though, but my experience of nature was like, I mean, I didn't really care about it, to be quite honest. And my frequency was like, you know, seeing, hey, look, a little mouse, was like, ugh, these humans, right? That's how my experience was back then. These humans. And so because I had that experience, I was like, walking around with these vile beings, like, But of course, that's different now. I see things so differently because that had to change. The universe was like, hey dude, you forgot yourself. It basically bitch slapped me into remembering who I had to be. Most of you get some sort of fancier awakening. Mine was like a bitch slap to the face. Wake the fuck up, Orion. What the fuck have you been doing, dude? I've let you struggle and suffer long enough. Now get your ass up. It's time for you to start remembering thyself. It was so, even though I didn't like my life back then, you know, all this wisdom that's within me, which we all have, by the way, it doesn't belong to me whatsoever. It was just, I went to work, got paid, came home, played video games, went to sleep, wake up, go to work, come back, play video games, go to sleep, wake up, go to work, get paid, come back, go to sleep, wake up. And that was it. It's not living, but that's what my life was like back then. I'm not married in the physical sense to a woman yet, but I am married to the universe, so I'm one with the universe. Have a great day. Thank you. I'm one with the universe, so you can say I'm married to the universe. But no. And relationship-wise, yeah, same thing. since I'm married to the universe, I have a relationship with the universe. I walk up backwards up this hill to work on my joints. Good for my lower back, my spine, my knees, my ankles, my calves. I don't know what song he's listening to, but he was listening to Billie Jean earlier, that guy that was just passed by with his electric scooter. Do you like hippie girls? I mean, I like anybody as long as they have good frequency. I mean, I like anybody, and I love everyone, because I know, for me, I know how reality is. So, I mean, for me, it just is. Let's see. If you had a chance to go to the universe through astronaut job, through Tesla's company, can you go then? I would. I'd love to see outer space with my eyes. I mean, I've experienced outer space without having to physically travel there, but yeah, would love to see the Earth and I already have the perspective of like seeing the Earth beyond the Earth, like as if I'm watching the Earth, because that's how I live. I live as if I'm off the Earth, but I'm in the Earth at the same time. All right, I went there yesterday. I'm going this way today. Yeah, I'm walking backwards. It's good for it's actually very healthy to walk backwards. It's just, of course, it's not, you got to be mindful when you're walking backwards. You got to look behind to make sure you're not bumping into anything. But when you're walking uphill backwards, it's quite the task. The answer is actually both. It's both round and flat. It's round in this dimension, but it's flat in a different dimension. Think of it like, when you're looking at a page in a book and the words are like 2D, that's kind of like the same concept. A two-dimensional object cannot see 3D. And a third-dimensional object, like what we are, cannot see 4D. And a fourth-dimensional object can't see 5D. But a 5D can see a 4D and a 3D. And from the fifth-dimensional plane, Earth is a disc. It's like a Blu-ray disc that you insert into a player. The entire universe is a disc, but that's in a different dimension. In this dimension where we're currently residing is, I don't know if that car, why they're stopping in the middle, but it's all good. In the fifth dimension, it's a disc, but in the third dimension, it's round. That's why I said reality is a massive paradox. It's both this and that, not this or that. The mind just simply can't accept both perspectives, though, because the mind's not designed to handle contradicting or paradoxical things, right? For example, if you were to leave the Earth, like you're in space, the Earth is both day and nighttime right now. Like right now it's day for me, but if I walk here 12 hours from now, it's gonna be nighttime. It's gonna be dark. 10:19, this place will be dark. But somewhere in the world right now, wherever you all are, some of you are experiencing nighttime, but you're still in the same now moment with me. So the statement's true. It's both day and night, right? Where you're geographically located may not be nighttime or daytime, but where you are in the world, like as Earth as itself, it's just one thing. It's day and night. But the mind is like, no, it's not. It's only daytime here. Well, yeah, it's daytime right now in my physical location. Specifically right here in this spot, it's daytime. But if you leave the Earth and you're in space, it's all about shifting perspective. It's both day and night. You'll see half of the Earth completely in nighttime because the Earth is, or the sun is not, you know, facing it, because the Earth is spinning. Exactly. Most people like other places because, you know, I've said the same thing too. Like Toronto, for myself, is still not my place to live. Like I was born and raised here. I moved away for, you know, a set period of time, but I always came back here because I needed to finish up what I needed to do here for my next phase of my journey. But for me, like, this isn't home. This is just temporary dwellings for the time being, till all my visa stuff gets sorted out, or figure out the next plan for the visa for living in San Diego, California. Good old California. So much more, I love the energy there. I can't describe it with words. It's a feeling. The feeling there is just on a whole other level. I love it there. You can call that my happy place on the planet. But of course, there's other happy places I'm sure that exist for me. Like, I'm sure somewhere in Australia is like a happy place. But I like my mountains and oceans. And I like the fact that San Diego is it's a big city, but it's not on the scale of like New York or Toronto or Los Angeles. But it has access to the beaches and the mountains within a 30-minute drive. Like, everything is just accessible. I love the accessibility over there. Everything's just easy to get to. No complications. No confusion. It's just like straightforward. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have a great day.
You too, sweetie.
Thank you. It's not difficult, but like, because of my previous experiences that I did and didn't do, you can say my experience is going to be a little bit more of an exciting journey. Let's just call it that. It's not too difficult, but like, there are things that I have to do or undo to finally call California home. And it's not going to be too much of an issue because I'm not making it a problem, because it's going to be easy. It's going to be enjoyable. I make my journey fun. If you haven't noticed, I'm not going to say, man, this is going to be hard and I have to go through like 10 million like things. I get to see all of this unfold with ease now. I get to experience the joy of how all this is going to unfold. There goes the essence of the tropics. They're a food truck, by the way. They're probably heading downtown Toronto to make their Caribbean style food. Or maybe they're just going to park their truck, I don't know. I've never bought anything from them, but I have definitely smelt their food, and it smells nice. Cooking food and serving it to people and bringing joy to people's faces is why a lot of people go into like the culinary arts. Oh, big old tank. Good morning, brother.
Morning, how you doing?
Great, you? Good. Enjoy your day. Thank you. almost back. Ooh, construction. I remember somebody saying, like, you live in a ghost town, Orion. There's like nobody here. Well, to that person who said I live in a ghost town, there's clearly other people here. Like, come on now. I just live in a more quieter area. He was waiting for me to pass on by so he can continue to cut that grass. I wonder what they're doing over here. Maybe destroying like a driveway or a sidewalk or something. We're gonna go this way today. Thank you, yeah. It's great in the summertime. Wintertime, a different story. Very white. Well, this past winter was extremely white. We had a lot of snow. There's tons of snow, and it was really cold. Like, let's just say that I wouldn't be out for as long of a walk in winter that I would be in the summer, because it's just cold, and like the phone battery, number one, will be taking a beating with the cold. Number two, my hands are freezing and my toes are freezing after a certain extent. I do have hand warmers to keep my hands warm, but like my toes freeze pretty quickly. My fingers freeze. Like that, my body it likes the warmth. It loves heat. There are people who love the cold. They thrive in the cold. And I can thrive in the cold because I've done it, but I prefer the heat. I love the heat. The heat is what brings me my energy even more. Like, you can say like a valve is opened up in the summertime for me. So, you know, like in the wintertime, like we kind of like turn the valve to close the energy knob, energy pressure. Well, in the summertime, that valve is completely open. It's just like whoosh, flows right through. It's good. Just to make sure I didn't skip anybody's. Lonely Girl, you asked what the, like, WT is dimension. Is what is dimension? Is that what WT stands for? Because, you know, always having to keep up with the new short forms and lingos can be a little like, is that what they mean? Does WT mean what? I think that's what that means. Dimensions are, you can call it like a space where we exist. Think of it like a bubble. A bubble has its own little, like, you know, a bubble is a circle and it has its own like space inside of it until you pop it, of course, and it disappears. It's kind of the same concept for us. We live in like a bubble. It's a bubble universe. And within that bubble has all these beautiful things. The planets, the, you know, all the stars and all the suns and galaxies. But I exist in one bubble. But in another bubble, this exists, but not in a bubble, in more like a circle. Sort of like just like a flat, like disc. You can think of it like a plate. So in this reality, we're living in a bubble, but in another, or let me use the other word. In this dimension, we're living in a bubble, but in another dimension, we're living on a plate. That's the best way to explain the dimensions. So it's 10:30. I'm going to go in and grab something to eat. Make some eggs or something. If no one's using the kitchen. I wonder wonder when they're gonna pull out their BMWs, their green ones. They haven't seen it for the season yet. There's a house over there that has a lot of different cars, but like sometimes you see certain cars and then other times you don't see the car. I'm like, where's their car? They must have it in storage or something. Whew. It's a good walk. I like spending a lot more time outside. Wow, the water hasn't evaporated yet here. It's still, wonder when they're gonna finish their driveway. I really am lucky that, like, you know, because of my vibrational shift within, that I now see the neighborhood as more peaceful and quiet than what I once used to see it as more like, ugh. You can tell that people are more relaxed because I'm relaxed. And as I'm relaxed, they're relaxed. Now, of course, in this character's own house, I do my best to stay relaxed as much as I can until a time for me to leave. But there are characters in that house that like to not be relaxed. They like to create unnecessary problems for each other. And I just observe. I don't even get into it anymore. Because like it's sort of siphoning your energy and wants you to like be thrown back into the old, what they call the old frequency. The old frequency will use all kinds of different tactics to siphon you back to it so that it knows that you're not going to let it like die and disappear. Morning. Almost back. Almost back. The old frequency always does, you know, it's not your enemy. It's not here to, how do I even say this? It doesn't purposely want to stop you, but it does want to exist. And because it has its own philosophies that, unfortunately, due to your experience, it was created through you and by you, now it seeks to stay alive with you because it's been with you maybe your entire life. But then it has its own philosophies. It won't allow you to experience the other things that you're supposed to experience. Like maybe the abundance that you're supposed to have, that you're destined to have. The love, the relationship, whatever that is. And because it's created its own philosophies, it will keep you where you are until you stay the course, no matter what your reality shows to you. I had to stay a course to my reality showing me, like, I had to stay the course before reality caught up to what I truly knew was actually real, and I knew what was like exactly how it was. I had to lock in, and because I locked in, it manifested. It took a while because I kept sending misdirected energy to the universe. The universe is like, come on, dude, which one is it? And because I kept sending mixed signals to the universe was just sending me mixed signals back. And because the universe was sending mixed signals back, guess what happened? Getting frustrated, and it became a loop. And because it was a loop, I kept sending mixed signals back and back and back and back again. Over and over and over. And it just never would stop. It was like, what the fuck, man? What the hell's going on here? It's bullshit. Oh, something went in my eye. So, when you send a mixed signal to the universe can only give you a mixed signal back. And then you get frustrated. And you're like, why, universe? Why do you do this to me? Right? That's the victim mentality because of the old frequency. Why? Why? Why, universe? Why do you keep doing this? Why don't you stop? But the universe is only doing what you are doing to yourself. And that really is a bar. Unfortunately, that's how it goes. I'm gonna go get my power plug quickly. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 24 degrees Celsius.
Damn. 24 degrees Celsius. That's nice. And it's not even 11 o'clock yet. That's dope. I'm gonna change my shoes and I'm gonna change my shirt. Put away some of my stuff quickly. I don't need all this stuff outside. Be right back. I think someone is here at my house. Someone that I know. Oh, there's a fly in the house. Bubba, you need to get out. I don't want to hurt you. You gotta leave. Stay in my room though. Don't leave. I will go get some water though. I knew it. Good, yeah. I heard your voice. I'm like, I knew it was you.
Sometimes I hear my own voice and I'm like, really? That sound weird. I can't really hear much. I can hear myself, but over the tape recording, it's like, really? That's kind of weird.
Most people don't like how they sound.
Yeah, majority of people don't really enjoy it.
Yeah.
But I've been getting used to it. When I was younger, I really didn't like it. But
Hmm.
everything with you.
Yeah.
Good. I've just been. Yesterday, I went for a little. Did some a bit. Got down and just some sun. You know, got some energy.
You look good.
I'm feeling much more better.
Good.
Especially from yesterday. I think it was definitely that sun. I got 2 hours of sun.
Hey.
Just laid there in the grass. They cut the grass down there, so it just
Yeah.
smells fresh. And it was the most.
To the energy that you're supposed to have.
And it was really adorable. There's a pretty big family of geese and
Mm.
all the little babies.
Oh, you in the trail?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And
I walked right by them today.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah, they're still down there.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, no, a lot of people were just filming. I don't know. I really like geese, so I just went up to them very slowly. And
Yeah.
didn't
Respecting their
startle them.
space.
Got down on my knees, you know, and just kind of chilled for a bit, and all the babies and their heads in the air
Yeah.
looked in my direction,
Yeah.
and they all started running to me, and I'm like, holy shit, I can't believe this is happening right now. I'm just kind of
'Cause
walking
they-
by.
Frequency, bro.
Yo, it was crazy. It was like, and it just so happened I stopped recording, and
Ah.
then they did that. Like the little moments.
That's the whole point.
Video,
Yeah.
I noticed that.
Most people they experience it,
Yeah.
and then they want to use it as the look back experiences at times. Well, you may as well It's because
For me, they're like,
their frequency, they can feel it. Like I'm watching a lot of. You ever heard of Steve? Yeah. Okay. When you watch him handle dogs, like he's not aggressive. He's very confident. So when you grab the leash, you feel the energy from the leash. But if you're having this, and most people are not taught beings, most people are like pull, and of course the pulling motion pulls on the dog. I don't like that, and they fight back. They're like, because you're right. So when you're more able to take their leash, they just relax. You just like shh, hey, shh, shh. You're like, hey, shh.
one pug or French, it was really nice. And then the people gave it up to pug forever. Like, it was a black pug, so
Right.
it's like I'm not just saying pugs be vicious. They don't.
Right.
They're just home dogs. But no, yeah, I remember that. The dog completely changed up with him. It was like, you know, I'm not gonna be fight him.
Right.
It was different. And you with things right now, it was just wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just gotta lock in that feeling more.
No.
When you're more relaxed, things will unfold. If that's what I was talking about on the live stream earlier, that when the mind is too locked in or too much things going on, the entirety of it. Like for example, I was sharing like, you know, when you're live streaming, you only can see like the camera can show. Is there stuff to the left and the right?
Yeah.
Right? Like right now, your eyes can only see a certain amount presently, physically, right? But isn't there still more? If you leave the house, isn't there outside? Isn't there more? There's a lot more. So it's just a matter of just slowing down and focus and experience things for what they are. But, you know, it's at that state, but now you're starting to tap into, which is good.
I'm mainly the closer. I'll schedule the other guy. He does opening. He does a bit of an opening in
Right.
the afternoon, and then out of stress and just anger that these people can cause for you in your mind. But, like I've been really calm.
That's good.
When I first started there, I was like, you know, yelling at the shit. I'd be like, you know, it's cool. Now I'm like, this other guy too on my last day there. He just was on his phone, you know, headphones, all this shit, texting. It's 9:05. You know, we give you the 5 extra minutes. You want to do at least respect that. So, you know, I look at her and she's like eyeing in this direction. The guy, I go up.
There was still another way you could have handled it.
I understand.
So like for example, like yes, he understood what you were. You know, I understand. Cool. You just walk away. Like let the boss deal with it if he's still at the back of the store,
There's no bosses.
or whatever. Like let someone.
They don't, and if there is, they never do. They don't give a shit.
Right. But anyways, like you did the best you did at the time. But like if an experience like that were to show up again this time, you'll be like, because remember, the way you're feeling, they're gonna just mirror back your feeling and amplify it.
Yeah.
They're just a mirror, right? So the more you do that, that's what's gonna instigate. But you handle it better than you did maybe a couple years ago. That's good. So you see how things are starting to shift, just those little micro shifts, and then you'll see, okay, I handled it this way this time. Next time, if someone like that, you'll handle it a little bit differently. You know? Yeah. I'm gonna get back to my stream, but see you. Are you gonna be here for a while, or are you guys going out?
Yeah, probably till 8, 9.
Okay. You guys going out or anything? Or?
We're gonna go for a walk.
Cool. All right. I'll see you in a bit. Enjoy it. Sorry, y'all. Usually whenever a brother named Alan shows up, I usually spend a few minutes with him, you know, checking in with him, making sure all is good with the broski. You know, that's what I do. But I don't think anyone's here, so I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, hello. Someone is here. I thought no one was here. I'm like, okay. I guess I was just like hanging out and the stream was just kind of quiet. So, what's up, Michael? Just got back to the house. I was just chatting with a brother who showed up at the house, just hanging out with him for a moment, just checking in with him, sharing his, his experience with a customer that he at his store. And yeah, but he's doing good. He said that nature has been a good friend to him. And I'm like, I know, because that's what nature's supposed to be. That's our natural state of being. It always was. The world and all the other things that are happening in the world are the foreignness of what's, it's the distraction. We are supposed to be more out in nature. That's our natural tendency. We are nature beings. We were born in nature. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I'll take that compliment, man. I'll take it. I appreciate it. I do my best to, take care of myself, Have to. Because, I have only a certain amount of time left on the planet, and I want to make sure that, I keep myself in as much of an optimal form. So usually I do my workouts on my stream as well. This is my newer channel at another channel. That channel I was just doing all kinds of random stuff. And I haven't figured out yet if I'm going to be doing all my workouts on this one, or if I'm just going to be doing my talking, because really I want to help people with their mind, but I also want to help people with their body, helping them stay, take a little bit of movement. Doesn't mean that they have to exercise, but they can at least, get their bodies rolling, So I was going to go grab breakfast. I'm getting the phone charged up for a little bit before I go and grab breakfast, or I might just even start the workout. Today's my leg day. Yeah, but I got to make sure I take care of myself. Nothing is worth it if your health is on the line. If your health is on the line, I would just toss it, because there's no point. Yes, we all know we're all going to leave the planet someday, right? But I would rather leave later, if that's what it's supposed to happen, than sooner, And I had an experience back in 2018 where I was about 100 pounds overweight. I didn't take care of myself. I was working in IT. I was making a lot of money, but I still felt broke for some reason. And my bank account still felt kind of empty, because I just didn't know how money worked. I was spending frivolously on things, and but I also wasn't taking care of my physical health. And because of that, I started to feel very not myself anymore, and I had to take care of myself. Some silvers have showed up on my beard, and that's okay. I'm good with that. I'll take that wisdom phase. Eating is the issue. Okay. Well, let me just share that. Don't make eating an issue. The mind wants to make something an issue, but I will tell you that you're good. As long as there's no problem. So this is what's going to happen. When we label something as an issue, the mind sends a signal to the body, like the cells, and the cells will listen like, oh, this is an issue, so let's create the issue, because the body's creating all the either the chaos or the calmness. So like I can eat a muffin right now, I can go eat ice cream right now before I even eat breakfast, and I'll be fine. I can eat whatever I choose to because I know that it's all energy and I can transmute the energy because it's all from the mind, right? But because we've been so told that everything's physical, like if you eat pizza at like 10 a.m., you're going to get bloated. Yeah, that can happen and it does happen. But you also have the power to influence the body within, right? That also works too, right? There are people who, for example, I'm sure you know about the placebo effect, right? I'm pretty sure you know about that, where if you take like a pill, right? And they tell you that the pill is going to heal some sort of disease, dis-ease, right? You're not at ease, basically. That's what a disease is, not at ease, right? So basically, if you truly believe with every fiber of your soul that this pill or this vitamin is going to heal you or whatever it is, and you have such conviction in this pill, you will heal it. It's really the mind creating the experience for it to be healed, right? If you take medicine usually can either usually heal generally, but some harm. But if you truly believe that it's healing, it can heal. But the thing is, like, you know, there are medicines and things that can actually hinder you. So that also works. But is someone who doesn't know how reality works, they take the medicine and there's some fear that they're creating within themselves saying that it's not possible, it's not working. I'm not saying that there aren't some psychological and neurological things happening in the mind, because shit does happen. But we also can influence reality by our will within. So I would say don't focus too much on the issues of eating. Just know that you're eating the way you're supposed to be eating right now, and you're working towards your goals of how you want to get there. That's it. Just keep it simple. Like, you know, you're working towards the goal and you're already at the goal, but you got to look from the goal, and then you just start taking the actions. You'll start to drop a lot of the stuff that you think are issues, and they won't really become an issue anymore. It just becomes just a state of being. Hey, what's up, bro? And good morning to you too. It's nice and sunny and hot today. I'm debating if I should do my workout first and then eat, or eat first and then do my workout. That's what's going on right now. I have to change my my stream though to 60 FPS. So the stream, I need to restart the stream in a moment. But I also need to get the cooler because the phone's going to overheat. Because it's hot. It's really hot. It's going to be like 30 something degrees Celsius, which is 82, 83. I know for you that's not really hot, but it's hot. Right? Because I know you all get like 90s over there. Right? Y'all are like 90s and hundreds. Whereas like for us, because this is currently not normal for us, even though what is normal, right? Because, you know, we just came out of winter. So for us, like this is like, whoa, the temperatures are so nice, because we don't get this all year, right? This isn't San Diego. We get that winter. We get that coldness, you know? All right, give me a moment. I'm going to restart the stream. Oh yeah, there's a lot of psychological things happening in this mind. Let's not get into it. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. But I have experienced, well, I'll wait till the stream starts back. I think we're good. I will get back to you when it is 120F or 48C. Because we've had temperature like that. I'm not saying we had that last year, but we definitely had temperatures like that. I know what that feels like. But I will still, dude, I will still take 120 F over minus 40 F. You know what I'm saying? Like, how about you get back to me when you experience minus 40 F, bro? I don't know if you ever experienced minus 40 F. I don't think you have. If you have, like, then you know what that feels like. But, you know, minus 40 F is not fun. That's not fun at all. Minus 40 F is like, whoa, which is minus 40 Celsius. That's the first time that Celsius and Fahrenheit actually agree at the same time, at minus 40. They're at the same number. It's pretty nuts. Minus 40 C is minus 40 F. And then from that moment on, they don't agree ever again. They either go hot or they go cold. But it's so funny that minus 40 F and minus 40 C, they're at the same. But yeah, I've experienced 120 degrees Fahrenheit. It's hot. I'm not denying that, but I'll take the heat over the cold any day, bro. You know why? Because for me, specifically, I can cool down easier than stay warm. Most people are like, that's not true. You can warm up faster than cooling down. I'm like, no, it's not. I can cool down faster than warming up. It takes me forever to friggin' warm up. I know that might be a block from the mentalness, but I do know that, like, the mind, for my body specifically, I actually get cooled down quicker than I do warmed up. It takes me forever to warm up, unless I move my body enough for me to generate some energy, like a turbine. So, yeah. Take off my headband and put on my other headband. It's my going out headband. Because the other headband I'm going to be sweating in. Hey, Dad. Is it 10:59? It sure is. It's 7:59 in the Pacific. Yep. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be streaming all day. We'll see. We'll see what the day has in store. I might jump off early. I might keep going. We'll see. I mean, I can do this all day. I've been doing this all day for years, or for a year, 17 months to be exact. So, you know. But it just comes down to if there's anybody on. Like, if there's no one on, like, there's no point being on at this point. But, you know. I've said what needed to be said today. I feel good talking about the mind, and, you know, how the mind will eventually start to lose things over time if you allow yourself to slow down. But it won't lose its steam if you keep feeding it steam. Like, if you keep going and going, it'll just never stop. And you'll never catch that break until you just relax. But sometimes the universe is going to be like, all right, you don't want to listen? Okay, I'm going to force that onto you now by giving you an experience for you to slow down. Right? It'll throw you a nasty curveball when you least expect it, or you can call it a great curveball. Yeah. I'm probably going to go... This is what I'm probably going to do. I'm probably going to go and end the stream. I'm going to start the stream back out, like, later. Or I can just keep the stream going, but I don't know. I think I like my shorter streams and whatnot, but if any of you have anything to share, it's not much right now because I'm just going to go grab something to eat, make my eggs, have my food. So awesome. All right, universe, what are we doing? We doing this entire day, or we just chilling? What are we doing? Like in the mornings when I start to stream, you know, it's much busier. But during the afternoon, not so much. So I might call it a wrap. And yeah. So if anyone is here, I might be back on. I'll call it Fade Part 2 because, you know, I figured why not? And or I'll just leave the stream on. That works. I'm gonna go grab my meal though and eat. So if any of you do show up while I'm not at the screen, I'm gonna just type in the chat that I'm making breakfast. Join the chat. Grabbing food and making... Oh, you're here, T-Bray. Cool. T-Bray, do me a favor. Drop a F word in the chat for me if you can. I want to see if the... Come on, dude. Just do it. I'm asking you to do it so I can just see if it works. I didn't turn on the filter, so I don't know if it works or not. I'm just typing in the chat. Be right back. Enjoy the nature. Yeah. I'll spam some hearts while I'm at it. You could drop it, you know. I mean, I don't think it's going to work because I didn't turn it on. But if you do say anything, and you know what I'll do? I'll bring my tablet upstairs and I'll just keep an eye on the stream, just 'cause. Okay. I'm going to just lower down my volume. I have my tablet. I do need another phone. It's just simpler. Drop that F word, bro. Drop it so I can see if my thing works. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna make eggs. It was good to see Alan. He showed up today. Okay, so okay, so it doesn't work. I don't know if I put the word like shit into the filter. I don't think I did. That's funny. And you're right. I can't play. I'm not that good. I'm terrible, bro. I'm absolutely terrible. I'm like I'm the worst Dead by Daylight player ever. For anybody that's on, I'm just making some eggs. I'm upstairs. The phone needs to charge, but it also needs to stay cool because the phone was getting hot. So, but Orion, if it's getting hot, then why is it outside? Ah, because I have a cooler that's plugged into it. A cooler? What do you mean? Well, I have a cooler that's plugged to the phone. Keeps the phone nice and cool. All right, let me. I'd bring you upstairs, but the phone needs to charge right now. So, yeah. D-Ray, drop the F word, bro. Just say it, bro. It's okay. Oh, you did? Well, then clearly it worked, because I didn't see it. So it does work. Interesting. Do you see it in the chat? I don't see it. Do you see it for yourself? Or did it just get blocked? Oh, you see it, okay. But that's interesting because I don't see it. So that means it worked. Okay. Okay, that's good. That's excellent, actually. Let's try another word. Type just POS. Like just the letters POS. Let me know when you typed it. Oh, I like this game. I like it a lot. Yeah, type POS. And if you did, and I don't see it, then that means it works. That means a whole bunch of people are jumping on my streams, and I know what else I need to do. I need to type in "shut up" as well into the stream. Ooh, nope, not putting that in my eggs. Whoa, whoa. If you typed it and I didn't see it, yes, it worked. I do need to put like, I think I'll need to put "shut up" into the, actually no, I'll leave that one. Yeah, I guess it worked because I don't see it. I definitely don't see it in my chat. And I'm looking at the YouTube actual chat itself. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, it worked. That's right. Best recognized. I put a few filter words, not too many. I want people to have the ability to speak whatever they want, but you know, there's certain words that I made sure to not make it work. I can't even select what I wrote. Delete. Fascinating. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you letting me know. Nice. But the thing is, only you can see it. Nobody else can see it. If I'm gonna open up another stream on my computer, and I'm gonna see if anybody else can see what you wrote with my other account. because it's not tied to this account. So when you say YouTube can see, you mean YouTube the company or YouTube the people can see it? Because I'll go on my other channel and see if I can see it. Because I don't think anybody else can see what you wrote. I'll double check though. The company. You're not gonna get banned. Calm down, bro. Relax. I know you're joking. Alright. As my eggs are on, let me go check. Let me go open up my stream on a different account. Just to double check to see if I can see your messages. Things are going good. Things are great, Michael. All right, T-Bray. Yeah, that's right. I can't see it, bro. Guess what? It worked. That's right. Let me type POS and see if you all can see it from my other account. Huh. Blocked. I blocked myself. Nice. So I'm gonna just do a quick test. That one went through. Ooh, it worked. I'm gonna type. Sucker. It works. It works. Hell yeah. I basically said POS and then I told myself like you, and it doesn't show up in the stream. Nice. Can I delete my own messages? Probably not. Nope. Well, it does remove. I can delete my own messages. Well, some of it can. Ooh, it doesn't work now. Cool. Yeah, Michael, everything's good. I was testing my filter words. And my filter words are working. Very, very nice. I knew I didn't have to turn on the setting. I knew it. So now, people can't come on and be trolling with their, I can't see their messages. I'm sure someone dropped some sort of hateful comment earlier, but you all can't see it. You can't see me, boy. That's so awesome. I've been preparing. I'll be back out there shortly, y'all. My eggs are being made right now. Feels like they're taking longer than normal to cook. Gotta raise the stove a little bit. Yep. I definitely will stay hydrated. I'm making eggs right now. Good to see you, by the way. I'm just gonna wash some dishes as well while I'm here. Definitely will stay hydrated. It's hot. It's hot. Very hot today. It's gonna get hotter in the afternoon. It'll be like 30 degrees Fahrenheit, Celsius, not Fahrenheit. 30 degrees Fahrenheit's cold. It's like 82 or 83 degrees today. Getting used to my American metrics or measurements. good to see you. I'm inside. I'm making eggs right now. I'll be back outside shortly. How are you doing this wizardry? It's simple. I have a wireless microphone. And it has really good range. Yeah, I'm just making some eggs for breakfast. Or for brunch. It's technically brunch. Be back outside, play some music for y'all. I like that the video of skydiving. Oh, okay, cool. You saw the other video. Nice. Very nice. Yep. Yeah, that was years and years and years ago. That was years and years and years ago. That's when I was starting to find some sort of glimmer of happiness within. I didn't quite know it back then, but I started to experience it. I spent like most of my life like just not liking things. Well, not childhood. That was in my 20s. That was definitely in my 20s. 2014. July 27th or 26th, 2014. I have a certificate and everything. Yikes. Hot. Hot. You can see my text though. Yes, I can see your text, bro. I can see that one. But any sort of like swear word or curse word or something like that, nope. If you said anything curse, I can't see it. I can see that one. You're good. You're not banned. I told you. I only put filter words. Keeping the stream respectful. So if someone comes on and you're like a shithead or something like that, I basically have blocked that. I'm here for freedom of speech, but I'm not here to be disrespected. Ain't nobody, and I mean it, nobody's disrespecting me ever again. You can say whatever you want, but I won't see it. So you can say they have their little freedom of speech without me having to see it. On their end, they'll see it, right? Like you can see your messages. You know, anyone who comes on my stream and, you know, just says like bad words to me or anyone in the chat by saying like you're this or dropping some sort of negative word, I've blocked the word. On their end, they can still see it, but on my end, I can't see it and the chat can't see it either. Keeping the chat very respectful. Still, freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want, but I don't have to see it. So I'm glad that it works the way I intended it to work. That should have been done a long time ago on my other channel, but I didn't know. But now I know. So now I'm going to make sure I keep putting some filter words in place. Because, you know, you have the right to... Thing is, like, I don't stop anybody from saying what they want to say. You can say whatever you want about me, but I also don't want to see shit like that in my chat. It brings down the, like, negative... Like, it brings the vibe down. I'm not here for that. There are millions of other live streams you can go on and you can go and do all that if you choose to. But I'm sure they also have set up filter words. I'm probably gonna put 6-7 into the chat. But I know like someone who's like 6'7", 6'7", 6'7". For me, 6'7" doesn't mean anything. So I will leave that one alone. I want to test something else though. I'm gonna write my own chat from my other account. I'm gonna write something very derogative and see if it blocks out the word or the entire sentence, or if the message will even go through. This is a good way of me testing. I'm experimenting with my chat basically. I set up my filter words 2 days ago, but I didn't get to really test it out yesterday. Because there's nothing negative being said in the chat. So, right now somebody could be writing something that's very disrespectful and I can't see it because I've blocked it. I want you all to have a place where you can come and just hang out without it being like negative and hostile, you know? We don't need more of that. We already have a lot of that in the world. Come on now. I choose differently. All right, I'm almost done. Doo-doo. I'll be back out there in a moment. Don't worry, I'll move the microphone away from my mouth. No chewing ASMR. Wait, how come you're saying my bad? You didn't do anything wrong. You're good. Unless you said something, I didn't see it. I'm gonna type a very disrespectful term in my own stream. All right, Orion, you. Ooh, blocked. I blocked myself. What's up, Doc? Good to see you. Ooh, so if even the word is in the sentence, it's blocked. So your entire sentence gets blocked if you use the word, if you even use the F word. Okay. So if any of you ever use the F word, your F word is going to get blocked. Okay. Because sometimes you need to use the F word sometimes. I have to play around with my settings. What about this one? Does this work? Nope, that's blocked. How about this? I'm typing in my own chat, by the way. I can't, you all are not seeing my messages, but I'm typing some pretty bad things about, you know, I'm just saying some pretty bad words right now. What about this one? If I put it together, does this work? Nope. So even if you put, even if it has a couple letters that matches the filter, it's gonna block it. I wrote shit face just now in my own chat. Nice. Yeah, they're nice. Unfortunately, they will be mowed. They're gonna get mowed down soon because I gotta cut that grass. I gotta mow that lawn. I got me some eggs. I got me clementine, and I got me a yogurt. So, and yes, how did I know that you guys were here? Because I'm spying on all of you with my own stream. That's how I knew you guys were there. That's how I was seeing the messages. See? That's level 10,000 intellect right there, y'all. That's level 10,000 intellect at its finest. Let's get that, son. Oh, yeah. To Sunil. Where is that Sunil guy? Sunil, he was saying earlier, I look weak. Does this look like weakness to you? Does this look like weakness to you? Huh? Yeah, there were yolk. I eat the yolk. Yolk's actually healthy for you. Yeah, it's with yolk. 100%. I never take out the yolks. I know they say it has high cholesterol, but I don't subscribe to high cholesterol because I don't have cholesterol problem because I move my body, right? So like for me, I eat it with yolk. I love it. It's delicious. All right, I'm gonna move the microphone away from my mouth for a moment and chew and eat. You can either listen to some music or you can have the sounds of nature. Let me know. If you want some music on, I'll put some music on, but if not, you'll hear nature and the birds. So good. So you want me to leave the nature like this, or you want me to put on actually like nature music? Okay, let me do that quickly. Let's find some soothing music. I trust it doesn't get copyright, but you know. This one's good. I'll take this one. It's like 20 minutes. It's peaceful. I like it. I'll talk in a moment when I'm finished. Actually, you know what? The bird sounds in this sound is like kind of confusing me with the birds around here, because I'm like, is that the sound of the birds on the video, or is that the birds around here? That's how entrenched this music is right now, because there's a bunch of birds chirping here too. And I can't tell if this is the sound of the video or if it's over here. What's up, bro? I'm just eating. I didn't want to do some chewing ASMR, so y'all are just listening to some nature music while I'm in nature. I trust you're doing good, Todd. I gotta make sure I don't get a farmer tan, because, you know, T-Bray would be like, you got that farmer tan, boy. You got that farmer tan. Because, you know, last year, I didn't take off my shirt whatsoever until, like, later, because I had, like, this body shame thing. I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna show my skin on the stream. I don't give a fuck. But you could see my arm color difference. Like, my forearm was completely, like, dark, and up here was, like, white as hell. I'm like... And when I first started, you could see the difference of my, like, chest and my ab muscles as opposed to, like, my arms. And they're like, wow, vastly different. Like, you can see the lines. So, during the summer, I'll be making sure I take off the shirt so I can get that nice, like, even tan. Otherwise, I have T-Bray be calling me, got that farmer tan, boy. Yeah, boy. Got to eat that yogurt quickly because it's getting warm. But I'm seeing your text. I see that one. So like I saw Todd's, I see yours, but I'm not seeing. If you're like saying, "Yeah, boy," or some shit like that. I wonder if I put that. If I did, I got to remove that because I want to leave the word "boy" in. No, what did you write about Jason? Shit. Okay. I gotta undo some filter words. So you see, There's a pro and a con to this. I didn't see the Jason message, but I am seeing all your other messages right now. No, I asked if you can play as Jason now. No, not yet. You can go into the public beta and play, I think, as him, but it's not available, or not. It's public beta. You can go into public beta. You'd have to switch your game from. I don't know how it works on PlayStation. How you can enter the PTB, but you can go into PTB. I don't know if that's for if consoles have that ability. I'm sure it does, but you'd have to change your game from like the regular to the beta version, if that's a possibility on PlayStation. But yes, you can play as him, but not in the official like release yet, because he's coming out in 2 weeks. Excuse me. I have to get one of my vitamins. And yes, I'm making sure my Oh, I missed your message about is Jason playable on DVD now? Okay, you did. I do see that one. I scrolled back up on the live stream on the computer. Yes, I do see that message. It's just that. Oh my goodness, bless me. I'm gonna check my filter words in a bit and see which I should remove, because I want to be able to say fuck in the stream. You might have to go, instead of saying fuck, and say F. EFF. Placebo vitamins, y'all. Placebo vitamins. I'm drinking this water out because it's getting a little warm. Yeah, they're playing as him in the public beta, because you get to test things out 2 weeks prior before anything is released. And that's where people who are doing the beta test, all the skills are available for all killers, all things are accessible, but it's not your main account. It's essentially, excuse me, it's essentially just the server gives you, it's like how we play the custom game, how everything's just accessible to you. It's like that. But today's Wednesday, yes. I gotta put the recycling bin out. Whew. I might cut the grass quickly, y'all. Get that out of the way. I'm debating right now. Ugh. I either do that today. No, today's not Wednesday. Today is Tuesday. What the fuck am I doing? Today's Tuesday. See, I'm getting my days mixed up, bro. Today felt like Wednesday. I don't know why. God damn. Fuck. Yeah, today's Tuesday. For some reason, yesterday felt like Tuesday, so today feels like Wednesday, but it's not. You see how like perception got kind of like messed up there? Because I was about to take my recycling bin out to the front. I'm like, what are we doing here? Because like before you even said it's Tuesday, I'm like, wait a minute, today's not Wednesday, today's fucking Tuesday. What are you talking about? It's great. Even sometimes this mind kind of loses its sense of time. Ugh. All right. But still, I gotta cut that grass. It's true. That's basically it, right? When you are definitely in the flow, it's like every day becomes the same. It becomes like one continuous like thing for me. So like sometimes losing perception of time is actually not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. Yeah, exactly. Time is a very weird, because like think about it, right? All of you are in different parts of the world. I know me and T-Berry, right, we're on the same time zone. Like we're in the Eastern right now. But when I'm in San Diego, I'll be on the Pacific. But yet, like you, Todd, I don't know where you are in the world. I know where Doc is, right? But he is more nighttime. He's like more late evening into nighttime. But yet he's still in the same now moment with me. He's with all of us in the same now moment, right? So that's why I said time is just a construct, right? We use it to navigate the world, and we use it, right, wherever you are. Like if it's nighttime, it's nighttime, right? Nighttime, daytime. But when you leave the world, like leave the earth and you're in space, now they use the universal time zone just to stay like kind of in some sort of like way of being. Or if you're traveling, now you enter the new time zone, so now you operate from that paradigm. It may, for like a day or so, you might have jet lag, depending on, like, let's say, like my brother, they came from Japan, or they came back from Japan April 8th or April 9th. They were 13 hours ahead of Toronto, right? So when they got to Tokyo, when they left on March 26th, because they went for about 2 weeks, they had to adjust their time zone because they were on opposite time zones, right? Like they had to sleep in the plane and get like adjusted to Tokyo time by the time they landed. So when they got there, it was late afternoon, right? So like they went through a whole different like time shift. Now when they were coming back, they almost lived the same day twice. Almost, not quite, but they almost lived the same day twice because they went backwards in time. So that's why I said like it's a weird construct. We use it, we have to use it to navigate the world, right? It makes things a little bit more, it makes things a little bit easier to navigate. But when it comes to your internal personal world, time doesn't exist. It's an illusion because your subconscious mind doesn't adhere to time. Because you can go back to your past right now and feel everything that you felt, whether good or not so good, about your past. Like you remember nostalgic moments, like if you were born in the 90s. I can close my eyes, I can feel everything about the 80s and the 90s. I got the opportunity to live through that time era before the internet, and I can imagine myself back in the apartment where I used to live. I can see the windows, I can see the heater grill. I can see, the little thing that you pull the window, like this weird thing that you open the window with. I can see the door to the balcony. It's like white. I can see the wall I used to throw like my ball at all the time. I used to like throw tennis balls at the wall all the time and play catch. But you see, like I can feel that right now, and your emotion, your subconscious mind uses emotions, not words, not logic. Emotions can create words, and words can create emotions, but your subconscious mind bypasses that whole idea once you tap into it, and you can feel whatever you need to feel from back then, or you can experience it right now. What we got? I mean, the thing, I don't know what the name is, but that pulling mechanism, and then you slide the window open. That's why I don't know the official name for that thing that you pull, and then you open the window, right? There's a locking mechanism, but it's not a lock though, because like you gotta, well, it probably is, but it's not your traditional like lock, you know what I'm saying? Because my definition of a lock is one of those things where, you know, or that thing, you pull it and then you slide the window open. And then if you're gonna close your window, you gotta slide it and then. But you see, like I remember that. I can remember it very vividly because I had to do it all the time, especially in the summertime. Now I was like 7 years old doing that, but you know, mom would tell me open up the windows. I also remember my room. I remember my room very well, and I remember the little TV, a little RCA, you know, tube TV with my Nintendo, my old school NES, and always having to take the cartridge, put it back in, smash the console because my, you know, the connectors weren't connecting for my games to work. Because that's how I used to get my shit to work. Because my Nintendo, it was brand new, but the games over time, the connectors wasn't landing on the spot, and then of course the game would either keep skipping or it wouldn't read, and you have to like and then like smash the console and then put it in and then hit the power button and then it worked. Gosh, Nintendos, man. Aggravating at times. Welcome back, Shapeshifter. Good to see you, dude. Yeah. So like I can remember all of these things, and I can just close my eyes. And PSP as well. PSPs were great, but they also had some annoyances to them as well, you know? So I definitely need to grab more water. I'm gonna need to drink some water. I'm starting to feel hot. I'll be drinking a bunch of water this week. I'll probably be guzzling down like at least 6 to 8 bottles a day now that it's getting warm, which is good. Yeah. So yeah, your subconscious mind does not adhere to time whatsoever. Our logical mind adheres to time, and we do use time, but again, you know, time is one of those weird constructs that we created so we can navigate to make life easier, but to some degree we made our life more difficult with it as well too, in the same process. Everything has a equal and opposite like action and reaction. So, you know, whatever action you take has an opposite reaction or consequence to it, right? So like, you know, you do one thing, this is what's going to potentially happen on the other spectrum. Ooh, the music's done. Free copyright music claim, ender at a beach. We'll take the beach music, why not? Take some beach music while we're at it. Doesn't really sound like beach music though, but you know. And yeah, Karma. Do I want to run a few games? I mean, I could. But then I have to set all that up right now. Do you want to run a few games later, bro? I don't really feel like running it right now. Like usually during the daytime, I'm like, I'm good. Cause then I have to go inside. I could technically set up the laptop out here and play, but too much work. Too much work right now. Yep. Follow your Dharma and everything will follow you, Bhagavad Gita. Yes, indeed. I love the Bhagavad Gita, by the way. Arjuna and Krishna. I love the story, by the way. Love the Bhagavad Gita. You're dressed like how I think. Interesting, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I like to be comfortable, you know? Like, I'm going to do my workout soon. and I might actually start my workout momentarily. So I know T-Bray said, like, want to run a game? I'm actually going to do my workout. That's what I'll do. I'm going to go grab my weights in a moment, or I'll grab it right now and start shortly. Some of you are welcome to join if you choose, or you can just hang out with me. It's all up to you. But moving my body is top priority. Top priority number one, numero uno. It's not just the mental health, it's the physical as well. Yeah, man. I like to just... Basically, you can say I don't dress to impress anymore. I dress to feel comfortable, to thrive, right? Because, like, I used to dress to impress other people. Who am I impressing, right? I'm like, I'm not impressing anybody. I'm impressing myself. All right, so 40 pounds, by the way. I'm going to be upping the weight soon to 45. Going up 5 pounds. I'm going to change my shoes. I have to get new gloves. I have to buy some gloves. My workout gloves. They're ripping. The Velcro's not staying. I wear my stuff out to the point where, like, you know, it's no longer usable. That's how I roll. Until it's like no longer usable, I keep going with it because, you know, still does the job, you know. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Let's have a look what we got in the chat. I watch. Cool. Awesome. Welcome. This is probably going to undo itself. It's holding on by a thread, quite literally. Whew. Damn, it's hot. I love it, though. T-Bray's been with me for quite some time, so he's seen me go through the ups and the downs, the highs and the lows, and also the temperatures of being really friggin' cold and really friggin' hot. We started, like, me and him started connecting more in the summer last year. So it's almost a full calendar year, dude, if you didn't know. That's not beach music. Let's put on some beach music. Okay, whatever, sure. I'll start moving my body shortly, though. I usually follow a YouTuber named Tiff and... Well, I follow a channel named Tiff and Dan. So I follow their routine. There's no point for me to reinvent the wheel and make my own routines. I can. It's easy. But there's no point because they've already made the routines for me. So I just follow their stuff and I just follow along. I do explain how things work if you are following along. Because I wanted to be a YouTube fitness instructor, and I successfully have become a YouTube fitness instructor as well too. Because I've had people work out with me before on my other channel, and got some people in shape. It's pretty good. I got to practice a lot of the things I wanted to do. Yeah, see, this glove is like, it's like done. It's done like dinner. Let's see. Yeah, man, time flies. Time definitely flies, bro. It's been almost a whole year, dude. It was July. You remember July? You remember the hell? You remember that? But that's when we connected. Like deeper. Like we bonded more in July. I remember our first conversation about the ladies. About the women. Them girls. Them girls. Let's see. Hey, that's awesome. I love calisthenics. Because, you know, like, I'm starting to train slightly different. I'm starting to focus on joint health. Like knees, ankles, spine, hip. I'm still lifting weights, as you can see, where I'm going to be doing. Today's leg day, though. But I do other moves after my workout. Like, I spend the day kind of like moving my body for like the afternoon. Just kind of spread it up. But I focus on like mobility health, right? My joints. Because healthy joints, healthy body. Unhealthy joints, not so great healthy body, right? Because like, you don't want to be like, you know, life's going to throw you a curveball at times, right? So let's say, for example, 3 weeks ago, well, yeah, it's 3 weeks now. Damn, time flies. 3 weeks ago, it was my brother and 2 of his friends that we needed to do something with his car. And I had to help lift the damn car because we didn't have the jacks at the time, because to go and get the jacks would take a while where his friends lived, and they totally forgot to bring the jacks. It was like, it slipped their mind. So I'm like, they asked me to come over there and help give them a hand. I'm like, yeah, of course. So like, that's when life is going to throw you a curveball. Had I not worked on my physical form, right, I would have potentially blown out my back. Right? Because life's going to throw you that curveball, and you have to be sort of ready, because life doesn't move in a linear fashion, right? What if you fall down and you land on a weird way? If your body's resilient enough, you'll get right back up. But if you haven't, like, let's say I were to like fall in like some weird like angle or some shit like that, right? My hips, because I've trained my hips and my legs and my joints, I'll be able to take the blow easier and be more resilient to get back up. It's basically preventing damage and injury. Right? Or like, you know, the simple ones like getting down and like squatting down and like tying your shoelace and getting back up. I used to, at one point when I would get down, like, oh my God, I feel the pain. And then I have to use my hands to get back up. I'll show you something. I just ran a deck of cards. Awesome. Good stuff, dude. Where is that photo? Nope. Yep. Hard to believe, but this was me back in I could have raised the brightness a bit. This was me in 2018. That's not a real smile, that's a fake smile, but that's the best smile I could bust out at the time. Did my job, but I was over 100 pounds of like overweight by 100 pounds here. I could barely fit in my suit. That's me in 2021. Of course I have hair now, but you know, oops. I was stressing. I was working at my law firm, and I was overworking myself to a bone, and I was stressing out, and I hated life. I was broken mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, and financially. I was making 6 figures, by the way, at that time, and I felt broke. And not only was I felt broke, I was broke because I didn't know how money worked back then. So I could barely, like, do you see the suit that I was wearing? I could barely fit my shirt. Like, I had so much girth. I would refuse to buy new clothing because I knew one day I would eventually, and see that one day becomes someday and becomes no day until you take action. But I had a feeling deep down inside, I knew I was going to get back to my shape to some degree. And I couldn't fit in my shirts, and my shirts were getting stretched, and I refused to buy new clothing because I was like, I'm not buying big clothing. I'm not going to be fat forever. So I do at least know that I had the ability to change. I just didn't know how to do it at the time. But I knew I had the ability to change. Somewhere deep down within myself, I'm like, I once upon a time fit in these clothing, so I know that I can fit back in these clothing. So what do I have to do? I got to trace back all the problems that I'm creating for myself. So ultimately, I found my way back to this by taking care of myself. So like now my suits fit again. Because I was like, I'm not buying new suits. I'm not buying bigger shirts. Because by the time I lose all the weight, now I have these big ass shirts that are going to swallow me whole. And I don't like baggy clothing. For myself, I'm not a fan of baggy clothing. I know that's a trend now. I don't follow trends though. I'm my own trend. That's a bar, write it down. I don't follow the current trend where people are wearing like baggy ass pants and baggy ass clothing, like big ass sweaters. I don't care about trends. That's why I dress the way I dress. Right? Let me see. I'll use a deck of cards as my counter for my workout. That makes sense. Yeah, you can have all the money in the world and still be poor. Exactly. And you can have all the money in the world and not take care of your health too. And I know someone who still refuses to take care of their physical health because they feel like, I mean, they're happy, but like they can't do much. Like the very fact that they have to like hold the chair to get out of the chair, it tells me a lot. There's no judgment, but like myself, I don't want to ever be in that situation. So that's why for me, I move my body every day. I know they say you should take a rest day, and we've had this conversation, but for me, I'm always in rest. After I'm done my movement, my body's in always constant rest because I make sure that I'm in rest mode. I'm not stressing about anything. I'm relaxed. I'm calm. I'm chill. So as I'm chilling and relaxing, my body's able to recover much faster. That's why whatever I do 30 to 40 minutes a day with the main movement. I call it the main quest. I treat it as a video game. So this is the main quest I'm about to do. And then I have a side quest, which is my abs. And then I do like my other stuff. Those are like optionals. But they're not optional to me. They're mandatory. But essentially I just move the body more and more and more. But I'm always in rest. The thing is because, you know, my life has been created the way I chose it to be created. Right? But it didn't happen overnight. It took several years for shit to happen, unfold. The other thing too is like when I was going to my law firm, when I was working at the law firm, I was waking up earlier just to get my workout in. So like I would wake up at 3 a.m. every day. It's crazy. But I was determined because I was like, if I was once upon a time able to fit in my suits, then there's no reason why I can't get back to the way I was. So at least I knew somewhere deep down that I could change. Most people believe they can't change. That's the biggest hurdle that a lot of people are facing, is that they feel like they can't change their life. And I am living proof that you can change at any time if you really are determined to alter the state of your being. You can change if you really wanted to. But if you don't want to change, then it's not going to happen. You're going to stay the same. This is just a fact at this point. What the thinker thinks the prover proves in the end. Let's see. Most people with money aren't exactly happy. Exactly. Most of those people are in my family, and I see what their lives are like up close. I'm not poor either, but I see how people are lied about money. Yes. Money so here's the thing about money too. Money is just a tool. It's a neutral tool. It's not good nor bad. It just is. But the thing is, so many has created this as they worship it as a false like deity. And so when money disappears, they go, whoa, like they start to panic. I did that for years. Right? It's only recently I shifted the game for myself. I changed it because I understood how the game works. So I turned the game upside down on its head. That's the expression. Right? I know a billionaire right now, like I said. His health, he's got all the money in the world. He can hire a personal trainer, and he can be, not only will he be more happier, he can even make more money. But he refuses to take care of himself. So, like, when he's getting out of his chair, he's like, you know, like that red color? Like, he has to have so much energy just to get out of his chair. Right? You can have all the money in the world, but that doesn't mean, like, so many people who are unhappy or unhealthy. I know people who are who have not as much in the physical resource sense, but they know that they have it here, but they're living their best life. They're healthy, they're happy, they're thriving, they're living. So it's all perception. And the world creates this false narrative over and over, and most get caught up and ensnared in that narrative. So I'm glad those who are here, you understand how it works. I don't have to really say much. Oh yeah. Yeah, the more you make, the more you want. It never ends. True. And it's not really about the physical health either. It's about mastering the mind. Yeah. It's about mastering the mind, because when you master the mind, then everything else kind of like follows suit. Most of us came to Earth knowing when we were younger that this was, well, let me just say that everyone knew before they came to Earth what you came here to do, but over time we slowly forgot. And what we came here to do, each and every single one of us, yes, you can have kids, yes, you can have a husband or a wife, yes, you can build a family, yes, you can build your business, you can have all that. That's part of your journey. But what you came here to do, all of us, is master yourself, master your mind. That's what I do. I help people to unblock their subconscious blocks so they can blast past what they think they're being blocked by and live their best life. Or another way of saying that, I help you unlock your fullest potential. Because I've seen it for myself, what the mind's actually doing. I had to spend 17 months on my own live stream, like a phantom live stream, to sort, T-Bray and a few were there, but like throughout the day it was pretty much just me, kind of just doing my thing, and figure out what the hell is going on with the mind. And I'm sure my mind isn't the only way, it's not the only one that's doing this. I'm sure other minds are doing it, and sure enough, other minds were doing it and are doing it right now. I can see it based on the things that are shared in the chat. I can tell who's sort of figured it out and who is kind of like, they're just doing their thing. It's nothing wrong. There's no judgment, because I was there at one point too. That picture of 2018 is a reminder where I was. I love that version of me. I respect that version of me, but I will never go back to that version of me. But even if that were to ever happen, I'll at least still love myself enough to know. But of course, it's all about the mastery of your mind. Mindset isn't enough though. That's why I said that's like elementary. I'm not here to help you master, or I'm not here to fix your mindset. I'm here to master your mind. There's a big difference between mindset and mind mastery. It's like kindergarten and PhD level things. There's a massive gap in between regular mindset and mind mastery. Right? I once upon a time started with mindset, had a fixed mindset, and I went into growth mindset, but then I realized all of them are saying a bunch of noise that they're still not getting to root cause, because I was still suffering. So I'm like, there's got to be something else. I can be all positive, I can have all the positive thoughts in the world, but something's still not clicking. And then I have to realize, wait a minute, mind mastery is a whole other paradigm. That's knowing, not believing, not thinking. It's knowing, embodying, being, feeling, not even trusting, just knowing. Knowing that you are the one within yourself that can shift at any time. And that's a whole other level of mastery than like basic mindset. Like, I've read the book Mindset by Carol Dweck. Very good book, by the way. Amazing book for those who are starting out. If you're starting out on your journey, one of the best books to read to start off with mindset is that book. Is called Mindset by Carol Dweck. I read that book in 2019. It started me on the journey, right? We all have to start somewhere. Some can skip levels, some have to go through the levels, right? It's like school. Some of you are beyond what the teacher can share, and you have to find the next teacher or the next mirror to help you to progress. Until you realize it was always you in the beginning, but that's another conversation. That's why I say the answer has always been you. Let's see. Shapeshifter. These people have more than enough, but the more money they make, the more scarcity they feel. It's nothing. It's nothing feels like success syndrome. So there is a different perspective I'll have. Yes, you're right. You're right about that. There is that. Yeah, you came to your planet, Justin, to find your own voice, which you have already. I know you have, and you definitely are walking your path now, dude. You're 100% walking your path. So those who are saying they want more, right? There's more than enough, right? More than enough can mean anything. Like every one of us has our own like threshold of what more than enough is. Some could be like, what is abundance? Like how much is enough for you? Some might say 10 million, some might say 10 billion, some might say just 1 million, some might even say 1,000, right? It all depends. For me, like I'm meant to have more, but not from a sense of like lack and scarcity. I'm meant to have more so I can keep doing more things with the world. See, the thing with me and money is I'm using money to help the world in a positive sense, in a way that can help people to flourish and not be like, oh, it's all for me. Of course I'm going to experience what I want. Like I didn't just come here for the rest of the world. I came here for myself too, right? Knowing that balance. But there are different sides. There's many perspectives to like those who are wanting more, but that is one side too. It's spot on. Some people do feel like they're in scarcity. So they keep wanting more and more and more because they feel like they never have enough. And they'll never feel like they have enough until they decide that they have been enough all this time. And funny enough, when you let go of importance, it comes to you. That's the paradoxical thing. When you let go of importance on the very thing that you're looking to have, and you're like, whatever, if it comes, cool. If it doesn't, I'm cool. I'm good either way. You'll see how it just naturally comes to you. That's what's happened in my life. I had to let go of like how everything came. And now more comes. And I'm good either way. Hello, bird. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Exactly. You don't need 10 million to live a nice life or 1 billion. You don't have to have that much need. It just you can't have enough. You will never have enough. Well, true. The human mind is always looking for the next. Right? When you know how the human mind works, you understand that and you know how it works. You understand or understand that the mind is always seeking the next thing. Right? You'll have 10 million, but then you want 10 billion. Nothing wrong with having more. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as we're not creating a negative connotation to having more, go have your more. It's no big deal. But just in the process, like what you said, feeling like you can live a nice life with 1 million. You can live a nice life with whatever you have. In fact, I'm living a nice life right now. I don't have 1 million physically yet, but in my inner world, well, my inner world is quite expansive. It's quite massive. It's so massive. It hasn't physically reached here, but I'm good either way because I'm good in the physical. Because I stopped letting the outside world dictate that I have to have this to have a good life. No. If this is the upper echelons I'm ever supposed to have, which I know it's not, but if this is the upper echelons I'm supposed to have, then let it be. But I'm good. I'm at peace. Because when I die, I get to evolve to the next level, whatever that is. Ascended Master or Council of Elder or whatever the hell it is. Because I figured it out. The thing is, what I'm really after is ascension, which I've already ascended. And all of us have ascended because we're here. You just have to tap in. And when I die, I can be like, yep, I figured out what the game of life was. I saw what was important. I got to see what the journey was like. I didn't let this happen. I didn't let this get in my way. I made sure I took action, but I also made sure to give back and serve. I also made sure to live a very kind life later on in my life. Some of us are late bloomers. What does that mean? Some of us figure out this stuff later in life, and you're never late. But I said late bloomer, but let's just call it a bloomer that blooms further down the road. Some bloom earlier than others, but that doesn't mean that you're behind. And then there's that whole paradigm with the world saying, okay, so you're 30 years old and you're not married yet, you don't got a wife, you don't have a house, you don't have this yet, and you don't have this yet. That's the fake narrative of the world, that you have to be at a certain age and you have to have certain things done. That's not true at all. Oh, you're in your 40s? Oh, but you don't have your own place yet? Oh, so you're a failure. Yeah. Right? That's the narrative that a lot of the people of the world, that the invisible voice of the world, it's not one person, but it's a narrative that's been spinning around. It's stories, essentially, with made-up words spinning around saying, oh, you're 40, you don't have your own place yet. Ah, you're a failure. Right. That's what's going on. I can see all the stories, all the narratives that are being spun around in the world. Yeah. In my mind, when I ascend beyond this world, I will exist within time and can travel the universe. Exactly. You know, you can travel the universe right now. Not maybe physically with your physical body, but technically speaking, when you close your eyes and you can imagine yourself by the sun or by a black hole. Of course, you know, don't expect to have a great experience at the black hole, but you can, because, you know, you get to create whatever you want within your mind. But yeah, you can do that too. Whenever you ascend, you will already be able to do all that, but you can do that right now, because your subconscious mind is the universe, just in a human form that has somewhat forgotten. But you can do that. You have that power. I've traveled to different star systems while still being in this body, but they call that astral project. Just another set of fancy words. You can do all that, though. There's another brother, his name's Nabito. He shows up on the stream. He's done it. He's astral projected. He's done more astral projection than I have. And he's traveled and seen all kinds of things. I personally don't need to see all that stuff because I had my own experiences to know that's enough. I'm not for myself. I'm not on a conquest to keep finding the answers. I'm done. I'm finished. Now I'm just existing to serve and help. But anyways, he's astral projected quite a few times, and he's had his own unique experiences, and he's traveled the universe, seeing whatever he's seen, and experienced whatever he experienced. So you can definitely do it. But yeah, when you finally leave your body and you go, you can do all that. You travel faster than the speed of light, because light is not the fastest thing in the universe. That's just our preconceived notion that light is the fastest thing. There's things that our mind can't even perceive that goes much faster than light. Just because someone said it doesn't mean it's entirely true, right? Light is just the only thing that we can comprehend right now. That's the fastest thing. But there is things in this universe that our mind just simply can't fathom or comprehend. It's not designed to understand that kind of stuff. That's why so many things are like out of our scope to understand, and because of that, you know, we can only understand as far as what we can understand. That's really a bar. Our human mind is attempting to understand things that it's not supposed to understand, though, which is what we call curiosity, to know. And the universe gave us that ability to be curious and stay open and flexible. But there are certain things that we're still not supposed to comprehend. We can attempt to know it as much as we like, but it's not going to be fully well known, because like there's just things out there that just can't be fathomed with our mind. Our current mind is not capable of that. The third dimensional, I call it the third dimensional thinking mind, because that's what it is. It's 3D. We can see 3D, 2D, and 1D We can kind of see 4D. Some of us can, because we've elevated ourselves a fair bit, or even 5D. But like, we still can't really fully perceive it with the third dimensional mind, because that's as far as it goes. That's why I say third dimensional thinking a lot, third dimensional perspective. And our mind is a lot faster than that too. Exactly. Shapeshifter, let's see what you got. That's the dream would be like wanting to live in a hut when you have a mansion. Exactly. And our mind is extremely quick. Like, it's faster than light. Our mind is instant, technically. And that's the other thing too. Once any of you have a thought, and if you've given it enough emotions, well, first of all, if you had the thought, guess what? It's already done. It's instant. In the other realm, you think of something, bang. In the mental realm, it's done. But it won't come into the physical until you've taken the right energy, the right frequency, and you've taken the action to midwife it in, because that's what action really is, midwifing or birthing something into physical form. Mental, physical. But the moment you think about it, it's already done. Now you have to just lock in. The problem is the eyes are like, but I can't see it. That's what happens. We all get tripped up with the eyes. The eyes are like, I can't see it. It's not here. But this is not real. Well, it's real to a certain extent, but it's starting here, not here. This is just sending the signal to your eyes. Your eyes are then taking the signal and reflecting it back. Change your mirror, change your reality. But you're not really changing reality. You're shifting yourself internally to such a degree that nothing can influence you in your physical world. It's like the story of, not to get too religious here, but the story of Jesus in the desert for 40 days. The devil came, even though it's not really a devil, but you know, that the epitome of what that is. And the devil's like, I can offer you all of this stuff. And Jesus is like, nah, bro, I'm good. Because he knew he already had everything within. That's what that story is about. Right? There's a hadith in the Quran that says, Allah cannot change the condition of man until he changes the condition of himself. That's a bar. Write it down. That basically means until you shift it internally, your outside world isn't going to shift. So that starts here. And I know in the Bhagavad Gita there's another verse, and I'm attempting to remember what Krishna was sharing with Arjuna regarding that. But, you know, if you don't shift internally, you will not have your external world. And you're not really focusing on the external, you're focusing here. You're locked in here. This is the real. This is the real. This is just the byproduct of what's this or what's there. So, and they say there's one piece of flesh. I forget if this is in the Quran, because I've read all the Holy Scriptures and I sometimes kind of mix them up. There's one piece of flesh, when it gets rotten, it rottens the entire body. You know where that part is? Right here. This is the infinite intelligence right here. It's nested right in the middle of your chest. It's within that heart, but it goes beyond. Your heart is just like the vehicle. It's just the car, but what's inside your heart goes beyond what you can even comprehend. It's not just blood pumping. It goes far beyond that. But that's another conversation. But my point to say is the infinite intelligence is nested right here, and it's helping this to remember in every present moment. But this has its own agendas until it's had enough and it starts to listen to this. When you get this to start to listen to this, oof, life just opens up. Like everything just opens up. You have access to everything. But it doesn't feel like that when your reality is like, but I have bills to pay. I have this to do. I have this to do. It's okay. Let them share. No big deal, right? I'm not here to talk about that. We're not here for all that. I'm just sharing a story. It's just a story. You know what? I'll use me, since you can physically see me. I'm in the desert, y'all. I'm in the desert, and I see a bunch of mirages. Ooh, I want that car over there. Ooh, I want that. But then I forget, wait a minute. I already have all these things. Why do I need to want something when I already have it within? And then, let's say my old version of me comes out of nowhere from 10 years ago, and let's let him be the bad guy for a moment. The old version of me. Hey, new version, look at that car. You want that car? You want that car over there? It's yours. Oh, you want that partner over there? She's yours too. Okay, you can have her. Oh, you want that? That's yours too. And I'll look at him. I'm like, nah, I'm good, dude. I'm good. What do you mean you're good? It's right there. You can take it. You can have that car or the business or the girl or whatever it is. You can have it. It's right there. I'm offering it to you. I'm good. You can't be good. You're in the desert right now. You're thirsty. You're hungry. I'm good. What do you mean you're good? Because I know it's all right here. Huh? Yeah, it's right here. I know you're showing me the external, but I have it here. And they already belong to me anyways. You don't need to offer me anything. I already have it. It's right here. No! This is the mind. No! I don't believe that. I like to do monologues with myself, so no! No! You don't have it. No, this is the mind fighting back. No! That's a lie. You don't have it. You're fooling yourself. Orion, you're fooling yourself. No, I have it. I'm good. The thing is, the universe has a different definition than us humans. We created a word called have. But our word have and its definitions is not the universe's definition of have. The universe's definition of have is vastly different from our definition of have, because our definition of have is physical possession, can see it, touch it, smell it with our own senses. But that's the illusion. True having is knowing and vibrationally possessing within. When you know you already have it within, you already have it without. Who cares what the physical shows you? Because you're good. You know how confident you are. Nobody can rock that. It's like saying, each of you have your own unique names, right? It's like saying somebody comes up to you and you're Kevin. Excuse me? Yeah, you're Kevin. No, I'm not. I know who I am. Or it's like saying you have blue hair. I don't like your blue hair, but you don't have blue hair. You're not even offended by it. Like, you just know. It's like, or also saying like, you have no oxygen to breathe. It's the same concept. I'm using different metaphors, but or other concepts, but same principles. You have it within. You know you can breathe. Do you have to even doubt that you can breathe? Of course not. You can breathe. Now, of course, if you have really bad air in the area, right? Like if the air is really awful, like it's gonna be a little bit, it's gonna be a little bit challenging to breathe, but you still will be able to breathe, right? You won't be able to hold in your breath because you're gonna go kaput after X amount of time, right? So it's the same thing. The world can offer me everything it wants, but I'm good because the world can't give me anything that I don't already possess within. That's a bar, write it down. You all possess everything you ever desired, whether that's abundance, love, success, fulfillment, but you have it right now. You just have to lock into that frequency. There's no frequency that is unavailable to any of you. You just have to tap in. You exist. You're part of the spectrum, right? You have the ability to turn your knob. We're using the radio principle now. You have the ability to turn your knob and tune into the frequency you want. But that starts within, not external. I'm going to read the chat in a moment. I'm in a flow right now, so I'm kind of like letting the creator itself flow through right now. When you know you already have it within, it's like somebody coming up to me and be like, yeah, you only have one arm. Does it look like I have one arm to you? I have two arms. You can't tell me I have one arm. I have two arms. You have one arm. Well, maybe in their reality I have one arm, but in my reality I have two arms presently. And I have two hands, two functional hands. It's the same concept. So that's why someone's like, you're not a billionaire, Orion. You're not a trillionaire. And yes, I didn't stutter when I said trillionaire with a T. You're not a trillionaire. Sure I am. Because what I've decided, and I declared it. That's it. I don't care if the physical doesn't show me that right now. That's an illusion. Who cares? I have universal wisdom too. All of us have universal wisdom. And I've also declared that all of you have universal wisdom too. Some of you just don't want to tap into that, though, in this world, and that's okay. No big deal. But you all have universal wisdom because I've declared that to be true. I've also declared that all of you are abundant. I've also declared that all of you can live a joyful life. And all of you have already won. You're not winning, you've already won. Big difference. You've already you're at your goals, not looking to your goals. You're at your goals and you're walking your path in the physical. See, the mind only operates on one or the other paradigm. It doesn't understand that you're already there right now. Because the world will say, you're lying. You're lying. That's not true. You're not that. You don't have that. Yeah, because the rest of the world has also been finessed into believing that physical possession is owning and having. That's not true at all. Universe's definition is more accurate than our human finite definition of having. Remember, we made up these words. The universe is far more older than we are in terms of like from our third dimensional mind. The universe has its own definitions of things. When you understand the universe's definition, you're like, oh, yeah. That's why I don't get tripped up with like, oh, but I don't have. No, I have it. It's done. It's finished. Lock in. Lock in. I have everything I ever said I ever wanted. It's right here. And when I say I want, I already have it. Vibrationally possessing it. And as I keep shifting that mirror within, the mirror, there's a little bit of time delay. But I'm not even getting tripped up on when it happens, because the when and how also gets. There's two types of hows, by the way. There's a how of taking action, and then there's how of like how is it going to unfold. You're going to take the how of taking action, but you're going to have to let go of the how of how it's going to unfold. You don't know how it's going to unfold. It can come in a way that you cannot even possibly imagine, and it will unfold. There are people manifesting things in all kinds of ways. They've let go of the how, and shit just showed up. Shit is real. It's just the reason why a lot of us don't think it's real or it's not possible for us is because it hasn't happened to us. But I can guarantee you it's happening right now, because even what you don't want is still being manifested, because what you don't want is the universe is saying, oh, you don't want that? That means you want it, because it's a paradox. What you focus on, the universe is just giving you more of what you are saying is true. So if you say that life is hard and difficult, you're only going to get life is hard and difficult. It's just that simple. Let's see. Cool. Reptilian lineage. I love it. Yeah, this is the backyard. This is the backyard. I like hanging out in the backyard. It's very minus the construction that they're still haven't finished building their deck or whatever they are doing over there, but normally it's pretty quiet. But in the last week or so, we're hearing drills, and when the weather is nice, you hear more sirens because people like to create more problems for themselves, right? People don't like being at peace for some reason, so they like to create problems for themselves. You ever notice when the weather is good, there's more people out and more people like to create more problems? Why is that? It's weird. Amazing. That's awesome. I'm all for it. There's a robin in the field, just being like, it's like doing this, and with his little hands, and like walking, looking up, and then grabbing the worm. Poor worm, but you know, circle of life. As within, so without. Lock in here, you already have it. Once you've declared it, you have it. But the mind is going to be like, but I don't have it yet, Orion. I don't physically have it yet. Yeah, because you keep saying you don't have it yet, so how can the universe give it to you? Because you keep saying you don't have it. And it's like putting your foot on the gas and the friggin' brakes at the same time and expecting to move forward. You ain't going anywhere. The fucking tires are going to be spinning. That's what people are doing. I did that for years. My tires were spinning in fucking one place. I was creating a massive steam behind me. And you can say that steam is the noise. Once you have it, you have it. That's it. Done. Finish. Finito. Comprende. It's done. It's finished. Walk the path now. You walk as it is done, not as if, but as it is done. And you look from your goals, not at your goals. A lot of people, they look at their goals like they're here and their goals are like here. How are you ever going to get to your goals? Because you've been finessed into believing that your goals aren't here. It's with you right now. Look from your goals and then walk the path. Because the mind is like, but I don't have it yet. But you do have it. In the mental realm, you can't physically see it with your eyes, but it's there. All your thoughts, you can't see all your thoughts theoretically, but you can definitely feel some of them. They already exist. Now walk your path and be it. Be, do, have. Or be, have, and then do. But not do, be, have. Be, then do, then have. Or be, have, and then do. Always do, obviously. There's 3 planes of existence. You're always going to have to take action. Physical action. But from a state of locked in frequency that is not only aligned, but what you're looking for. Because correct is a very subjective word, right? What is correct, right? To someone, hating the world is correct to them right now. So they're on the correct frequency. They're hating the world. Or someone who is, they have apathy. They have given up on themselves. They're in the correct frequency for themselves because they've given up on themselves. They might be in a misaligned frequency, but they're on the correct frequency. Because they are where they are, based on their frequency. Been there. I had to go through all this shit, y'all. I went through almost all of your experiences. I haven't lived your physical experiences, but I have all of your so-called mental experiences. Abuse. Done. Traumas. Tons of that. Rejections. Tons of rejections, y'all. Tons of rejections. I still get rejected to this day, and I'm like, okay, whatever. No big deal. Physical things done to me, or you can say done for me, but done to me, like beatings. Not anymore, but like back then, yeah, tons. What else? Disrespect, yeah, been there. Humiliation, that's a big one. I've been humiliated quite a few times in my life. Doesn't matter what humiliation you've had or what humiliation I've had, it's still humiliation at the end of the day. Might have a different experience, but it has the same feeling in the end. Fear. Yeah, had fear. Doubt. Oh yeah. Doubt still shows up, but you know the thing about doubt? Doubt is actually a good sign because it knows that you're starting to change. Because doubt only shows up when you're starting to shift. When you're not shifting, doubt doesn't show up. But when you start to shift, when doubt shows up, that's when you know you're on the precipice of something unfolding. Use doubt as a tool to help you to what else? What else have I experienced? Shame. Oh, shame. Big one. Big one. That's a big one. Shame. Guilt. Guilt. That's a big one. Being terrorized. I've been terrorized before. And what else? I've experienced each of your experiences to some degree. I've also experienced love. I experienced that. Thank you for that. We're changing the trajectory. I've experienced love. I know what that is now, finally. Took a while, but I figured it out. I know what joy is. I'm in it right now. I know what being at harmony is, and peace, and bliss, and serenity, and tranquility. These are all kind of the same words, and happiness, and excitement, and fulfilled. So I've been there too. So I know what those things feel like. Oh, and this is a big one, clarity. This one right here is probably one of the biggest ones that we overlook, clarity. Clarity. For so long I was unclear, but now I know what clarity is. Like for the first time in any of my existence up until this point, I'm the clearest I've ever been. Clarity. Ooh, of course, authenticity. Can't forget authenticity. That's a big one. It's a massive one. Authenticity. What other? Success. I know what success feels like now. Because that starts here. It's not some external thing. I know what it feels like to feel somewhat enlightened. Yeah, exactly, Todd. Fear, worry, and doubt. The three, those are the triplets. They work hand in hand to block your clarity. Because they don't allow for your mind to slow down and relax. Because when you're in fear, worry, or doubt, how can your mind be calm and still and hear things, right? That's what I was talking about earlier. Because what fear, worry, and doubt does is like let's say you have, well, I'll come back closer, it's easier. See my arms, they're like spreading out. You all can just see this, right? You know that there's more to my left and more to my right. Like we know this is logical. But you all can't see what's to my left or to my right until I turn the camera. Either direction, then you'll see what's to my left and to my right. So that's what fear does. It starts to shrink your vision to a point where all the other possibilities, and this comes to doubt and worry as well, they start to shrink your possibilities to like this. Maybe not even that, maybe even smaller, maybe like that. But you have all of that. But your fear, your worry, and your doubt starts to do this. And unfortunately, your mind uses your mind uses your brain, and your brain has the amygdala and the basal ganglia, and it starts to hijack with emotions, and you feed emotions of fear, worry, and doubt because they're very powerful, extremely powerful. And then guess what happens? You're unable to see what's more, because that's what the mind does. The mind is doing this to itself because of the energy of fear, worry, and doubt. So it just goes like this. But when you start to slow down, calm, confidence, and relax, you'll start to see that the mind will start to open up like this. Slowly. It might not happen right away, but it's going to start to do this over time. The more you get to be relaxed and calm. And things like this, you can say this is what we call like wisdom, or the information or guidance will be sent to you. and you'll be able to take clearer actions. You're like, oh, all I had to do was just slow down and relax. And then you get to expand more instead of being contracted like this. So this was me 2 years ago, like this. I had all the wisdom, but I was in fear. So fear blocked me, so I was like this. So ultimately, I had to stop fearing, stop worrying, stop doubting, start trusting and knowing, because knowing is like, you know how you can blink your eyes and you know how you can breathe. You don't have to believe to blink or breathe. You know you can blink and breathe. I started to know. And then this started opening up and allowed me to start to channel deeper within myself the answers. Because it's like sometimes, like, how do I know the things that I know? Like, how do I know this stuff? It's not read in a book. It's not listened by a podcast. I just know this stuff. It's like I know to breathe. I don't know how to breathe. I just know that I was able to breathe from the moment I came to the planet. Well, now I know how to breathe, obviously, but like I didn't know the idea behind, well, how do I know to breathe? Our body just does it. It's the same thing. So my thing started opening up. So my mind started doing this. So yeah, you're spot on. Basically, worry, fear, and doubt, the three triplets, the three of them, I call them the synergy of Trinity for the negativity, by the way. And then there's the synergy of Trinity for positivity, and I'll share what those are in a moment. These three, worry, fear, doubt, and then you're nested in the middle of that synergy of Trinity, will basically shrink you and you have no clarity. How can you be clear when you're constantly like, you're like this all the time? Like you're not even getting, your energy is being siphoned away from you, your life force energy is being sucked out of you, and all you can think about is like fear or survival. You're in survival mode essentially, not even thrive. You're not in thriving mode. You're in survival mode. So the opposite of that synergy of Trinity is joy, now, and knowing that you have the power within yourself and you are in the middle of that. So I do put the word God, G-O-D, just as a placeholder. Doesn't mean it's a dude in the sky, it's just a placeholder. The word now and the word joy. And then in the middle has you. And if you've noticed each of those words, they all have 3 letters. Joy, now, God, and you. And guess what? Each one of them has the letter O in the middle. And that O represents oneness. Like Y-O-U, G-O-D, N-O-W, J-O-Y. And they're all 3 letters. And the 3 usually symbolizes a trinity. So that came through as a drawing last year during the summertime when I started to understand what the hell was going on with the mind. So like joy, now, like being in the now, and what does the now imply? Right this moment. But the mind's like, no, it can't be now. Well, yeah, it is. You're looking for some future now, but that future now will never come because it's right here, right now. That's where we were talking about the whole time thing earlier. Right? I was talking about time this morning before I got back to the house, and I said, y'all notice that the symbol for time is usually a clock. It's like, and a clock is usually cyclical. A circle is like a representation of the letter O or the letter 1. And 1 starts with the letter O, by the way. Or it can start with a W if you're like, I won something. Which, by the way, W-O-N, won. You won the game of life because you've already won. You're still here. And that also has 3 letters. Anyways, see how there's little hidden meanings behind all these things? There's little codes nested within these words. And so, as you are more in joy and more in the now, the answers will just open up and your clarity just comes. It's right here. Once upon a time, I used to believe that clarity comes from engagement, not thought. That's partially true. You have to take action to know if that worked or if it didn't work. It gives you feedback. It definitely gives you feedback. But that doesn't mean that it's 100% going to give you clarity. Yeah. Thank you. I guess you're talking about my gloves, but thank you. So, as you stay more in joy and more in the now, you'll see that the clarity starts opening up. And so your mind might be like this, but then it'll start opening up slowly. It'll start to just, and then you'll be like, oh, why didn't I figure this out before? Your mind's gonna make it. You're gonna feel kind of like somewhat silly or ridiculous when you figure it out, and it's gonna be like, really, it was just that simple? Sure was. Flag? Yeah, the pride flag. Right, so like, for example, you came on, I thought you were actually complimenting my gloves, but this is a frequency right here. Sounds like innuendo. You've been, unfortunately, brainwashed by the world, believing a bunch of bullshit. But you're okay. You are where you are based on your frequencies. There's no judgment. I used to think the same things that you're currently thinking 10 years ago, right? So I know where you are. I know what kind of thoughts you're thinking in your head. It's okay. No big deal. If it does sound like innuendo, it's because that's the frequency that you're on, right? I used to think the same thing too, dude. If somebody like me were to speak to my version of me from 10 years ago, that is somewhat similar to yourself, I wouldn't be listening. I'd be like, who the fuck is this dude? And what the fuck is he talking about? Sounds really, you know, weird or some shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's a high five or is it like stay away from me. I have no idea. I have no fucking idea, but that doesn't matter. Anyways, you found my channel. If it doesn't resonate with you, there's no big deal. You know, there's so many other YouTube live streams out there. You can keep on like checking out other live streams. You don't have to be here. I'm not forcing anyone to be here, you know? Okay, cool. Well, you see, I wouldn't know that. You see, this is a good reason why I asked. What does that mean? Right? I'm glad that you said that's open up the chakras. See, this is why humans need to be more specific when they type in the chat. Because they make so this is what I was talking about earlier. I'm glad you explained. I'm glad that I was like, what does that mean? Is it like stay away from you? I was like, what does that mean? Right? Because normally somebody puts one hand. I don't see two hands. So like most of us, we make a fatal mistake assuming that other people understand what we're saying. Or when they're typing in the chat, we think that the other person is going to understand what they're typing. That's not true at all. Like there's so many people who come on and be like, what the hell does that even mean? Can you clarify? Can you specify? Like earlier, a brother was like, you look weak today. I'm like, weak? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I was just wearing like a slightly bulkier shirt. I'm like, you look weak today. I'm like, the fuck? Can you clarify? What does that mean? Be more specific. What does that mean? I'm bringing awareness to all of you to make sure in the future when you're speaking with other people to not jump the gun. This also goes for me too. I make sure I don't jump the gun either. I make sure I ask questions before I because I was like, what is that? Like stay away from me? Like ugh, you know, like ugh. Right? Because based on the current messages you were leaving, I'm like, ugh. Right? That's my perception at the time. I'm glad you clarified. You see, this is my point. This is the whole point of why I say language is these are all made up words and we all have our own personal definitions of things. There's nothing wrong. I just needed to clarify what was that for, right? I had no idea until you told me. Thank you. You have to stay with the base chakra. Indeed. Well, I don't know if that's entirely true, but you know, it does start down there, yes. The root chakra. You're the emoji guru. I like that. Just remember though, emoji guru, not everybody will understand what your emojis mean right away. So you'll have to make sure you clarify. This means, because like I was like, I have no idea what that, I know what this means if it's just one. I know what that means. Like I know when I do it, it's like, send me your energy like Goku and Spirit Bomb, you know? But I had no idea what that meant. Since I didn't know, I don't have that rapport with you yet, I don't know, right? If it was like someone like T-Bray, right? Like there's a brother on, his name is T-Bray, because I have a rapport with him, I'll know what that means. Because I understand what he's saying, because I have that rapport with him. When you don't have a rapport with someone, this is another thing I'm bringing into all of your awarenesses. I'm sure all of you know this, but maybe you forgot that you may not have a rapport with someone, so you also have to kind of be like patient to be like, what do they mean by, you know, like that or whatever it is that they're dropping. By the way, it's 12:57. I'm going to start my workout soon. It's already, yeah. We're going to get rolling with our workout. Like some of you have been on more frequently, so now I understand. Like I have a little vibe of who you are and how you navigate the world. Right? So where you are, I'm matching your sort of like level of awareness and kind of like, okay, cool. So this person's like, okay, cool. This is what this person means. I'm like, cool. Like Shapeshifter, for example, today is the first time he's seen me. He's been on now the second time. And we've had some pretty good conversation. Like I understand where he's coming from. I have a bit of a rapport now with Shapeshifter. I've never seen Shapeshifter before in the physical or the virtual or the digital, but now I've seen him. So now I have a vibe of like where Shapeshifter's at in his life. These are things that humans forget about. These very fundamental things, because no one thinks about these things. I think about all these kinds of things. Like when I'm interacting with another person, like where are they at? Like, do they even know that the words that I'm saying, are they aware of what I'm saying? Or are they, and I know they have their own definitions. What's their definitions of everything that I'm saying? Do they understand the words that I'm saying? Or are they having their own preconceived notions of things, right? Like, things like that. What's going on over there? I'm just looking at my sister. Is she backing in the car or is she going somewhere with the car? Because nope, she's going. There she goes. Off she goes. Let's see. Do you think you can read minds? Ooh, light. Good question. I did an experiment with a sister, a soul sister. Her name is Jessa. It was in New York. We did a lot of different experiences together. It was pretty cool. And one of them was reading minds. And I got some of her messages. So what happened was I was in her room and she was in the living room because her space was small. So I went in her room, she was in the living room, and we were channeling to see if we can hear each other's thoughts. We wanted to experiment, right? We were having fun. So I'm like, okay. We spent about 15 minutes kind of like sending thoughts back and forth. Some of it, I was like, completely, it wasn't even close. Not even close. But we both took a pencil and paper, or like writing down stuff. And out of like maybe like 30 different thoughts, I got like 5 pretty accurately. And she got about like 7 out of mine. And we also put a timer on so that, just to keep it like consistent. So yeah, we can read minds. The problem is it's very, in this day and age, in this current world of ours, it's very noisy. It's very distracting. Because there's so much information out there now, and like everyone's thinking thoughts like more than ever nowadays, as opposed to like back then where more people were slowed down and you can feel someone's intention. Nowadays it's a little bit challenging because we've been so conditioned to, the external and looking for sensory input from the external, that we forget that we have this ability. So yeah, we can read minds, but it's not there yet, unfortunately. If we all could read minds, then language will disappear and we will all understand what the fuck we're saying to each other with no problems whatsoever. So is consciousness like a wide area network for you? Yeah. It's I think it'd go beyond a WAN. It'd probably be a universal network, universal area network. Yeah, a universal area network. But that wouldn't make sense because universal would imply that an area is only like a fixed location. So a universal network. How about that? A UN without the A. It's possible, but we're not there yet. Telepathy is not. It's possible, and some people are doing it, and people have done it. Someone they did an experiment. Someone was in New York, someone was in Tokyo, someone sent a thought, the other person received the thought, because they were laser locked in focus to hear the message. They drowned out all the noise of the world around them, and they were able to pick up on the frequency that someone was sending. That's why your emotions transcend time and space. So yeah, it's possible, 100%. But is it doable in this current state of our reality? Questionable, due to the fact that it's so distracting. But when you kind of like locked into yourself, like you locked in, and you can just be and you can feel things more, then you can start to tune into other people's like thoughts and frequencies, and you can hear things like, that's not my thought. Ooh, that's a heavy thought. Whoa. I walked by many people, not on the trail, but like downtown Toronto when I was in this way of being. It was last year. I took the stream on a trip downtown just to like explore the city because it's been a while, and man, did I not feel some heavy energy while I was down there. I was like, ooh. Some of it was great. A lot of it was great, but I could feel like, ooh. Ooh. You can feel it. It's also like, y'all can also sense the vibe of a room, right? Like you go into a room, you can feel the tension. It's palpable. You might not be able to express it with words, but you can definitely feel the tension sometimes. I've been in many business meetings in the past, and I can feel like, ooh, this guy or this girl is like, gotta stay the fuck away from them, basically. Like, just. Let me take this upstairs. I'll be right back. I don't want to keep seeing this plate. But y'all still be able to hear me. So yeah, it's possible. Do you think it's possible? I can see the chat. Do you think it's possible to reach a connection to someone in another universe that has a strong connection? Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. 100%. That's like no doubt whatsoever. Now, the only reason why you might not be able to truly know if it's real or not is because the mind wants to see it to believe it, right? The mind is always looking to see it to believe it. Is that true? Is that real? Right? Because if it doesn't see it, it doesn't believe it's real. But then that's the same thing like Wi-Fi. I was talking about that earlier. Let me take off my gloves. I have to wash these dishes quickly. Well, I choose to wash these dishes quickly. So for example, I was talking about the Wi-Fi signal. Now, all of you on your phones or your devices, you can see the Wi-Fi signal, right? You can see the symbol. You know it's working, or your data. But you can't see the signal. Most of us are not trained to see zeros and ones flying in binary between the router or the cell networks to your devices. But yet we believe it exists because we can see a signal and we can see something working on our device. But we can't physically see the signal. Like, we can't see it, but we know it's there. It's the same thing. All things are possible. And so like that connection to someone in a different like time space, right? You can connect to someone in another parallel universe. You can connect to yourself in a parallel universe, in fact. Because there's a you in a different time space who's doing something completely different, both positive or negative. Because there's all aspects that you can reach. Even a version of you, not the current you, but a version of you, and I use that word you very, very loosely, that lived a different life, and you can tap into that version too, and they can send you a signal. You know, there's quantum entanglement, where when two particles are, you know, together, but then they're stretched apart from a different time space, they are still, what you do to one will be felt by the other. So if you're really truly interconnected, which we are, you can feel it. I had someone who I thought about recently, and I didn't message them. They wrote to me and they're like, hey, I felt like you were thinking about me a couple days ago. I'm like, well, you're not wrong. I was definitely thinking about you, but I didn't message you. I had my own shit to do. So yeah. And I've had that many, many times. I've had it so many times I don't doubt this shit anymore. Like, I can't doubt this stuff anymore. As much as the mind wants to still pretend and feel like this is not real and all this shit, no, can't doubt it. It works. I've had too many experiences because I've got to a point where I'm so like relaxed that things just unfold with ease. I'm going to bring out this recycling quickly. Let me see if you left any other message. Would it be possible to reach multiple people that have incredible abilities? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's probably the easiest one, actually. But again, the mind, our third dimensional thinking mind will get in the way of that. Because the third dimensional thinking mind can't believe that people have extraordinary abilities. Because it doesn't believe it's possible. But it's more than possible. There are other people doing it right now on this planet. You know, some people, I don't know if you heard of the guy named Bashar or Sarah Landon, right? These are, of course, air quotes, channelers who channel different beings of light from different time spaces. You may have heard of Bashar, potentially. Right? Some believe that he's faking it. Some believe that, like, Bashar is not real. Some believe that, you know, the guy who's doing Bashar, his name is Daryl Anka. I'll be back in front of the camera shortly. I'm just doing some stuff. The guy that's named Daryl Anka, they believe that he's faking Bashar in his voice. But then they had him go under one of those brain scan machines, an EEG or whatever it's called. And they saw his brainwave was altered when he went into Bashar. He was in gamma. Gamma is a very, very high frequency. Theta and alpha are very relaxed. Beta is where most of us are when we're conscious, like when we're awake. Delta is the sleeping one. Like when you're going to sleep, you're in delta. Some people can access the delta frequency while they're awake. We all have that ability. None of us are missing that. It's just that we've been distracted. And theta and alpha is when you're more relaxed, like when you're about to go to sleep. But yeah, there are people like Daryl Anka who can tap into Bashar. And when you hear Bashar speak, it's kind of interesting. Do I believe it 100%? Well, you know, I already know my own answers. I don't need any answers from anybody else. I have my own answers. But, you know, it is what it is for me. Let's see. Oh, I thought that was another question. I need to use the bathroom. Give me a moment. That's like the fourth time I took off my gloves. I'll be right back. You know, the reason why a lot of people don't believe about Bashar is because, you know, what the mind doesn't understand, the mind will just create a story called, that's not real, that's not possible, and then just label it. Because what the mind doesn't understand, it'll create a story of fear, doubt, and like things like liar, scammer, right? Because that's really what this comes down to. When you don't understand something, then you fear it generally. But when you start to understand it, then you can start to form your hypothesis or your opinions or your assumptions about it. But most people who like don't understand about these things like channeling, they start to like, that's not real, that's not possible, because they haven't experienced it themselves. Of those people with incredible abilities, would it be more likely that one with good intentions for... would it be more likely that ones with good intentions for evil intentions would connect? I'm going to reread that question because like it feels confusing. Let me just reread it again. Of those people with incredible abilities, would it be more likely that ones with good intentions for evil intentions would connect? Ones with good intentions with evil connections connect. Or evil intentions. I think where I'm getting thrown off with the question would be likely that one with good intention or Okay, got it. See, I'm glad I took that moment to sort of like. Well, generally speaking, a lot of the ones who connect with those innate abilities, we have that ability too, but our finite body doesn't allow us to experience a lot of those things, but our soul has that ability too. Anyways, most are really good intentions. Some are, well, I haven't really run into anybody with bad intentions, and someone who's coming with bad, like connecting to those people with bad intentions, they don't really adhere to good or bad. They just are. Doesn't mean that they aren't like, our human mind creates the good and bad paradigm. From our humanistic perspective, we make those paradigms, but for their perspectives, good and bad doesn't exist. It just is for them. They just see us as like slimy little like insects. We're like little worms to them. And those ones don't have good intentions for us. No. So there are some people who do channel those entities or those energies, and yeah, that's why I said all of it is accurate and true. But for those who have the bad intentions, or bad or evil intentions, itself is having its experiences through that person, and itself wants that person to realize that it's not actually evil, and to let go of that evil thought, but it'll just have it because it wants all experiences. It's very hard to explain with words because itself can be very confusing at times for myself to even understand. Why do you even want that experience? It makes no sense. Itself is just having an experience with itself in 8 billion different forms with this planet, and then there's not to mention all the other beings in the universe that's having experience through. Because itself is like everything. It's a gigantic mind having many, many fucking experiences. It's similar to us. Like inside of our gut, we have 8 billion or billions or trillions of bacteria, and those bacteria are alive, and they could be asking the same question. Maybe they'll be like, is there a creator out there? And we're the creator because we're the one that is holding them, right? And we're the one that's kind of like doing all the things with our body. So to some degree, it's kind of the same thing. Like maybe we're just bacteria. Not maybe, we technically are just droplets, but I'll use the word bacteria. We're like bacteria in someone's gut. And they're just having an experience. Or you can say we're a thought form in someone's mind. Every one of us. And it's weird because I'm like, well, if we're a thought form, why would you create such things? It's weird. But nothing can be weird or stupid because itself it just is. It's very bizarre. It's very fucking bizarre. But itself is, yeah, it's a whole other conversation. We could be probiotics, exactly. Oh yeah, there's 100% a fight for bandwidth. The only time that fight happens is when it forgets itself. So those who are like fighting, right, who are fighting for that sort of bandwidth is forgetting that they themselves are the bandwidth that they're fighting. They're fighting themselves essentially. So like when they're connecting with another being, they also have to realize that that being and them are one and the same. And they're not separate. Even though you have a different body, you're still part of the same collective. You're still itself. No matter what anything is in this universe, it's still itself. And I use that word itself because that's what itself has told me to call it. It was just simple. Calling it God or the universe gives this like negative vibe to a lot of people. because you know they have their own preconceived notion of what God is. We all do. So it told me to call it itself going forward for the time being until another word is either created or brought into existence, or that feels even more neutral than itself. But itself is having all of these experiences, all of it. All the other beings in the universe, all the planets, all the suns, all the stars, all the black holes. I'm like, you wanted all, like how? Why itself? Why would you destroy things and create things? Like, what's the point? Balance, experiences. Okay, but you can have another way of doing all that. I just found it weird. There's certain things that, like, even this mind is not capable of completely understanding. And I just said, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna just accept it. It just is. It saved me a whole bunch of time, energy, suffering, pain, difficulty, confusion, conflict in myself, to just say, you know what? It just is. It just is. All things are made up. All these words are made up. We create all these problems. And now, in order to solve all these problems, it just is. Just is. And it just helped me to just get into a state of, like, tranquilo, you know, chill out, relax, you're good. I'm good. That's why when I see everybody what they're sharing, you're all right. You're all perfect. None of you are wrong. That's a mix-up from the gray-black. Yeah. You've seen, but I've worn these gloves before. You've seen me wear these gloves. I've had these gloves before. I'm sure of it. You've seen me work out before. I've always had these gloves on. All good. But yeah, back to you, Mr. Light. Yeah, there can be a fight, but that's whoever's fighting for the bandwidth is basically fighting themselves. Quite literally. And to be okay that we will never understand, it is what it is, exactly. That's why, you know, there are certain things that our mind is simply not capable to fully grasp. It just can't. Like the sheer magnitude of what is actually out in the universe is mind-boggling. You can't really understand what the hell is going on, right? We can attempt to, we use words to point to the thing, but thank you. Yeah, they are, you know. We attempt to point to it. That's why our words are so limited. They can only point to experience, but they can't encapsulate the experience. Like the words attempt to box something in, but it can't because it can only point. And that's where we get tripped up with our words. It's a felt experience, right? It's something that cannot be explained by any word. Really, what's out there, like, yes, we call things black holes and we call things, you know, time warps or all that. But like, imagine you go to a black hole. Like, you won't even fathom the sheer magnitude of what the hell is going on there. Like the gravity pull that you're getting, like what's going to happen if you travel in a black hole? You're going to be, well, some of us think that you're going to turn to spaghetti. Your atoms and your molecules will be ripped to shreds. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed. But the thing is, your body is going to, your energy, life force is going to be transformed with that black hole, right? There are monstrous black holes that are millions and millions and millions and billions of years away from Earth, and yet they exist. I'm like, that is crazy. Just thinking about them out there, they're out there. It's nuts. Just thinking about a black hole. Imagine just one coming right now. Guess what? You know what? Everyone who's arguing on the planet right now, who are fighting each other, guess what? I'll send a black hole to the Earth, and guess what happens? None of your problems will even matter anymore because we're done. We're cooked. We won't even have existed. There will be no record of us because, well, I mean, there are people who know that we exist, like in other dimensions, but like our Earth will just go kaboom. Like it's done. It's finished. Right? So like, I think about that every day. I'm like, imagine a black hole just came and just like wiped us all out. Everybody will stop their fighting. You're not gonna escape it. There's no way you're escaping that black hole. You can be Elon Musk and attempt to fly away. You ain't flying away. The sheer magnitude of that gravity is gonna pull your ass back in. You're done. It's finished. Finito. Dark matter is a made up term, but you know, the thing does exist, but we don't know what what that's called. That's just a word that we kind of like point to, right? Just like any other word, all words are made up. Even the word made up is made up. Even me just saying what I just said is all made up. Everything I've said is all made up. That's why we use words. But yeah, would higher bandwidth be more desired for more control or better experience? You get to decide. That one's subjective. The term higher, there is no higher or lower to the universe. It's all one thing, but to us, it's higher or lower. It could be better or worse. It all just comes down. Yeah, we can't even fathom what's out there. Like, it's like we can only, speculate at best. There are things out there that will come at you when you least expect it, and you'll be like, what the hell? Like, they probably just pass, they can see everything that you've done in your life. They can see right through your body. They can see through everything. There are other beings out there. That's why when people talk about privacy, you're not really getting away from privacy. Like, they can see you. If they really wanted to find you, they will find you. You can attempt to run away on Earth somewhere. If another intergalactic being wanted to find you, they know exactly where you are at all times. Privacy is an illusion. They're looking at you. They're looking through all of us right now. They're probably laughing at me right now too, having to explain all these things. Like, look at that human attempting to explain these things that he thinks he fully, truly comprehends. Sure of it. Fifth dimensional beings, like sixth dimensional beings, beyond dimensional beings, like even those are just concepts. And all of it's just concepts. But yeah, there's just so many things that we just can't fathom, and we get all tripped up with the world and wanting to be right. Be right. Every one of you get to be right. But in the process of being right, can you stop fighting? Right? If you want to, like, I'm not saying that right, I'm just saying in general, like, this is not to any of you, but like, if you all want to be right, please be right. Just stop fighting, because like, a black hole will come and will eat you alive. You're done. Like, it's going to eat all of us alive. We're done. Imagine one just comes right now, just out of nowhere, just appears. All the problems of the world will everybody's going to start begging for their life. I'm so sorry, please God, I don't want to die. Nope, black hole going to eat you alive. You're cooked. All of us are cooked. None of us are getting away from that. And the unnecessary fighting will just disappear. Sometimes I want the universe to just send a black hole here just to teach the humans a lesson. That, of course, that'll take me out too in the process, but But then what lesson? Because we won't have existed, right? So you either learn it here or you figure it out in some other lifetime, My point is, like, I'm not here to fight anyone, and I want everybody to just kind of just live in peace, Just enjoy, be curious, stay open, right? Stay open, stay curious. But, in the process of being curious, don't be like, you're wrong and you're wrong and I'm right, and you're like, who cares? I'll send a black hole right now. You can be right all you want, but the black hole will eat all of us up. Because for me, it's just that simple now. I don't obfuscate things anymore. Like, there's no point having to, like, prove, like, if this is right or this is wrong. For me, I just know. I have the ability to know these things because I've quieted down the mind so much so I can hear things, right? Others are just really friggin' distracted. Let's see. Let's go back to Justin for a moment. People might be using dial-up, exactly. They'll find me at my local Target. I'm always there. Nice. Is it possible that this universe is in a black hole? Oh yeah, Oh yeah. Or you can even say it's also in a white hole. The opposite of a black hole is a white hole. That stuff exists too. It's in a mind, right? That's what I was saying. There is a like one gigantic, like massive, like mind that we can't even fathom. Like there's just like there's no way we can fathom it. And it's thinking all these experiences into existence, and it's living through each of us to have its unique experiences. Now, of course, some of us are like, I don't like why did itself want to have this experience through me? Because I asked that question. I'm like, why did you choose hate and like all this like fear and body shame and guilt and lack and scarcity through me? Why didn't you just choose it through someone else? That's bullshit, itself. And it told me, well, because you didn't understand how the game worked. And now that you understand how the game worked, you get to decide. I gave you free will. You have both destiny and free will. It's two sides of the same coin. But once you now know and you lock in, you are now destined to have it. But if you continue to fear and do whatever you've been doing for 20 some odd years, Orion, you will continue to experience the same thing that you're currently experiencing right now. Do you see why your parents are struggling? Because they too have thought the same thoughts that you were thinking, because you took it from them and they took it from their parents and their parents took it from their parents, and you were put onto the planet to be what we call a cycle breaker. You came here to break your own cycle, but not only just your cycle, you're here to bring awareness to others to help them break their cycles so that they can start living a better, a more positive experience. So I'm like, okay, cool, but why did you have to use me like that? It's bullshit. Right? Because, you know, that's our humanness talking right there. But then I have to like say, you know what? Fine. I appreciate you, universe, for using me like that, because now I get to be the one that undoes all the bullshit. And he's like, well, itself, because it's not a he or a she, is it. It's just, you can just say I consider it like it's like an orb. That's the best way I can call it. It's like an orb. A shiny orb. But it's not really an orb, because there is no image to what itself really is. It can take any form. It has taken any form. It can be any form. And guess what? It's taken our forms, because we are itself, just with an outer shell covering itself. Deep down inside, we are all itself, and we have a shell, and that shell has a mind, and that mind has created an identity that created a layer over itself. But if you pull off your skin and your bones and your mind, you'll return back to the true version of itself. Oh, the Amazon guy is here, but I didn't order anything. That's probably for my brother. Somebody asked, how's the Amazon guys here? They're called ODP or OPDI, Logistics Warehousing Services. OPDI. Yep. Let's see. I'm going to start working out in probably 15-ish minutes, so you can still ask some questions, but I'm going to start rolling in 15 minutes because I've got to get rolling. Aren't there some of those other minds that are more powerful trying to connect with higher frequencies by absorbing other frequencies? There are. But that's still itself, though. And those higher frequencies, they understand. So here's the funny thing about those guys, or those frequencies. Let me just tell you what they're doing. So they understand the rules of the game already. They're well aware. They know what itself is, and they know how things work. But they still choose to absorb the other frequencies. And I'm like, but if they know that we're all one, then why are they doing that? It's kind of stupid. To them, it's just a game. And because if you don't understand the rules of the game, they can take advantage of you. That's the same thing that's happening on Earth. Many people don't understand the rules of the game. And if you don't understand the rules of the game, then others will take advantage. And why? Because they know that they are part of the oneness, but they also know to some extent that when they're done what they're doing, they're going to also, some will say this is karma. Some will say like they'll be repenting. To some degree, their guides, when they leave, they're going to be like, yeah, okay, so you went on the earth to do all these things, and you were supposed to know that you're one, and you did know you were one, but you still chose to be evil or absorbing other people's frequencies or energies. So you now have to be reformed, soul, and the guides will kind of like reform your soul because the mind, took advantage fully. That's why so many people, it's so confusing how to explain that, but I can feel it with every fiber of my soul what they're doing. It's hard to use words because of what they're doing. It's very paradoxical. It's wild. But yes, there are people who know how this is, and they do absorb other frequencies, yes. And they know, like, you can call them reptilians, you can call them whatever, archons, that they trap you in because you're like their little pawn. They're having playtime with you. But guess what? When you know yourself, they can no longer have playtime with you. That's why I keep sharing with all of you to be aware of who you are in every present moment. That's the whole reason. You think I want to see you all little pawns? You want to be little pawns in their game? Even though I know that they're nothing more than just us? When you stop adhering to their rules, you stop playing their game. It's just that simple. But yes, what you asked, spot on. There are frequencies out there that do that. But then there are other frequencies out there that know that and they don't do that. And they're on the same level as those other ones. Those higher frequencies. And you can say those ones are attempting to stop those ones. So they're also having their own little intergalactic battle with themselves. Which is so weird because they both know that how it all works. It's bizarre, isn't it? It's always going to be this like good versus evil, righteous justice shit. Because someone there, itself wants to have an experience. Because if everything was all lovey-dovey and airy-fairy and all flowy, then none of us will be growing. And because you need one without the other to sort of evolve yourself. You can't really evolve without the other. Yin-yang, light and the dark. You can't have the light without the dark, and you can't have the dark without the light. You have to have both. So itself has told me, like, to keep things simple with this character, it told me it just wants balance and an experience. I'm like, so you want balance and experience. So you want a B-E, balance and experience. And that just came through, by the way, as I just said it. B, balance and experience. That's it. And then there's M-E, memory and experiences, which is me. That's what you are, a me. M-E, memory and experiences. All of us are just a collection of memory and experiences of itself. But it just told me balance and experiences is all it wants.
Could you try again?
No. My Siri activated on my watch. I don't use my watch in that way. I only look at it for time and my steps. Yeah. It's to not get so like out there, because I can go really deep into this, but itself has told me to just, it wants balance and experience. I'm like, okay, but like you could find balance and experience in other ways. It's like, just let it be. I'm like, how can I let things be when there are people on the planet suffering? Universe, come on now, you're the one that created them. Yes, I did create them, just like I created you. And I gave you all free will to think whatever you want. And you get to choose. And I gave those other beings free will too, to also choose. I'm like, well, you gave them more awareness than us because you gave them the ability to think way beyond what we can even comprehend. So shouldn't they be able to not do what they're doing? Like, come on, like that doesn't make any sense. Right, because you're not going to be able to understand with the mind I gave you. So help me to understand itself. What is it? I told you, balance and experience, Orion. So I basically, at this point, I stopped arguing because this is the mind creating the obfuscation. I had to just like, all right, fine. All right, universe, Balanced experience? Sure, balanced experience. That's it. That's all it is at this point. Okay, that's all it is? Cool. I'm not going to even argue. I'm not even going to fight. I'm going to just accept and just let it be because you keep saying it's balanced experience. Justin, I was saying this is all a game. I have to learn how to play it. Exactly. Wouldn't it be a good idea to compromise before things become violent? That all depends. That's a very subjective experience, I guess. That all depends. Itself just wants everybody to just remember. What it wants everybody to do is to remember itself. But it knows that everything's unfolding exactly as it's supposed to because it designed the game like this. Even everyone who's playing the game and like, you're a troll and you're this and blah, blah, blah and all this stuff. It's told me all this. What it hasn't told me is how is everyone going to remember? Because once everybody remembers, this game is over. There will be no point for our universe. Quite literally, there will be no point. If everybody remembers right now, there would be no point. We will all go back to the fifth dimension or whatever dimension it's called. I just call it the fifth, but it's actually beyond that. We'll all just go back to the other dimension and we'll just be instantly manifesting, and then itself will probably create a new game and we go down and explore this new game, whatever it is. But it wants everybody to remember itself as itself, but still keep your identity intact. You are Justin, or you are Orion, or I don't know your actual name, Light, but I'll use your username, right? Light. Keep your identity, but know that you're not only just your identity, you are itself. It wants everybody to remember. That's its ultimate role right now, is to forget to remember, forget to remember, forget to remember, forget to remember. Even the higher beings who know who they are, even to some extent, they forgot truly, to some extent, who they are, to some extent. But they know a lot more, they're a lot more aware than we currently are with our mind. It's a weird game, but it is a game. This is a game. Some don't see this as a game though, and it's a very difficult game for a lot. And I have so much empathy right now for those who are experiencing a very difficult experience right now. I know because I've been there, and I don't want anybody to suffer. You know, I mean, this suffering's still going to happen to some extent. Can't alleviate that. I mean, I can't stop it, but I can definitely alleviate it a fair bit. So itself has wanting me as the vessel it chose. I'm not a chosen one though, but it chose this vessel to work through me to start helping people to remember a little more of themselves, little by little, if they choose to listen. It's a tall order though, and I'm like, couldn't you have just left me in IT? Like, this would have been just simpler if I was just working a job, man. Like, come on. Why did you have to choose me? Like, I didn't want all this. Fuck this. But the funny thing is, I created my own game before I got here. I did choose this, actually. We all chose our experiences, as much as I hate to say that. I know many of you may not believe that, but we chose our experiences. But you also chose when you're going to remember. Some chose to never remember, some chose to remember, and some forgot that they can remember. And they came down playing the very most difficult game ever to have the most expansion. Sometimes we bite off more than we can chew. When we come to Earth, biting off more than we can chew. And because of that, we go through our experience, and it's one hell of a friggin' experience indeed. Ugh. Like I said, last year, shit opened up for me to a point where, like, okay, this is what you want for me to know. So you want me to help the world understand this, huh? Yeah, this is gonna be interesting, universe, because a lot of them don't even understand, you know, the very fact that they create their reality by revealing it within themselves and staying in the frequency. You want me to tell them all this now? That's why I said there's so much to talk about, but I'm not focusing on that. Like, when my main mission for all of you is to talk about the subconscious mind. All this other stuff we're talking about, you're asking a question. I'm more than happy to answer because you're asking the questions, right? But if you hadn't asked these questions, I wouldn't be talking about these things. Not to that extent. I'd just been like, because to a lot of people, this shit is like, you know, very difficult to perceive. Yeah, it's got the Buddhist way. It's sort of like the very, like, it's not the right way, it's not the only way, but it is a way, basically. Let me see. But wouldn't the connection need to be very strong to remember? And isn't the fight for that bandwidth? Again, I mean, let me see. But wouldn't the connection need to be very strong to remember? And isn't the fight for that bandwidth? Well, I mean, I got to remember, but I had to go through a very gnarly experience for me to remember. But I also set up my game to help me remember. I activated my own memories, for those of you. Some of you won't believe that. That's not for you to believe or not to believe. That's for my own experience specifically, so that I can understand how reality works for everybody, so I can help people in my best way as possible without confusing people and making it obfuscated. Because, like, the goal here is to make life very simple for each of you, not giving you more terminologies or more tactics or techniques. All you need to do is just exist and be, and just allow yourself to just enjoy. As you enjoy, your mind will allow you to open up and expand more. But the problem is, because the world's conditioned in such a negative, direction, you don't get the ability to joy. In fact, you're basically fighting the very thing that you want to be. And everybody's fighting to be right? I used to fight to be right. I wanted to be right all the time too. I know that feeling of I'm right, I'm morally superior. But I don't care to be right. I know. And I also know that you all know too. Now, the mind may have forgotten, but I know your soul knows. Your soul is just waiting for your mind to catch up. That's all it is. But whatever you're currently believing is true. Right? Whatever you ask, it's true. Whatever you agree or disagree with, it's true. If you, like one person earlier said that, this is just another Gandhi speaking. Well, then that's true for your experience. I know I'm not Gandhi. We're all one, but he's his own person. I'm my own person. Even though we're all one, I'm my own unique individual soul. A fragment. But whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. So back to your questions, for me, I didn't have to, I fought a lot with myself, really. And I asked myself, why? Why was it me? Well, Orion, weren't you asking that you wanted to know who you are? Didn't you want to know? Deep down inside, you know, Orion. And I had to give you your unique experiences because I knew you weren't going to do hallucinogenics, right? I wasn't going to go and do shrooms or DMT or anything like that. I wasn't going to do ayahuasca. I was thinking about ayahuasca, but I was like, no, I'm not doing that shit. To vomit out bullshit? Get the fuck out of here. I'm not doing that. Screw that. I don't need to do all that. I got the answers without having to do all that shit. People may need to go and do that for them to get the answer, but even then, some people keep doing it and they never get the answer. They need to know that the reality is an illusion. It is a big illusion, but but it's also very real, and the mind just can't sit with that. It can't handle two polarizing perspectives. How can it both be real and illusion? It's like VR. It's like putting on a VR headset. When you're in the VR headset, when you're in the VR world, right? You put on the headset, you consciously know you have put on that headset, but then you forget because you're in that world now. All right, I've seen people on TikTok, right? They're playing like a first-person shooter game with their VR headset on, and they're like bashing into TVs and falling, like breaking things, and they forget their perception of space, and they're like running into things, and they're freaking out, right? And everybody else is just watching them, right? No one else is having the VR headset on, and they're watching the person do their thing, and they're laughing their asses off. That's basically what's going on with us too. We all have a VR headset on. And many of us have forgotten that we have a VR headset on for ourselves. This is just a VR headset. Take off the VR headset, your world just opens up. And so the universe is like, here you go. He had to use, well, when I say he, it's not he, but I'll use the word he for now. He had to say, my son, this is what you were looking for. Right here, right now. I've given you your memories. Here you go. Now go help your fellow brothers and sisters remember who they are. Even though brother and sister is just another term that we use. It's just another made-up term. Go help your other selves, basically. Okay. All right. I still don't know why. Because you forgot, Orion. You signed up to come down to help people. Hello. You didn't come here to live your normal human life like everybody else. Welcome back. All right. I'm going to be starting my workout in 7 minutes, y'all. So 7 more minutes, 2 o'clock on the dot. I'm starting. I'm going to open up a workout just so that I have it ready. I love our conversation, by the way. It's very thought provoking, and I'm glad you're taking time to listen to it, because it's important. Which one do I want to do? Drop sets? Yeah, I'm going to do drop sets. I'll do drop sets today. 2 dumbbell, 1 dumbbell, no dumbbell. So for those of you who have no dumbbells, if you're going to join me with this exercise, you don't need any dumbbells. So yeah, we're going to be doing them. We're going to be doing that in 7 minutes. Let's see. I'll answer this final-ish question. How would one know if the connection that is being received isn't from one of those higher beings with ill intentions? That's a great question. So I've struggled with that one for a long time myself. You want to know the simplest answer to that one? I'll tell you right now. And it's so simple. Your mind's not going to like this answer though, but I'm going to tell you. So how does one know the difference? You can feel it. Now, of course, your feelings can tell you a different story because your mind creates a narrative behind those sensory experiences. But you'll know it's very genuine when it's coming from here. Even though the higher beings who might have ill intent, they can't target here. You won't feel it here. You'll feel it here. You'll hear like, you're supposed to do, but you're not going to feel it here. You're going to hear it probably up here. They have no way to influence this. Like the deep core of what this is. You'll know it's real and true when it comes from here. You will feel it 100%. And you will know. Your body is very intelligent to tell you that this is correct. But that has to happen when your mind slows down. It's not going to work when your mind is in a million directions and there's 10 million voices in your head screaming, do this, no, that's not right, do that, no, listen there, no, go there. It's not going to work. I spent years in that state and I couldn't hear shit. Until sometime last year when my live stream went quiet, the other channel and this channel it was made, but I didn't come on it because I had to stay on that channel to figure out what, like, it was discernment basically. Who is speaking right now? Is this me, or is it this? And I could tell you 100%, I felt what was accurate and real and true, and guess what? It happened in there. But whenever I listened to this one, it didn't quite happen the way it said, because this is the one that's telling you as it is. Book that call, or book that flight right now. Book the flight, feel it. Go over there, take that turn, go. This is where you build your trust with your intuition. But in order to build your trust with your intuition, you have to slow down the mind. The mind is wired for logic. And it will not allow you to hear your intuition when you're constantly being bombarded like with sensory input from the external world. So in order for you to actually know, you have to slow down and hear. I want to share a bar. You might want to write this one down. This closest to godliness is stillness. So stillness equals godliness. So stillness equals godliness. They say cleanliness equals to godliness. Stillness is godliness. In order to hear God or the universe or whatever you want to call it, insert your favorite word. Don't get tripped up with the terminology. You have to slow down and be still. Be still. What does stillness mean? It means just to chill out. Just tranquilo. Like relax. You'll hear. You'll start to feel things more too when you start to slow down with yourself. Would knowing a good connection require a pure vessel? Nope. And all vessels are pure. So I know that sounded contradicting, so let me rephrase that. Even if you don't consider yourself pure, right? That terminology, pure, that's a loose term. You're perfect as you are. You can always hear. It's just the mind is the one that's corrupting everything. Think of the mind as like a vial of poison that you're pouring into your body. The mind isn't evil, but the mind has its own agenda. Because of all the experiences it has experienced. And it creates a narrative, a story, a meaning, and feelings behind it, and it has created emotional investment to the thing. I have 2 minutes. You can still ask questions, but I'm going to lock in with my workout. Yeah, your body is pure, but your body also has to slow down. You can call slowing down getting back to pureness. How about that? And when you're running at 1,000,000 miles a second, your body is I won't say it's not pure. It's still pure. It's a paradox because your body's always pure. The problem is your mind is going to create labels and meaning behind it, unfortunately. And I'm going to grab me another bottle of water because that one ran out. I told you, this is what I already drank out 2 bottles of water. Gotta stay hydrated. Stay hydrated, people. I love the fact that my brother them have got a new sofa. It looks nice. I want to quickly just like sit on it for a sec. Haven't got to sit on it. Ooh, this is nice. I like it. It's comfy. I like it. It's good. You can hang out and watch TV. It's nice. I like it. It's good stuff. Cool. All right. Haven't had a chance to sit on their sofa because, I'm not usually downstairs in the basement anymore. Yeah. The body doesn't need to be pure. But the body needs to slow down. 100%. Inflation, yeah. Inflation has created a problem, yes. Inflation and tariffs. Which, by the way, that's a whole other conversation with Mr. DJT. DJT, very interesting soul. Many people have their perspective on DJT. I have my perspective on DJT. For those of you if you're not sure who I'm saying, Mr. Donald J. Trump. DJT, short form. But that's another conversation. I'm not getting into all that right now. That's irrelevant. All you need to focus on is yourself. But people love controversy. That's why. Yeah, the Prez. All right, it is 2:01. Let's go. So you all can hang out if you want, but I will be explaining if anyone wants to join. You don't need to have dumbbells, but it is going to be called drop sets because that's what we're doing. We're doing drop sets today. What is drop sets? Well, you start with one dumbbell, start with two dumbbells, then one dumbbell, then no dumbbell. So like, for example, if we're doing high squats, then we'll be dropping one dumbbell, doing goblet squats, and then when we have no dumbbell, we're doing air squats. So for those of you without dumbbells, you don't need to have dumbbells. You'll just be doing air squats 3 times. So, it is hot as fuck right now. But it's time for me to get rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. This is going to be a challenging one because it's also very hot outside. All right. So this is the layout for those of you. So what we got going on. 10 sets of 3 exercises. Drop sets heavy to light. Timer on for 40 seconds of play, 20 seconds of rest, and 1 minute finisher. So that's what we got. And then set of dumbbells and workout mat. That's all you need. But you don't need to have dumbbells. You can just do this without dumbbells. My body should be warmed up, should be ready. If you want a quick way, if any of you ever want a quick way to warm up with, instead of spending like 5 minutes doing all this stuff and doing all your leg stuff, here's a very fast way to warm up. You're getting the blood to flow around the body. This is a very quick way to get your body warmed up. There. Let's go. In the wintertime, you might want to spend an extra minute to do that, but you're just getting blood flowing around the body. That's really what warming up is, and getting the muscle, Today is legs, so really. All right, we're starting with high squats. 2 dumbbells. Oh. Let's go. Remember to breathe. But for those of you without dumbbells, you're just doing air squats. See how I can transition from speaker to workout fitness instructor? It's easy because I don't say anything is hard. I don't need time to prepare, gotta get into the zone with this. I can just start speaking or start doing whatever at any time. I might take off my shirt just now too. All right, goblet squat. If I don't cut the grass today, I'll definitely cut it tomorrow. Definitely needs to be cut though. Okay. I can still share anything if you want to ask a question. I can still talk, but right now, locked in. So we're doing air squats now. Nice breeze right now, y'all. Taking advantage of the breeze. The sun is a little bit over my head, but I have more shade now. Feels good. Cool. That was the first set. Now we're moving on to set number 2. Romanian deadlifts, y'all. So Romanian deadlifts, you're gonna go down, you bend your knees, and you come back up. Now for those without the dumbbells, you can touch the ground or touch your toes. So you wanna make sure your back is straight and you're bending your knees a little bit. You can keep your knees straight or your legs straight, but you should be feeling a bit of a pull in your hamstrings, which is at the back of your legs. All you really need is 30-40 minutes a day, y'all, and you're good. You don't need to spend hours at a gym. Nice solid routine. You can find an abundance of videos on YouTube. And even if you don't have dumbbells, you don't need dumbbells. You don't need dumbbells. Calisthenics doesn't require dumbbells to do this. You can get in really good shape with your body weight. So don't let equipment get in your way. So we're doing B stance, right side. This is my right leg, holding the dumbbell in my right hand. Bringing my left leg back. Bouncing on my left toes. Keeping my right leg flat to the ground. By the end of this exercise, I should be sweating buckets, potentially. Awesome. So we're doing the left side now. So I'm gonna grab the dumbbell with my left hand, left leg is forward, right leg is back, bent, balancing on my right toes now. Some exercises, he won't be doing body weight, he'll be doing weights. But for those of you without dumbbells, you can be just touching your toes. Or you can do stagger squats, which is doing the same thing I'm doing, but doing a squat with one leg forward and one leg back. And I'll show it to you after I finish putting down the dumbbell in a moment. There are many ways to do the same moves. So like for example, you can just go down like this. That's set number 2 done. So we are moving back to front with the dumbbells. So we're using both dumbbells. So I'm gonna go forward and then back with my right leg only my right leg. Very good. So now we're gonna hold the dumbbell with our right leg, or with our right hand. The sweat is starting already. It's good. A good sweat doesn't kill. Doing great, y'all. Have to slow down for a moment. And it's okay if you need to take a pause, take that pause. Doing good. Now body weight. And use the body weight as time to rest your hands. So you can put your hands like this. I like to do Naruto style, like a ninjutsu. Nice breeze, nice breeze. Good job, Breeze. This is the perfect time to be breezy. I'll take it. I'll take it. Awesome. Saying hello to my brother and Alan and Nancy. All right. We are doing the left side now. So both dumbbells. Oh yeah. So now you're moving with your left leg. Awesome. One dumbbell holding in your left hand now. Let's go. Let's go. Forgot to move the dumbbell there. And it's okay if you fumble, no big deal. So now we're doing body weight version. See, you don't need to actually have weights to do this one, because as you can see, I've been doing a fair bit without weights. Your best equipment is your body. All right, this one's gonna be fun. In and out squats. 2 dumbbells. So, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Okay. After this, we have 10 minutes of abs to do, and then I have my mobility training after that, but that'll be throughout the afternoon. Whew. So goblet squat version, in, out, in, out. Tuesdays are my lower body day, so legs, leg day. Every Tuesday. I refined my routines over the years, or my schedule. Fuck yeah. The sweat is starting. Okay. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. You get the picture. So we're doing calf raises now, y'all. Okay. So don't let the don't underestimate calf raises, y'all. Just because it looks easy, the easy ones are usually where people underestimate, and then they feel it. You can also put it on your shoulders as well. Perfect. Hello, Mr. Ant. Good job. Don't be on my mat. All right. So you're gonna hold the dumbbell in your right hand or your right shoulder area. You're gonna lift with your right leg. You can hold on to something if you are losing balance, or you can just simply, do that. I have a bar or a pole here, not a strong pole, but a pole nonetheless, to kind of keep me holding on to something. You can hold on to a wall as well. Ugh. Other side. shake it out. So now, this is my left side. So that looks like this. You can also keep the dumbbell like this too. Totally up to you. I like to keep it up. A little bit more challenging for me. This is good for your ankles, your calves, your knees. And a bit of your hips. Okay, we have a very challenging one coming up now. Lateral lunges. So, that one was. Now we have the goblet squat version, one dumbbell. Hello, mister. Hey, you. Go over that way. Go. Don't go on the mat. I see our brother Ash, who just passed by. Okay. Body weight. Like I said, I'm feeling it right now. Doing good, y'all. All right, curtsy lunges. So you're just bringing your legs, you're gonna hold the dumbbell down and you're bringing your opposite leg behind your knee. It's like this. I'm gonna move out of the way so I don't run into the grass. Once I finish this, my energy is going to shoot through the roof. It's like turning Super Saiyan or Ultra Instinct for me. There's good stress and then there's not so good stress. This is good stress. Okay, let me move this guy out of the way. Sweat is real right now, y'all. my headband is not keeping in the sweat. Doing great. When you're doing curtsy lunges, you want to make sure your knees are parallel with your toes. I can tell when my knees are parallel with my toes without seeing it. I can feel it, like right there. Okay. All right. Body weight version. I'll do some Naruto pose right here. Or just do that. Hey, if I'm gonna do it, I may as well look cool, right? All right, suitcase squat. So suitcase squat is similar to air squats. We'll be doing suitcase squat twice though. This is suitcase squat. Feeling it. All right, stagger squats to the right. So similar to that Romanian deadlift with the right side, you're gonna bring your right leg forward. You're gonna bounce on your left toes and do that. I'm locked in, y'all. So you're doing that without weights now, body weight. Didn't I tell you all the sweat will start coming down? So this is how you do it without weights. Left side. Well, we're gonna be doing suitcase squat again. Ow. Just 30 minutes, y'all. That's all you need. Once you keep doing it over and over, like, you don't need to. If you love spending hours at the gym and it brings you joy, do it. Right? But you are on a time crunch. 30 minutes a day, just so you all know, is roughly either 2.5% or 4% of your entire day. That includes sleeping, eating, working, doing whatever it is you need to do. So that's 2% of your day, y'all. 2 or 4% of your day. That's still a very low number. Like, you don't even need to do all the other stuff, right? I do all the other stuff because I love it, but you don't need to do that. So my left foot is forward now. The added challenge to this is doing it outside in the heat. That's my challenge right now. Otherwise, this would be child's play for me. Not to brag, but that's why the hotter temperatures add a little bit of an extra challenge for me. In the wintertime, this is like, I mean, it has its own challenge because you have to get your body warmed up. By the time I'm done this exercise in the wintertime, my body's only now warming up. I'm not even busting a sweat in the wintertime. It's challenging, but, and I'm not just talking about this, but I mean any exercise for me in the wintertime, except for one, jump rope. The 1 hour one that I want to do on the stream. And I trust Saturday will be a great day. Weather will be better. Almost there, y'all. We have a finisher. We're almost there. We have a superset to do. "20 seconds. Pulsing. With 2 dumbbells, then 1 dumbbell, then no dumbbell. Sweat is going into my eye. Let's go. This is pulsing. We're not going fully up or down. Body weight. Don't underestimate this last one. Give it your all. This is it. Oh my God. Let's go. Fuck yeah, we did it. We did it. Finished. Good job, Orion and everybody. Now, all the energy that I just used will come back tenfold in a moment. All right, I'm gonna stretch. What time is it? 2:36, perfect. When you do this, by the way, you'll feel a massive stretch in your hamstring. it's important to stretch, but also to work on your joints. That's what we're going to be doing after the abs. I'll probably grab something to eat quickly and then finish up my mobility training and my push-ups and my squats. Goodness gracious. I need like a rag. It's okay, the sweat's gonna alleviate soon enough. And the energy is coming back to me. I mean, it never really disappeared, but you know, I used a fair bit of energy. I had to spit, sorry about that, y'all. Biology, we all do it. Get used to it. Ooh. Just so you know, a year ago, I couldn't do what I'm doing right now in terms of stretches. So I built a lot of flexibility in my body. So then you're like, I can't be flexible. Sure you can. You just have to practice. You just have to keep doing it. The only reason why you can't do it is because the nervous system sees it as not safe. So when the nervous system sees something as unsafe, it will prevent you from doing it. But when the moment it sees it as no longer a threat or a danger and it's safe, you'll be able to do it. That's how everybody's doing what they're doing. There are certain moves that right now, the body feels like, ooh, that's uncomfortable. Like, I don't want to do that. And that's because the nervous system is afraid of like getting hurt, right? Physical, which is fine, right? You know, go at your limits. Don't push yourself. Don't push yourself to a point where you're hurting yourself. I always say challenge yourself, but never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, hurt yourself. It's not worth it. Okay. Let me get my rag. Whew. Or let me just use something to wipe my face. God dang. It's crazy. It'd be crazy out there. Whew. It'd be crazy. Cray cray. Fuck. Oh yeah. My shirt is nice and sweaty right now. Whew. Okay. Let me see what's going on in the chat quickly. See if I missed anything. Nope, didn't miss anything. I'm good. All right, let's go. Hit the floor. Don't know what I'm singing. I do that all the time. All right, let's go. Okay, y'all, come back outside. There is someone, I wonder I wonder if she's there. Hello, Gypsy. I wonder if Gypsy is there. Come on out. I used to do this on my live stream. I'd take like an energetic grenade, fire in the hole, and throw it in so I can make sure I smoke out anybody who's hiding in the background. Fire in the hole, and then they all come out scurrying, saying, "I'm here." It's funny. All right. Okay, y'all. We got 10 minutes of abs to do. I'll move that and that over here. My back sweaty. What is it? My arm sweaty. Something spaghetti. Something. Yeah. I don't know the lyrics to that song, but like it's Eminem. My arms are heavy. My something are spaghetti. Some of you will probably fill in. Oh, what's this? Game native PS2 emulation Stellar Blade Android. Whoa!
Hey everyone, Mr. Sujano here,
What's
your
going on
source
here?
for gaming tech emulation.
Hold on, let me just scroll through, see where they're talking. Wait, what's this? Super Smash Brothers PC and Android?
Only release for this one. It's the first release it just released, and well, this one to me is pretty exciting. And continuing to talk about N64 stuff. Next up, we're talking about Battleship, which is a PC port of Super Smash Bros. For the N64. They might need to rephrase this one or reword this one because it's no longer just a PC port. It also
has an Android.
Works for Android.
Nice. Where is the Stellar Blade? There we go. Stellar Blade on Android.
Hearing my thoughts. Next up, we're talking about Stellar Blade on Android. Not officially, but through a Windows emulator on Android app like Game Native or Game
Nice.
Hub. Anyways, here, I was sent this in as a news tip from someone saying, and I won't say who, someone saying, hey, Stellar Blade is playable and running great on Android.
Y'all know why, because it's my last name, Stellar. So I'm always interested to see anything with the word stellar in it.
Hey, that is very subjective. So listen to this headline here up on Reddit emulation on Android.
We're going to start as a moment.
Blade on Red Magic 11 Pro, 16 gigs of RAM, 512 gigs of storage. The game is extremely enjoyable from start to finish, and there are screenshots. The big problem here is enjoyable may be
questionable.
Very subjective. The frame rate is not great. I mean, taking a look at the images here, and the first one is 13 frames per second. The second one is 15 frames per second. 12, 9. We're in single-digit frames.
Hey. At least it friggin' plays. At least it fucking plays. You know, like, it'll eventually be so optimized that it'll be able to be played. So this is a step in the right direction. So though it may not be playable like with great frames right now, the fact that it's playable, that means we're on the right track. So let's go.
Seconds now. There's 9 again, 9 again.
Cool.
10 here, 12, 17 a little bit better, 25. I'm closer to 30. Back down to 11, 19, 21, 20. I don't think I've seen it hit 30 once. 27, that's the best one so far. 29,
We're getting there though.
go. Closer to 30 on a pause screen. 29 again. Oh, 30. Hey, we got 30 frames per second. I would say this really isn't that playable.
Hold on. Ooh. Bless me. Sorry, y'all.
my opinion. I mean,
Biology.
the game is working and running. It's promising. I wouldn't necessarily call this an enjoyable experience, but that might be enjoyable. Might be up to the eye of the beholder. I really don't know here. Let me know your thoughts on this one. I don't know. Maybe someone's just enjoying the visuals of the game and are happy that it's up and running. But at the same time, a game running at 9 frames per second here, not...
Okay, so at least, hey, at least the fucking game works. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. Best exercise that you're not doing?
Are these the best bodyweight quad exercises that you're not doing? Probably. All right, let's talk about the reverse Nordic curl.
So Dan is actually doing this move. So he's on his knees.
This is an awesome quad exercise when you don't have any equipment at all. You want to get
And by the way, Dan, for those of you who don't know, this is the guy I hang out with. This is my boy. This is where he first started out. He's on vacation and he has 1 million subscribers now, and this is where I connected with him when he only had less than 100 subscribers. I'm one of the OGs of the OGs of the OGs. I'm one of them OGs. So he came back to just hang out, to, like, you know, on a vacation to Park City. I think that's in Utah. Park City, Utah. Don't quote me. And this is where he started when he only had less than 100 subscribers. Now the dude has 1 million. So you never know what is possible, because he's shown me what is possible. So when you just keep at it and you keep going, even when people will doubt you, even when people will say that you're crazy, you just keep going. So anyways, we're going to do abs now. I'll finish watching that video afterwards. Thank you, Mr. Dan. I see you. We're going to do abs, though, with Dan and maybe Tiff in the video. Yeah, we're gonna be with Tiff and Dan, so we're with them both. So here we go. 30 seconds of work or play, 10 seconds of rest. 3-point crunch. So you want to make sure you keep your lower back flat to the mat, and you're driving your hands towards each side. Okay, so we're going to be doing tabletop crunch. You want to make sure your back is flat. You don't want to make sure there's no gap in between you and the ground. If your hand is going through, that means there's a gap, and you're probably targeting your lower back. So these are tabletop crunches. Remember to suck in your gut, pull in your navel, contract your core, bring your belly button in your spine. That is all a synonym of the same thing. Different words to explain the same thing. Use your favorite one, or use whatever one that I didn't say. So we're doing eagle crunch to the right. So you're gonna bring your right leg behind. You're gonna keep your arms like together like this, or your hands together like this. Same thing, other side. Now, if your back arches here, it's okay, let it arch. This part's normal for it to arch because you have your leg wrapped around your other leg. I'm already feeling it in my abs. Okay, we're doing double crunch. This is also known as butterfly crunch. So you bring your feet together like this, and then you bring your knees to your elbows and your elbows to your knees. We move to the next dimension, y'all. Okay, cross crunches. So you're gonna go, bring your hand like this, and cut and touch like that. You can touch your head like this if you want, or you can just keep it like this. If you can't touch the ground, then just go up to here. Just go up to like here. It's okay to go up to here. You don't have to touch the ground. So L sit cross toe touch. So you bring your legs up like this. You bring your right hand to your left toes, and then your left hand to your right toes. Now, if you can't touch your toes, bend your knees, and then touch the top of your feet, or touch your shins like this, or your calves. Totally up to you. But if you can, keep your legs straight. Flutter kicks. So you have two ways of doing flutter kicks. You can put your hands underneath your butt for lower back support, or keep your hands to the side. And you're just doing that. If your back is not flat, highly recommend to do that. All right, so reverse crunch with leg opener. This one's fun. So you're gonna need momentum here to come back. So you're gonna do this, and you're gonna come up and do that. So you're sitting up on your butt and balancing with your hands. Fun. Crunch kicks. Okay. So crunch kicks, you're going like that. Inhale when you're in, exhale when you're out. Remember to breathe through that nose as well too. And I remind myself, it's important to remind yourself, whenever you catch yourself and you breathe, you win all the time. Okay, so we're doing wipers, and I have a lot of space out here to do this. So you're working on your obliques, which is the side ab muscle here. So we're doing straight leg bicycles. So straight leg bicycles are like this. You put your hands behind your head like this. Bring your elbow to your knees like this. Be free. Oh. Oh yeah. So we're doing hollow to tuck now. So this is hollow, tuck. Oh my God. The only reason why it's a little bit challenging right now is because of the heat. But I mean, I have them in more shade, so it's just a little bit of the body's a little heated up at the moment. All right, we're doing three-way climbers to the right. So you bring your right leg to your left knee, or to your left elbow, through the middle, and then to your right elbow. Then back through the middle, then back to your left elbow, through the middle, back to your right elbow. This is the right knee. So you're just following a pattern. Okay, so you're doing the same thing with the left leg now. You're gonna bring it to the right elbow, through the middle to your left elbow, and then back through the middle. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. That's me whistling, by the way. I like when he picks her up and he gives her that kiss. Boom. Boom. What a gentleman. That's why I love them very, very much. They're really good. They're a really wholesome couple. Very, very wholesome couple. Mr. Nero. Mr. Nero. But we're not going to be watching Mr. Nero right now. MKBHD, huh? It's 3 o'clock. All right. All right, guys. I'm going to grab my second meal. And drink that water. Speaking of which, before I even go and grab my second meal, do my ab stretch. It's important to stretch your body. I rather do what I do in front of the camera than to not do what I do and then end up hurting myself. So That's why I said it's very important to stretch your body after you do your moves. But not only just that, but focus on like proper movement, like because stretching isn't enough either. Cool. So main quests and side quests are done, y'all. Now it's just mobility training and my 55s, as I call it. So, yeah. All right, time for me to get something in my gut, and then continue my movements throughout the afternoon. If there's anybody who wants to share anything, like our brother earlier, Mr. Light. I love the questions, by the way. If you're still here, Light, thank you so much for the questions. You allowed, anytime any of you ask a question that's like very deep like that, allows me to go even deeper within myself to go find the answers that are nested right here. And you all have that same wisdom too. Because if it's in me, then it has to be in you, because I used to think of myself as the worst human when it came to wisdom and information. You all have it here too. And just this has its own narratives. So just know that just because I have it doesn't mean you have it too. All of you have it. You have your own set too, and I have what you have as well. Even if I'm not currently aware of it, but I'm pretty much aware of a lot of different things. So nothing really, surprises me. Like the brother earlier who came on, Shapeshifter, talking about reptilians, doesn't catch me off guard. Pleiadians, star seeds, intergalactic beings, aliens, right? That stuff is like, okay. All right. I'll bring you all upstairs. Why not? Let me just turn off the cooling fan. And bring you all upstairs. Is the data still on? It is. Let me turn off the data. I don't need the data on. We're going in the kitchen. We're going to grab that food. That was quite the workout, y'all. Feeling it. My life's a vlog. My life's a vlog. Not to brag, but that is me. That is me. That is me. I like seeing me. All right, let's wash the hands first and foremost. Got to get them hands like nice and scrubbed. We're gonna still move our body afterwards. I'm not done, but I wanted to eat something first. I wish the kitchen had more lighting in here. That's the reason why I like outside, because there's so much more natural lighting. I'm a person who loves to have natural lighting. I must have lighting. I don't like artificial lighting. That's why, like, when I'm inside and I have to put on the lights, I'm like, because when you spend your time outside for a long period of time, you're like, you don't want to be indoors with like false lighting. The fuck? Take that too. Oh yeah? You never seen indoors? Well, then you get to see me again. Because I like showing me. That's me. That guy is me. That little is me. Look at those little hands. He didn't know who he was going to be. I do it for him, by the way. All this stuff that I'm doing it for him. Because he's right here. That's who we all are. That The innocent. Alright, so I have like basmati rice. We started making basmati rice recently. We never used to cook this stuff in the house. Now everybody loves it. It's pretty good. I like it. I like it. It's nice. Yepers. Is there? There is. There is one. I'm going to eat this with some butter. Oh, Ryan, that's weird. He's no more in the real? Oh, he is. I'm talking about the baby. That's me. That baby is me. He's still here. He's right in here. I do it for him. He's watching me every time. I have a story for all of you, actually. But I'll share it when I get outside and eat. Poor fishes. I didn't kill these fishes, unfortunately. I didn't go and hook them. I would not. If I'm in San Diego, you're not going to really see me eat too much animal stuff. I refuse to. But as I'm here, they've already given up. Their life was taken, so gotta make the best of it. Even though I know what's really going on with that, doesn't mean that I still don't feel for the animals. Cool. So we're done. Our exercise is, well, the main stuff. And if I only do the main stuff in the day and I don't do all the extra stuff, I'm okay too. Doesn't affect me. Basmati rice. I'm going to have a piece of roti. I'm going to have spinach. And I'm going to have a piece of fish. Fried fish. If you ask me what kind of fish, I have no idea. I don't know. No. In San Diego, I won't be consuming too much animal stuff. Not purposely, but, you know, I still will have to find some form of protein. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. That was a good workout. I have all my energy back, see? I absorbed energy back to me. That's why I love working my body, because I know what I'm gonna get afterwards. That sweet energy of like, it's nice. I really liked Light's questions earlier. It really allowed me to go extremely like deep, you know. That's why I love when any of you share a question or share something in the chat. I can go deeper, because I can go very, very deep without any of you sharing, but when you all share something, it allows me to go even deeper, to like tap in to that universal wisdom. That's how we like expand with each other. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. This only needs 30 seconds. I don't know why, but I keep hearing the Randy Orton theme song. I hear voices in my head, they come to me. I like to say they understand. They talk to me. Because it's true, they do talk to me. Yes, they talk to me. Well, it's really me talking to myself. They tell me things that I should do. They tell me things I will do for you, because I changed the lyrics. They talk to me. The lyrics actually go, they tell me things that I should do. They tell me things I would do to you. They talk to me. That's how the lyrics actually supposed to be, but I changed it. They tell me things that I should do. They tell me things I would do for you. They talk to me. This? No. But in San Diego, yes. I'm going to be ordering from a place called Factor. So Factor makes... It's both Canadian and American. It's a company that basically cooks all your food, and then you order it like groceries, and then they deliver it to your house or your space. And it's all comes in a little container, and then you can put it in the fridge and then warm it up when you're ready to eat it. So that'll save me a lot of time in San Diego when I'm helping the world and I'm not having to cook. Because, you know, cooking does take some time. I don't mind cooking, I like cooking, but I prefer, my time is very valuable, you know? So, I'll be doing a lot of pre-meals, like just buying it. Instead of going to a grocery store and having to think of like, what do I need to get? I'll still have to go to the grocery store to get some things. Or I just order online, because you know that's the advent of our technological world, the advent of home deliveries to groceries, like groceries being delivered to home, makes life so much easier. And now I'll take you with me. I like making silly faces. Okay. Going through my room. By the way, just to... God damn. I will be eventually doing some sort of like podcast where I'm going to like sit here and be like... We'll do like a podcast style. I have my microphone, which is right over there. I got my nice sexy Shure SM7B microphone, the legendary microphone. And my MacBook Pro. So I'll be doing all kinds of like maybe a podcast style. I'll be like, hello y'all, welcome. Welcome to the Orion Podcast. Or something like that. So we'll see what happens. Somebody's horn is going off. It's not my horn. It's not our horn. Hey, they turned it off. Yeah, let's go. I'll read your message because you said something about the meanings between Randy Orton and Edge's track. I'll check that out. My bad. Forgot to change the camera angle. Ooh, I hear the motorcycle. Rum, rum. Rum, 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 rum. I'll put back on some nature music. Or I'll put on some other music. Non-copyright, of course, because, you know, can't be a... People came on one day and they're like, is that even legal? Can you even play that? I'm like, bro... Fucking AI, calm your shit. You can't be playing that. Is that even legal? Of course it is. And plus, I asked them, hey, I live stream. Can I use your thing? Cause I messaged them in the chat. They're like, go for it. Hey, more promotion for them, right? More people go to their channel. So yeah, let me see what your question was before. Randy and Edge songs are meaningful. Yes, they are meaningful. Randy's lyrics are slightly different than the one I just said, because his goes, they tell me things that I should do, right? They tell me things I do to you. They talk to me, but I changed it to, they tell me things that I should do. They tell me things I'll do for you. See, I changed the word. I do for you. They talk to me. Yeah. What's up, Justin? Welcome back. Ah, Mom's back. I just heard her car roll in. She be rolling in. Ooh, Mega Man X. Anime music, y'all. We're not listening to this though. I'll listen to this later. I'll listen to that later. Why spiritual people still suffer. If y'all want to listen to some Nero. So I'm eating basmati rice and roti and some spinach and a fish. So I'll put on Nero and you all can just, if you want to have a listen, see. Some of you may agree with what he says. Some of you may not agree. But I'm going to put him on. It's a 12-minute video. It'll give me enough time to eat. But enjoy. He'll sort of fill in for me while I'm eating, because he kind of will talk about the things that I'm going to talk about. But enjoy.
About demons, just for simplicity's sake, we can individualize the emotions, apathy, shame, guilt, grief, and whatnot. But quite simply, it's pain. Demons feed off your pain. And the pain is the result of the emotional experiences that you've been through that were intense, but negatively. Right? Pain is a result of our most emotionally intense negative experiences that we've been through. Those emotionally intense experiences that we've been through enter our subconscious mind. You may not be thinking about it consciously, or you may, the stuff that you've been through, but it's in your subconscious mind. And now, because it's in your subconscious mind, you're unaware of it. Because you're unaware of it, they come over and just quite literally feed off that. And if demons feed off your pain, then your pain is the basis of their existence.
That's a bar.
If you had no pain, there'd be nothing to feed off. So what is the issue? Is it the demons or the pain that you have that they're feeding off? Remember, they're blind intelligence. They're just here doing what they do, based upon what they're created from, so on and so forth. Your pain is the base of their existence, but you're unaware of your pain, and because you're unaware of your pain, you're unaware of how you are quite literally a feeding source for them. You're like a watering hole that they come in. Pause. What?
That was crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
Why are you laughing?
That's crazy.
Your pain is the basis of their existence. And I say all of that to say, until you have the capability of alchemizing your pain into power, you're going to continue to suffer. Because if you ever seen, and I don't know if we believe this, guys, but if you ever see niggas in church casting demons out of people, whether they're real or not, right? And most of them are fake. I've seen some shit. I remember one time, I'll never forget this. So we must have went to a church camp, me and my cousins. Me, MK, King.
I thought about them straight away.
Me, MK King, went to a church camp. And bear in mind, this is when I was in my religious bag. A lot of you niggas actually don't know that I was extremely religious. Like, debate with people on the street religious. Like, evangelist.
Yes, he uses the N-word, by the way.
Because people's tendency is like, oh, you
Don't get tripped up with the N-word.
Your faith wasn't strong enough, and and you didn't read the Bible enough, and you didn't try. Like, stop. So at this particular church event, we got driven there by one of the members in the church. He was a cool guy, really cool guy, really cool guy. So eventually, now we get to the event, and we're in the hall, and there's a bunch of other people. Niggas at church, they're just looking for things, innit? But we're locked in. So then the pastor starts singing, break every chain, break every chain. There is power in the name of Jesus. And then he comes out. Bear in mind, there's probably like 200 kids here, like 200 like teenagers. The pastor's and he's walking. He's like, I feel some things in the crowd. We're like, what? Us man look at each other. We're like, yo, what's going on here? And then he's like, I feel some things. And then people start trying to run out. And there's ushers. He's like, close the doors. They're closing the doors. They're pushing people down. People are trying to run out. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? What the hell's going on? And he's like, I feel some things in the crowd. Next thing you know, people just drop. Boom. Like, what? What's going on here? People just start spazzing out, screaming, ah. So we're all there chilling now. Bear in mind, the nigga that drove us there then starts tweaking. Like he's possessed.
As in inside the church.
We're like, we look at each other like, ain't this nigga our driver? Like, isn't this the guy that's driving us? Like, you might want to catch train home, like, because bitch took a demon out of him. Like, what's going on there? So, I say all of that to say, I don't know if that shit is real. Most of it is fake.
I'm not laughing because of the guy's torment. No. I'm laughing because how he's telling the story.
Because, one, I'm African. I'll tell you niggas that for free. I know Africans. And I'm friends with actually quite a few pastors, actually. But that's besides the point. That's besides the point. I say all of that to say, typically, whenever demons are cast out of people, it's from a point of power. And until you have the capability of alchemizing your pain into power, they will continuously have something to feed off. And this is where we alchemize demons, ladies and gentlemen.
Seeing you drive a tweak out. Long day.
We're like, huh?
It's weird that he's talking about this, but it's okay.
Top tier religious. Like, serious levels. And we're like, yo, he had a demon in him. Like, what? I don't...
Can't lie, you and your religious bag just don't even seem real right now.
People don't believe it, guys. One time, I was so deep in it, I thought the world was ending. And I cried tears.
You were one of them rapture niggas.
I was one of them rapture niggas, you damn right. You're bloody right, I was literally one of them. And that's so hard for people to conceptualize. But my people know. They're always shocked. Because I was the type of guy who would be like, yo, delete. I'd sneak into my cousin's phone, delete all his MP3s. So I'm like, can't listen to this worldly music.
Bruh.
I was locked in, bro.
A lovely day.
Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. So, like I said,
I hope he's getting to the point because this video is just kind of like, come on, dude.
It all leads back to what you first saw when you clicked on this video. Don't fight your demons towards them. Because once you understand that your demons are nothing more than your pain, then you're just fighting your own pain. And fighting your pain doesn't really solve it, it just perpetuates pain. And that's a bar of that down. Don't fight your demons towards them. And you talk to them by understanding that they're nothing more
talk
than
to them. Understand what's going on within yourself.
It's exactly what you've repressed. And because you've repressed it, you're unaware of how you're putting yourself in a cyclical pattern of having your pain fed off by these quote-unquote demons, right? But if there's no pain, then there's nothing for them to feed off, right? So the experiences that you've been through, here's what I'll say. The first thing you need to do is actually sit down alone or lay down
And chill the
and actually just allow yourself to immerse yourself into your pain. Feel every emotion, feel every thought. I don't know how long this is going to take you. This might take, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. This might take a couple of days. It might take a couple of weeks. But what we're aiming for here is the illusion that's presented. The illusion that's presented is if you feel this pain, the pain will never end. That's not true. That's actually a defense mechanism of those entities to maintain their existence in their life, because that energy will dissipate from negativity to neutrality. But in order to do that, you have to immerse yourself into it and let yourself feel it. There's a lot of toxic positivity from people where they just repress the stuff that they went through without realizing that that stuff created an emotional charge in your subconscious mind. Until you dissipate that energy, it will continue to rule your life without you even realizing. So sit down alone or lay down alone, and I truly mean alone, in silence, and just immerse yourself into the pain. Think back to the experiences that you went through that you try not to think about, and let yourself feel every point of that pain. If you cry. Just allow yourself to immerse yourself into that pain, because it will dissipate even if it doesn't. It feels like it won't, but it will, right? And then recreate those experiences to alter.
The only way to heal it is to go through it. That's a bar. Write it down. Now that I've kind of finished eating and his video is almost done anyways, essentially what he's getting at is the pain that you are feeling within yourself. It's nothing more than a story that's been repeated over and over, and they exist. The pain is like another entity within yourself that the mind's creating, and it's refusing to let go of you because it's taken like mental real estate within yourself, and it seeks to exist in the physical realm. But in order for it to disappear, it's not bad or evil or anything like that, but it is something that's causing you an energetic you don't have equilibrium. Let's just call it that. You don't have balance. In order for you to get back to balance, you're going to have to dissipate that energy. And during 2024 and last year, I spent a lot of time alone, days on end alone, feeling all the pain and struggle and suffering that I had to do to free myself. The only way to get through what you're going through is you're gonna have to feel it, and it fucking sucks. I'm not gonna tell you it's gonna be easy. It's gonna fucking suck. It is literally gonna suck so bad. So then you're probably, well, then why would you do something like that, Orion? I'll tell you. Because on the other side of that is waiting for you your peace and your serenity that you deserve, that you're meant to have. But in order for you to have it, right, you gotta feel all that shit, because it's gonna continuously be sapping away in the background. Think of it like, I guess the best example I can have right now is like an octopus. It's like kind of like in the back of your life, just sucking away at your life force energy, draining you. Or think of it like somebody sticking a straw into you and they're like slurping your energy. I know that sounds weird, but just think of it like that. Think of it like you're an orange. Somebody put a straw into an orange and they start drinking the juice out of the orange. That's what's going on. And in order for you to reclaim back that energy, you have to feel it. That's what he's getting at in the video. So I had to go through the worst kind of like feelings you could only imagine. Because, the thing is, the nervous system's like, oh my God, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're literally gonna die. But you're not gonna die. You're gonna be perfectly fine. Or you're gonna feel like, I'm gonna lose control, right? Especially if you've done the deep inner work and you're like, shit, I don't wanna lose my frequency. You can never lose your frequency unless you've told yourself you lost the frequency. That's a bar, write it down. Because the thing is, if you agree that you're going to lose your frequency, then guess what? That means that you are giving power to something that's external that has control over you. hello, you have the control within yourself. So you got to feel it. Even if you're getting angry or you're frustrated, some days I'm angry and frustrated, but does that mean I'm losing frequency? No, but that's the mind creating a story to finesse you into believing that you're going downhill. You're never going downhill. You're just the pendulum is just in the middle. You're just going through an experience. It just is. Life is going to be like this. But when you know that life is going to do this, then you just ride the waves. But you're not labeling it as bad or good. It just is. And so for me, I had to experience the pain, all the different pains. Like when the girl rejected me, any company that I applied and they said, no, we're not looking right now, thank you, back in the day. Because like, you got to take almost all experiences you possibly can that you probably buried deep within yourself and pull it out. Sit with yourself, lay down, do what you need to do, and feel shit. It was one night, I went through all of most of my relationship ones that I've had with women. When the little girl rejected me at 5 years old, when I was a 5-year-old, and she said, oh, look at that ugly monster, Mom. And her mom basically said, don't ever say that. Go apologize to him. But of course, the damage was done. That already had went into the subconscious because, they say sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Well, words can hurt you when you don't understand how words work. That's a bar, write it down. But when you know how words work, it can affect you. That's also another bar, write that down. So, hey Olga, good to see you. So I had to go through the pain of like that little girl who rejected me at 5. Then I went through all the other different experiences with women throughout my time. I laid down for like 8 hours on the ground. I started at like 6 p.m. one evening in 2024, and 8 hours later, it's like what, 3 a.m. or some shit like that, or 2 a.m. I'm on the ground, like I'm flat on the ground, and like tears are coming out, like snot is coming out of my nose, like I'm like a hot mess. But I felt it, and I dissolved the feeling. Now, those things don't create emotion behind me. Like if the little girl was like, yeah, she rejected me, I was ugly, and she told me I'm ugly, I don't have that, I don't care. It's a 5-year-old. She didn't know what she was saying. She was unconscious to what she was saying, right? Kids say what they call the darndest things, right? Kids are very direct, right? If you haven't noticed, like kids will just say all kinds of things. Both positive and not so positive stuff. So then from that moment on, I also had to start feeling other things like why, money, like the scam. The scam was a big one for me. For those of you who don't know, I got hit with a scam in 2021. That is no longer my story, but that scam happened, and I thank the scam because it had to happen. But I have to go through a story. Let me see what you shared. Feeling is a secret. True, I had to do the same. It's freeing. It sure is. It really is. And so, the scam for me was like one of my turn back moments. And I had to feel it. I had to feel the pain of losing all that money. It sucked, but then it slowly dissolved and it started to melt away. So now whenever I think about the scam, it doesn't affect me. It has no effect whatsoever. But you can tell when someone talks about something and you can start to hear like, you can see the agitation or the thing that's starting to happen. You can see them getting a little emotional. Like I used to say the word suffering. That word suffering used to get me to start crying. Like even just saying the word suffering would get me into crying. Because I don't want to see anybody suffer. But like when I would say that back then, because I was suffering, basically what was happening, I was starting to cry because I felt the pain of that word so heavily, right? And I thought, my experience was, and this was my belief for the longest time, that God put me here to suffer. That was my biggest belief. Now, when I say it, it's absolutely absurd. But back then, that was my belief, and it was held so strong. Like, I was feeling like I was being choked every time I said it. Like somebody was grabbing my throat. And my throat chakra was locked up. I can barely speak. But that's what it felt like. But I had to feel it. But guess what? Through that pain, I was able to free myself. That's what the subconscious is holding on to, these things. I call it the Spider-Man suit because it's like the Venom suit, the symbiote suit, where you're attempting to pull off the symbiote from your skin, but it keeps latching back on because you haven't felt it, right? Eddie Brock, and for those of you who don't know the Spider-Man story, Eddie Brock, he had to get the symbiote to become Venom, right? Or he didn't have to. The Venom, or the symbiote, chose his host body because he was a magnet for it. But then he attempted to pull off the symbiote from his body, but he couldn't. And they have to use sound to blast it off. You have to be you can use the sound as a metaphor to be in vibrational alignment to remove it off of you. And that means feel it. But in order for Eddie to get that symbiote off his skin, he had to feel not just worthy, but he had to feel like himself, like I can have control over the symbiote now, not the other way around. And he can control the symbiote to get off of himself. And he can turn back into the symbiote at will. So, anyways, you have to feel things. And if you don't feel things, you're going to be stuck. There's no ands or ifs. But the funny thing is, you're actually never stuck, just so you know. That's a paradox. It'll feel like you're stuck, though. It'll feel like you're pushing the gas and the brakes of your car at the same time, but you're not going anywhere. So it's important I'm glad that Nero started talking about pain, because this is important to talk about, right? Because and this goes hand in hand with dissolving and fading the pain in your life, because the thing is, when you start to feel all that you felt, like everything that you've ever been through, if you can remember all of it, amazing. If you can't, it's okay. You're not also looking to get addicted to looking for all your limiting beliefs, because that in itself becomes a trap in itself, right? So you just do things that you might feel that might be holding you back. You just explore. Think of it like exploration, but it's not going to be the easiest thing to do, but it's going to be your best thing you ever do for yourself, because it frees you. It literally, you unbind yourself from like that symbiote, essentially. Let's see. I always wanted to get to a point in my drug and alcohol recovery where I could talk freely and openly about it without crying. No more shame and guilt. I believe I got there. You did. You just shared it with us, and you did great. That's how it works. You did great, by the way, by sharing that. Thank you for sharing that, and here you are. All right. It's basically, shame and guilt are two frequencies that will derail you, but they are also an illusion. They are not real. The mind creates a story because it created judgment from other people, because other people created the shame and the guilt, and may have sent it to you or to any of us with whatever we did. But guess what? It was a big lie, because everybody else's mind has also been finessed. If you really understand that everybody else's mind in this world has been finessed, then you start to let go of a lot of stories, because you realize that all the stories are also made up from their mind too. Like all the times when I got rejected from a woman, they just didn't know how their mind worked either. If they knew how the mind worked, they wouldn't have said the things they said or did the things they did. They could have just simply said, I'm not in resonance with you, I like you, but not in that way. I'm like, cool, no big deal. But, they said it the way they said it, so I internalized it as something as very, very negative, right? I took it as a very negative thing, and ultimately this mind created a story. I'm like, here we go again, women. Here we go again, women doing this shit again. I'm like, fuck this shit, and like, fuck, and creating more kinds of negative experience within myself. But that's a story that the mind is doing, not you. The you who you are doesn't make stories, because it knows thyself fully as whole, complete, and perfect. Shame and guilt and fear and worry and doubt and all that, I mean, it knows it exists, but it also knows that it's not real. It's not the true version. It's only true until you keep adhering that it's true and real. Right? Like for me, like you just shared, and thank you for sharing, bro. For me, it took me a while to share my story of body shame. Like, I couldn't show my skin. Like, I could barely do this. Like, some of you went, take off your shirt or whatever. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. Right? Last year I had so much resistance. Like, now I just take it off because I'm just hot, but I'm not showing off or anything. I'm just taking it off because I'm friggin' hot. But I have no more shame anymore. I don't care what people think because it's just another story that the mind made, right? Because the mind of other minds are making up stories and judging others without knowing how the mind works. And when you know how the mind works of other people, then you just kind of let go of their story too towards you because it has no power, right? That's why awareness is the starting point to any and all transformation. But yeah, I had to feel a bunch of shit. I remember the time when I had the arm here. You know, I shave my arm. I don't care. It makes me feel cooler in the summertime, and in the winter I keep it because it keeps me warm. You know, gotta keep that fur. You know, it's a little cold here. Minus 40 degrees Celsius. It's not something to deal. It's not something to mess around with. You know, you need that extra little bit of layer. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, but like I remember that time when I was in school and the guy was just pulling on my arm here. He's like, "You're so hairy, dude. You're so fucking hairy. You're so hairy." And he kept pulling on my hair, and he humiliated me basically in front of my peers, the other students, and the other students were laughing. So of course I took that on as a scar, right? Did I shave that day? No, but I was humiliated. And he didn't purposely mean to humiliate me. That was not his intent. He's just like, "Yo, bro, you're hairy, bro." I'm like, "Yeah, man, like, what? I can't control that." You know what I'm saying? Like, just the body that I created or I chose, even though back then I didn't know shit about all that. But that's what I chose. Love me for who I am or hate me for who I am. I'm going to be me, right? At the end of the day. So, so because I've changed the story now, it has no power anymore. I've reduced the power. Right? I went back to that moment when he was pulling my arm here, and I sat down, I was sitting right next to him, and I can actually imagine that right now because I'm sitting right next to him. He's like, "Man, you're so hairy." He's like pulling on my arm here. Right? "You're so hairy." Yeah, man, I know. I appreciate that. I'm well aware, right? And we were joking about, and like I made it into like a friendly joke instead of me internalizing it being some negative shit that I did, where I felt humiliated. So instead of me being laughed at, I was laughing along with him. Like, "Yeah, man, I'm fucking hairy. It's cool." And we're just laughing. And we just moved on. You see how simple it is to just go back and just kind of relive? But the problem is the mind will make it so more complicated and so much more difficult than it has to be, because it's like, it's going to do that. It's going to freak out. That's what it's going to do. So like, there was a time with a girl that I was connecting with very, very deeply, and I thought we were building something. Like, I thought we were doing that. Then, you know, one day I went to her house, I brought flowers, and, you know, another dude was over there. And of course, I internalized. I was like, "Fuck, what the fuck, man? Like, it's bullshit." Right? I got mad. I left the flowers at the door. I knocked, and I said, "You know what? Screw it. Screw her and on all women right now." I made that story, right? Then like I texted her and she told me like, "Yeah, I couldn't. I was with some other guy." I'm like, "Well, you see, well, that's fine. Whatever. Peace out." But you see, I internalized it, not understanding like who that guy was, right? Like, why is there another dude? Right? But I created a narrative, or the mind created a narrative because of past experiences. I'm like, "Yeah, see, there you go again. Women are always going to be the same. Why me? Why is it always like this?" But that's not true at all. That's just a story based on the experience that one time it happened with the little girl at 5 years old, rejection, and it spanned onto other things. It just led to different aspects. But when you change the story and get back to the root, and you see how all the other ones happened, and you realize, hey, okay, so with that other woman who who I was like connecting deep with, and I bought flowers and I was hanging out with her and we were building something. I thought I was building something cool. I was like, I changed the story. I'm like, we're just friends. We're hanging out. I was just having fun. That's it. Right? People come and go. And I changed the story. I still felt the feelings, but I changed the story. And because I changed the story, it made things so much easier. So now when any woman comes into my life, it's just easy. Right? It's not just her story. There's other stories even beyond hers. And I had to go through that experience with them too. But we were able to get to a point where we felt the feelings. And then the money one, right? Because my parents would always say, money is the root of all evil. I'm sure some of you heard that one. Money is the root of all evil. Because, money, and, there's been, yesterday we were talking at the water, and I was saying, there's a lot of good billionaires out in the world doing some really good, cool things. And then a brother came on saying, billionaires are, they must have sold their soul. If that's what implies to selling your soul, then that's what it's going to be for you. But from my reality, you didn't need to sell your soul to be a billionaire. A lot of people are billionaires who haven't sold their soul. They put in the time and the energy and the effort. They built their brands. They did what they needed to do. But even if you say selling your soul, that also implies you changed. Well, that's fine. Like, if people think I sold my soul for money, that's your perception. I'm still going to be me in the end of the day. Right? So, it's meanings that we attribute to things. That's really what it comes down to, meaning and interpretations. When you change the meaning and the interpretations behind the experience, guess what happens? A totally new experience. We're not being ignorant to what happened. Shit happened. But you get to change the story now of what happened in your experience. Right? Like, internalizing that money is the root of all evil for years, and then having the scam and yep, I'm not supposed to have money. But the thing is, because one belief I had was, God wants to see me have something for a little bit and then pull it away from me because he wants to see me. He's playing with me. That was my belief about God for the longest time, that God was playing me with a string, like he's holding me hostage. That's not true. That was not true at all. That was because of all the other experiences. That is so not true. But I got to change the story. Right? Up until recently, this character was thinking the same thing. I'm like, what are you doing? I see you, I hear you. I'm not going to entertain you. You're not telling the truth right now that God's still playing you. God's not playing you. You're playing yourself. That's a bar. Write it down. You're blocking yourself. You're playing yourself for the fool. So if you want to continue to influence this character in this body, go ahead. But you best believe I'm going to also intervene because I also have access to this body. So there's multiple beings within this body. So I can understand what's going on with the mind. And tell the mind, look, I'm not here to destroy you, but you got to work with me now. I'm not working with you. You work with me. This is how it works. So the mind has no choice but to submit and relax and chill and let things just be. Right? So I had to force the mind at times to just stop and just chill. I have to sneeze. Ugh. Bless me. A little I don't subscribe to allergies, but a little bit of pollen is in the air. Plus somebody's cutting their grass. It's all good. Anyways, my point to say is, feel your feelings, y'all. It is going to be absolutely imperative to, move forward in your life, because there's things that you're supposed to be having right now that is waiting for you. And unfortunately, if you don't feel whatever it is that you need to feel, then the universe is Well, how can I help you, man? Or how can I help you, chick? If you're not allowing things to unfold by freeing yourself from the stories of the mind of what's possible. You know, anything is possible. Anything. Now, when I say anything, let's just have a little bit of common sense, because you know, there's been some people like, well, are you saying that I could be an eagle and fly? Chill out, relax, tranquilo. Tranquilo. Common sense. But let's say that you're supposed to be the world's greatest chef, or the world's greatest home designer, and you're supposed to have a TV show, and people are coming to you for business, not you going to them, but they're coming to you for business, and you have a TV show, and you're showing all those home renos, right? $1 million property. Maybe you're supposed to be the world's greatest real estate investor or real estate agent, right? Maybe everybody keeps coming to you because you're the best. Maybe it's you're supposed to, I don't know, be the world's greatest basketball player. Maybe to surpass Michael Jordan. Maybe Michael Jordan isn't the best. Maybe Kobe Bryant isn't the best. Maybe Steph Curry right now. Maybe you're just as good as Steph Curry dropping them threes from way downtown. All right? How is Steph Curry so good at what he does? He's just fucking confident in himself. That he knows. Even if he misses, he doesn't care. He doesn't care if he misses. He knows he's going to get it in because he's got it in. And once you have evidence, even though you don't physically need to have evidence, but, you know, seeing it over and over again, you know, we've said that Steph Curry is like an alien, like when he shoots the ball from like all kinds of different directions, right? Most people say the first one that they ever see is like luck. But because when you do it over and over and over again, it's not luck, it's just skill now. But the thing is, like, he's so confident in himself. He doesn't doubt himself. Even if he misses, it's okay. He doesn't doubt himself. He's missed quite a few times. I've seen him miss his shots. Right? The dude's practice. He practices a lot. But he got good. He took action, but he started from within. He knew that he can drain those threes. So my point to say is, like, you know, there's something that you probably have to feel so that you can let go, so that you can to be able to actually experience the thing you're supposed to experience. 3:55. Okay, cool. I'm gonna take up my plate in a moment. And we're gonna get rolling with some movements again. I'm just seeing if there's anything else that needs to come through. No, that seems to be good for now. Unless there's something else anybody wants to share. Anytime any of you see me just kind of like go quiet and silent, I want you to know something. This is me feeling what is coming from within, and I just kind of like observe what's going on. This is how you start to hear yourself, by the way, your true self. This also helps your mind to like slow down and relax, because when you get the mind to slow down and relax, you're able to be more present with yourself and more calm. But when you're not present with yourself, you're going to be all over the place and distracted. Like I said earlier this morning, a mind that is distracted is an easy mind to conquer. Divide and conquer. The mind, when it's divided within, it will be conquered without. That's a bar, write it down. You will be conquered. Many people's minds are completely conquered within and or divided within, so their reality has been conquered. That's why I don't insult anybody. Have you seen me like tell any of you that you're a piece of like S or fuck you or anything? No. Because I know where they're at, and I don't want them to be feeling at some sort of I want them to be in joy. Those who come on with chaos in their mind is because they've been divided within. And those who are divided within are going to be more likely chaotic without, generally speaking. It's not to insult, because I'm not here to do that. It's just they are where they are based on their frequency, nothing more. But they have the power. They also have the power, but they have to start choosing differently. Again, some people chose to just do what they're doing though. And for them to change, it's going to take a lot of physical things in their reality to happen. Relationships will like fall apart. They might start losing things in their physical reality. Things like they might get fired from their job. They might get rejected from their partner now. All kinds of stuff for them to start to realize what was actually more important, the internal. And shit like that has happened to other people. It's unfortunate, but sometimes that has to happen. That has to happen for most of them to kind of realize what's truly important. Oh yeah. As The Rock would do, shine that arm up, very nice. No goosebumps though. I do need to kind of like clean my nose for a second. Yep. So that's why, like, I'm so confident in everything that I say. I don't even doubt myself like I used to. Like, I know what I know. And when I hear others speaking, I'm like, they're right, but they're right, but they complicate things. There are many people who are teaching others a lot of things, and I'm grateful that they're helping others because I haven't got to them just yet. But they're also overcomplicating it. So complicating. When I hear some of them talk, I'm like, it really is just, it was really simple. You just have to realize it's right here. Oh, Ryan, that's not true. It can't be there. There has to be some mystical answer. Okay, well, when you get there, then will you be satisfied? What if I tell you that the mystical answer that you're looking for is right here? No, it can't be. Yeah, well, because we created layers thinking that we're missing something. School started all of this, just so you know, making you feel like you're always missing something. That's why you went to school to learn something. That's the reason why it feels like you're missing something, because school did this to you. It's not their fault because they themselves didn't know what they were doing. right? They made you start doubting yourself and creating separation, and also created competition. Nothing wrong with competition though, but competition in the right way. But they did it in the incorrect way. And a little bit of fear. Because if you don't get a job, then you can't support yourself. Then you're gonna die. You're gonna suffer, right? That's what school did. And they did this to you at a very young age, and you were not aware. They used it as a tool to gather a bunch of you together, like myself. You all are playing and having fun, but covertly they're doing something else without you knowing. And they give you, what do you think school was doing when they gave you recess and gave you lunch break? Right? You get to play, you get to have fun, but secretly what school, the system is doing, not the teachers, because the teachers are unaware. There's no teacher to blame. It's the system. The system was designed to prepare you for adulthood so that you can also be trained to take a break here and there, but you have to take orders from someone to take a break. You can't just go outside and enjoy. You have to ask for permission, or you have to be, there's a certain set of time that only you can get to go outside and do what you need to do. You couldn't just get out of your desk. For me, whenever I was working with my previous boss, or my previous boss, the one at the boutique law firm, the global law firm called Norton Rose Fulbright, you all can look it up. Norton Rose Fulbright, full with one L though, Fulbright, one word, Fulbright. Norton Rose. When I was working for Norton Rose Fulbright, from late 2014 to early 2020, just before COVID, and then I got another job right after because I couldn't get back to my old apartment. Made a little bit of a fumble, but you know, it was the right decision. I had to ask my boss, hey, yo, dude, can I go take a break? I had to set up lunch schedule. You can only go at lunch at this time. Half the time I couldn't even eat my damn lunch, people. I was so fucking busy. I couldn't even catch my break. Like some days I just didn't even eat lunch. And I'd come home. I'd drive back to London, Ontario for 2 hours and eat dinner and then go to sleep. Hell, sometimes I just was too tired to even eat. I'd be like, hey, and then this is when I was living with my wife for a little bit, my ex-wife. And I'm like, I'm going to bed. Good night. I got to wake up, drive 2 hours, back to Toronto. Then sometimes I stayed here because of the drive. It was just extraordinarily long every day for 2 hours. But some days, like, did you go eat? Like, I need to be told, do I need to go eat? And have permission to go eat. Fuck that. Fuck that noise. But Orion, not everyone can be like you. Yeah, because we made the world the way it is right now, haven't we? Because we all keep subjecting ourselves to the same shit. If everybody became an entrepreneur, the world will change. But the thing is, if everyone's an entrepreneur, then everything else will kind of dismantle itself now, wouldn't it? And we'll live in a whole different world, right? And everybody's just okay with what the world is right now because it's not going to break the system. I'm here to break the fucking system, if you haven't realized. If you do that, Orion, you're going to create absolute anarchy. Good. We're supposed to be working together, y'all. We're supposed to be supporting each other. You're not supposed to be fighting and like only this is for you and this is for you. No, all is for all of us. This is not a zero-sum game. Orion, that's an idealistic world. That's fine. I know that I'm not going to I'm not going to do that kind of damage to the world. But I am going to start helping people to start tapping into what's important, helping them to unlock the fullest potential of their mind so they can live their best life. And that's what I've already done. I have 6 clients, not to mention all the people I helped on my other live stream, over 1 million plus people on my other live stream. I've helped over 1 million plus people on this planet start to at least tap in to who the fuck they are. It's a lot of people, and I'm just getting started. A lot of people. That's why I said there is a 96% of the planet who still hasn't figured it out yet. 4% of the planet, whatever 4% of is of 8 billion, whatever that number is, I helped a very, very, very tiny percentage. Maybe like 0.002% of the 4% that I helped. The rest are been done by Nero and Katie and like Trina and whoever else who figured it out. Time's ticking, y'all. You all are going to start to remember at some point. The world is changing, or has already started to change, if you haven't noticed. A lot of things, not to get into all this conspiracy shit, but, you know, things are being released now, and it's being shown to you all, which has always been there. Like the UFO stuff, you know, not to get into the files, but the files were also there to show you what is actually real and what's not real, right? It's all kinds of stuff, y'all. It's just a matter of when. It's starting to show up. Welcome back, Light. By the way, thank you for all your questions, I appreciate it. I did. So I answered no, it doesn't have to be pure. But your vessel's always pure, no matter what you do. It's a paradox. The vessel doesn't have to be pure, but it is pure. But yeah, I answered it earlier. You're welcome. And it's talking about, you know, feeling all the pains of your experience to free yourself so you can go and live your best life. That's what I was talking about before I started talking about the files and why things are being revealed to the world now. Because the world's changing. 2027, y'all. Shit is happening. Shit's coming. It's already here, though. Little by little, more people are going to start to know in 2027. Why 2027? I can't answer that one particularly. I don't have an exact reason why 2027, but, you know, more people it's preparing you for what's to come. It's a lot of things. You know that meteor that was in the sky or whatever, that Atlas thing or whatever that they were talking about, a couple months ago? That was preparation too. Right? That anomaly that showed up in the sky, that wasn't just by some accident. When I was like looking at it, I'm like, now they're starting to see. I guess the other side is starting to show some signs. In this generation, this is going to be the generation that sort of starts the trend of what's supposed to happen in the future generations, thousands of years from now. We're the starting point. We're the change makers, all of us. Every single one of us, we're the change makers. You didn't know. And the next generation will just carry on the changes that we're making in this generation. We're the ones. Of course, they're going to be their ones, but they're going to maintain it. But of course, there's going to be someone who's going to somewhat oppose it at times, and we're going to go through the whole song and dance again. Because over time, humans are probably going to forget again. But there's going to come a point where the universe is going to be like, okay, I'm done playing this game, snap finger, and we start a new game. This guy's just like, he's enjoying all this. Maybe the bird's actually channeling all the information through me right now. Right? Yeah, I can see him. He's hiding right in the tree over there. I'm gonna be moving, but I'm gonna be moving my body, but still ask your question. I'm gonna be reading because now the main exercises is done. So, finish eating. I do need to go back downstairs and get some water. That's my third bottle of water already? We're on the fourth now. Let's see. If the vessel doesn't need to be pure, then how would one confirm the message being received is from a good source rather than an ill-intentional one? So that's a great question. Again, it comes down to feeling it in your heart. Your heart will tell you it's true. It won't tell you in words, though. It'll tell you by a feeling, and you'll know. You'll viscerally know that that's accurate and true. Your body is intelligent to tell you this. The mind is going to do its job, though, to potentially create some sort of obfuscation or some sort of like distortion. But if the mind is confused, but the heart knows, and you feel it's true, then it's true. It's basically like gut instinct. You'll know. You'll know if it's good or not. Your body, you just have to know that your body is smart enough to decipher things before the mind gets a hold of it. Before the mind creates a label, the body will get the answer before the mind. The mind will then create it's so instant that the body just instantly knows that this is accurate. But then the mind will then get a hold of it like, is this real? Should I start doubting this? Should I do this? Right? And the mind does all that. But again, as I said, even though the body doesn't have to be pure, the body will always be pure no matter what you do and what you do to it. The body's always pure. Even if it's gone through all kinds of like illnesses and sicknesses, it's still pure. It was created in the image of the Creator. It cannot not be pure. It's always pure. It's just that it's this narratives of the mind that creates the impurity. But even in that mind of creating the impurity, you still will get you'll still get the clear guidance with this telling you, but you have to have this guy to slow down. The answer is to tell this guy to slow down. He's got to relax. When something comes in and you feel it viscerally, you'll know. It'll feel good in your body. It won't. If something doesn't feel good, you'll also know. It'll tell you, nope, this is not good. If something's like, ugh, right? That's happened to me plenty of times where something didn't feel good, but that wasn't coming from outside source. That was, it was coming from another source that say that we're going to stop you from achieving your goals, but that was another creation of the mind, creating all kinds of obfuscation again. Because the mind can create anything. Because the mind likes to create a game with itself, to play a game with itself. So it likes to think that it's blocking itself. Even though the mind doesn't want to block itself, but it's blocking itself. It's really the mind that's doing all this. Thank you, bird. Thank you, Robin. What if the message being received feels good to you, but people around you are saying it's bad? Well, it all comes down to them and what they perceive, right? If they perceive it's bad, are you going to listen to them or are you going to listen to you, right? Because remember, a lot of things that I'm saying right now, a lot of, not you, but there's a lot of people who come on the stream are like, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. Shut up, loser. You're a fraud. You're a scammer. Okay. But I know what I'm talking about, but yet they don't feel it good. You have to trust yourself enough to know whether it's good for you and it's more than enough for you, and for the others, if it feels bad to them, tough shit. That's why I keep saying what I say. I don't care. My parents walk by and they hear me saying stuff. You think I care? I came here to speak the truth. Because I came here as a vessel to help people to transcend beyond their current limitations of their mind. So if I have to say what I need to say and it's going to go against the collective, then I will. I didn't come here to please anybody. I came here to help you all to let go of the stories, the narratives. And even if it looks like I'm some sort of evil, I'm not the evil. That's the mind just creating another story. But yes, if it feels good to you, but others don't feel it good for them, oh well. Oh well. I'm not here to like hurt anybody intentionally. That's not my aim. But like in the process of me saying stuff, it's going to trigger the shit out of people. So one has to ask themselves a question. Why would it trigger them? If they were comfortable with themselves, and even if they don't agree with me, they shouldn't be getting triggered. So when someone is getting triggered, that means it feels like there's a threat. There's no threat. I'm basically saying that you're the answer. It's just that simple. Right? But someone is like, no, I'm not. God's the answer. Okay, well, chill out, relax. You know, I'm not saying God isn't the answer. In your reality, God's the answer. Cool. But you said that you're the answer. I'm like, well, yeah, I did say that. In my reality, I'm the answer. It starts with me and ends with me. And both are true. No, it can't be true. The reality is a paradox. Both is true. No, it's not. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm going to say things. It's not going to sit well with a lot of people. But I do know what I'm saying is sitting well with quite a few of you. So it already shows, like, it's not like all of you are even opposed to what I'm saying. Some of you are listening to what I'm saying. So that shows me that some of you are actually gone very deep within yourselves to ask these kinds of questions. Others have not gone this deep, not yet, because their mind is completely distracted with a bunch of, well, things that are for me, it is what it is. So what if the message being received is to the ends of one's life? Would that be good? To the end of someone's like physical experience, yeah, it can be. Because that could help them to know that when they're leaving the world, they're going to be okay. Most people will get messages and clear guidance at the end of their life because, you know, not everyone, but majority of people will get some sort of like release that they are always going to be okay. That even though they're leaving the world and they're going to die, some of them get the closure and they can go and they can move on. Nothing's wrong with that. Now, of course, they're going to have a little bit of regret not knowing it before they went. They wish they had the answer sooner. And most people regret is one thing. They wish they had slowed down and they didn't work so much. A lot of people who have either nearly died or died and came back for a little bit, because there are people who have died, who have near-death experiences, who have died, went on the other side for a moment and came back. I know there's a lot of people who are like, that's not true, nobody's ever died and come back. Of course there has been. There's been people who've been dead for 15 seconds have been resuscitated, but that 15 seconds in the other side is infinite because there's no time. and whatever they currently believed in or whatever they thought subconsciously of the other side, that's what they're manifesting. And they'll see whatever they need to see to get the answer, and they come back with a whole set of new either language or skill that they didn't have prior. Is their experiences fake? Of course it's not. That's like telling them they're not even living, like they're not a real human being. That's ridiculous. Right? So some people who have died or have come back, or who had a near-death experience and they actually stayed alive, they usually get their messages. And they come back and tell the world that the other side is a very loving, caring place, which is true, it is. I've been there. I can tell you that. It's very caring. It's like ecstasy and bliss and love and authenticity times a billion, and that doesn't even remotely close gets to the whole magnitude of what you really feel. There's no words. I can't even explain with a word. The words are feeling absolutely ridiculous to even talk about that. But it's such an amazing place. So I'm like, why can't I just stay there? Why am I back here? Because you have people to help. Hello, you came to the earth to help people. Right. Plus, now I actually enjoy my experience. I actually love being here. The first time in my life I actually enjoy being on the earth. I want to be here. For a majority of my life, I wanted to escape this world. Now I want to live on the world. For the first time, it feels fucking phenomenal. I love it. I have so much zest for life now. It's amazing. Because I understand how the rules work. Yeah, it can be an edgy take for sure. But I mean, the mind can't fathom that, because if the mind hasn't fully comprehended it or hasn't some sort of experience, that's really what it is. Then it's okay. Remember, you're always going to be right no matter what. If it feels edgy, it's fine. It's normal. Again, if you had met me 10 years ago, well, you and I wouldn't be even talking to you, to be quite honest. I'd be hating your guts right about now. I wouldn't even be answering questions. I'd be like, fuck you, basically. Because I fucking hated all you humans at one point. I was like, fuck you, basically. So I wouldn't even be talking to anybody. Even the people that I had friendships with, I secretly hated them. I wanted all of them to burn in hell. Even though hell doesn't exist, but I wanted all of you to burn in hell. That's how much hate I had for all of you, even though I didn't know half of you. Right? So I get it. So all these ideas that I now know, it's vastly different from the person that I was. Because back then I'm I don't give a fuck about this. Who cares? I just want to get off of this stupid place anyways. It's stupid. That's why I said 10 years ago, if you had met me, totally different person. I'd be throwing up a massive, even though this actually means nothing now because I've destroyed the meaning behind this. It's just a finger now. Just like doing that, or that, or that. I have broken language structure and like structures in general for myself. So for me, when somebody does this to me, I'm has no meaning to me because I don't know what that means anymore. Because I've destroyed the meaning. Maybe they're like, hey, I'm waving to you. Hey, throwing up hey. Right? Just like the person earlier who put the two palms in the sky, the emoji guru, and then they put a line between the two hands. I didn't know what that meant, to be honest. I thought you're stay away from me. You have disease, stay away from me, right? Because I had no idea. That was the mind's preconceived notion because of the way his messages were starting, right? He put the pride flag, right? Because he was commenting on my pink gloves, right? So I'm okay, he's probably thinking I'm gay. That's fine. He can think whatever he wants. Nothing wrong with that. I have no problem with that, but that's not who I am. I know that. But then maybe he was thinking, ooh, he's gay, like stay away from me. I don't want your back in the days we used to call this cooties. That's probably an old school term that many of you don't even know what that is. Ooh, you got cooties, stay away. Right? So I had no idea what that meant. But he had to tell me what that meant. He was like, oh, just like sending energy to your root chakra or your base chakra or whatever. I'm like, oh, okay, thank you for clarifying. So you see? These things mean nothing now until you give meaning to it. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, similar to you, where you are right now in your experience, 10 years ago, I mean, technically speaking, I wouldn't be even having these kinds of conversations. I wouldn't be even interested to listen to someone like me. I'd be like, who the fuck is this guy? Right? This is not even entertaining. This is boring. Play a video game. Play a video game. Ew, this guy. Him again. Play a video game. That's basically how, how it was for me 10 years ago, because I didn't care about anything back then. I didn't. I hated everything. I hated everything and everyone back then. And which is weird because 10 years ago I was married, and it's so baffling how I even manifested my wife. I hated everybody, and I even hated her. And I'm like, why did I even get married to her? Because it was one of those societal things that, yeah, you feel like you have to go and you have to like, get married. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I think life has to be protected no matter what, from all rationality. That they say otherwise. Life has to be protected no matter what from all rationality. From all rationality. Well, I mean, for me, rationality is very subjective now because of my experience. I defy a lot of rationality. I protect life at all costs, but at the sense of I lock into what's important right here, right now. And the frequency defies rationality aspect, right? Because there's been a lot of things that like defied logical explanation from my current experience that quite simply right now, many of you can't fathom. And you're not supposed to fathom it yet until you had your own experiences. When you have your experience, if you have yours, you will understand more of where I come from, basically, or what I'm kind of about. But I don't care for people to understand me, to be honest. I just care that you all live and enjoy. That's why I'm not talking about all the other stuff. Again, I'm glad you're asking the questions, but I won't be talking too much about. I won't be talking too much about these kinds of things, because all I care about is that every one of you live and enjoy with so much peace in your soul. Well, again, there's no such thing as wrong in my universe. It just is, right? That's just a humanistic perspective. Of course, there is, people hurting someone. From a humanistic perspective, that's wrong. But like, I'm basically, dude, just to keep it simple and 100 with you, I'm just a dude who just exists to have fun and just enjoy. I don't care about like all these other like ideologies and shit anymore. I've been through it all. I exist to just serve, help, have fun, enjoy, and if someone likes what I say, cool. If they don't like what I say, also cool. I accept everyone as they are. Just that simple for me. That's how I roll, if you haven't figured it out yet. But, you're not wrong about what you said, but in reality, the universe doesn't see anything as wrong. It just is. No, that's just considered just being just is. That's just another word. Even just is just is. It could be, but that's just another word, dude. It's another made-up word. Get rid of the word. What exists without a word? That's how I operate. Basically, think of it as no humans can speak a language. That's how I work. I live in a space where language does not exist anymore. I still have to use it. I have no choice but to. It's important that we still use language. But I live in a space where language does not exist. Where everything just is. Even though just is language, but I have to use those words. There's no other word I can say right now. I can just do this. I can do this all day, dude. This would be considered just is. Not throwing up my arms as in like giving up, but or like throwing up my arms of like, you know, throwing in a towel, but like lifting my arms up to like explain like all of this without no words, without no language, without no concepts or beliefs or thoughts. It just is. This is how I roll. No words. I don't even want to use just is, because just is just another word. It's just another mind. That's just another concept. Yeah, exactly. It is currently the worst tool to use, but is the best tool we have. It's a paradox. Right? Your statement is a paradox, and it's right. You're accurate. It is the worst tool that we have, but it's the best tool we can use, because it's the only tool besides telepathy, but we're not there yet. I don't want it, dude. Personally, let me just share this with y'all. If I can just send my intentions out to the world, which I can, I would just be doing this all day on my live stream. Look. And not even making a noise out of my throat. I think it'd be pretty boring if you all just like saw me just doing this all day though. Now that's like being like a mime, right? Who pretends to like Speaking of which, sorry 4:34, damn. Let me go get my other yoga block and my my walker. Gotta get rolling with some of my moves. But yeah, you're spot on with the language thing. The language is what created all the problems. So and it's not really the language, it's the interpretations, the meanings we give in each word. And each other's words have our own meanings, right? Like you have your definitions of each of the words that might be a little bit different from mine, but they're accurate for you because they're accurate, they're spot on. But because it allowed you to get to this part in your experience. And for myself, it might be slightly different, but it also allowed me to get to my experience, and they're both accurate and true, but they might not be in alignment, but they're both accurate and true, right? And this is where the disagreements start to come, because somebody's like, no, that's not what love means, right? Or they'll say like, no, that's not what authenticity means, right? They'll start to argue the fact that like, this is what this is, or this is what that is. Right? And the problem is they're both right, but the mind doesn't know how to handle both. So like for me, I do my best. Like, yes, your words that you said, they're spot on, all of them, but like for me, I mean, it's just another word, right? It's more words. It's the best tool that we have to use, but it's also the worst tool to use. Because like in a different language, these things, like somebody who speaks German who doesn't know anything about English, they wouldn't be even understanding our conversation. They'd be like, what the hell is this guy talking about in their language? Yeah, exactly. The definition of words are basically a negotiation. Even a negotiation is a negotiation of a negotiation, isn't it? It can go on and on, right? That's the reason why I came to the world, to sort of bring back this sort of like lost awareness. It's very unfortunate that many humans just go throughout their day being completely finessed by the mind, not being aware of these simple simple things like this, like having these kinds of conversations, right? Because if we had these kinds of conversations, we can start to understand each other a little bit more, And then, of course, like you and I, we're having an interesting conversation because I'm reading your text and you're listening to my words as I speak. So, like, I'm having to decipher your text to make sure, like, we're on the same page, and you're having to decipher my words and convert it into text for yourself to kind of, like, respond. So you see, like, the dynamics there's also that dynamic too. It's a very interesting dynamic, right? I'm talking, you're texting, right, to respond, because there's no way presently for you to like, share your thoughts via voice. YouTube, add the fucking feature, please. Come on now. I guess I might have to be the one that builds the world's greatest live stream platform. But anyways, you see what I'm saying? Like, this kind of stuff no one is talking about. This is what fuels my passion, because I want to bring awareness to the world about things like this, because without awareness, so many people are getting caught up with the illusions and the traps of the world, and they're complaining, they're fighting each other, and because they're fighting each other and they're not understanding, like, what is going on and what is being actually said, they're just taking it from, just their one point of view, but there are many point of views, right? So bringing back, like, this awareness is important to me. It'll definitely help a lot of people to start to pay attention more and be more present with their words, which will help them to slow down and start to think and slow down the mind a bit. It'll force being in the present moment, essentially. I'll read your comment in a moment. Let's see. Would you say these types of conversation require an awareness and curiosity that is beyond the normative standards? It would be, yes. I'd have to, as much as I don't want to say it like that, yeah, it is. And not everybody's going to find this as important, but it's actually one of the most important things in the world just to be aware of. Because when everybody gets back to the fundamentals of, like, how we got to this point, we can start to help each other better, and we can start to slow down and be understanding of each other, instead of jumping the gun and like, because this is what happens. Let me show you. So somebody says something, right? You're already aware of this, but I'm going to share it. Somebody says something. This person who hears what this person says gets activated and triggered because they forgot that words and their interpretations and language are not the greatest tools, and then they get triggered and then they get mad, all because this person said something. But when this person doesn't understand what this person's saying, and this person starts fighting back, and this person's like, but I attempted to explain my point, but you're not understanding my point, then this person starts to get mad. And guess what happens? If both parties who were listening to the conversation, not just one, but many, right? There's nobody And I'll repeat this. There is nobody on the planet speaking about this publicly. There are people who know about this, but there are people who don't talk about this because there's no one, they haven't found the people to talk about this with, but they are aware of this stuff, right? Because I'm bringing it back into awareness. I'm bringing it into the mainstream. This is very important stuff because this is the foundation to everything in reality that you will experience. Your words, your language. Doesn't matter what language you speak. This goes for all languages, right? Because like, imagine right now, I don't know if you speak a different language, but if you were to type that same message out in a different language, I'll look at it, I'm like, that's just squiggly letter, that's just squigglies. I don't understand what that is. That means nothing to me. And in that moment, right, there's no emotional charge because there's no meaning, because I don't understand it, right? But if I do understand it, then I can create a meaning behind it. But then is the meaning the same meaning that you have, right? Because like simple words like saying I love you, right? I can say that to anybody, but not everybody is ready to hear that. You know why? Because those three words are laced with some somewhat negative connotation now. If you think about it, I love you. It's one of the most overused like phrases right now, but is also overused in the sense that nobody means what they're saying when they say it. They're just kind of like throwing it out like what's the word I'm looking for here? They're throwing it out like a common like saying. I don't know. You know what I'm saying though. You get where I'm going with that. They're handing out like some sort of like box of chocolates or some sort of like thing that you can easily just get. So people have a very hard time to hear I love you, because I've said those words to a few people in the past, and they're like, ugh, because they had their own preconceived notions of when I said I love you, but I didn't mean it in a romantic way. I meant it in a like brotherly way to another brother or to a sister. That's it, nothing more. And I had to clarify that because the human mind always is looking for context. It always requires some sort of context to some degree, right? We all need some sort of context, and that's the reason why language is kind of what's causing a lot of the damage on the planet right now, unfortunately. It's sad, it's unfortunate, but this is what's going on. So, saying like, I love you to someone who hasn't even heard it from you before, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, right? For me, if some random person, and I say random very loosely, but if some random person came up to me and they said, "Orion, I love you," I'm like, "Cool, I love you too." No big deal. For me, I know what that means. From a brother to a brother, or sister to a brother. For me, right? Because I can feel their words. It has allowed me to kind of like, when I can hear someone speaking, I can feel the intentions behind the word, because it's allowed me to be so laser focused on like what people are saying now. Like, it's like I can't unsee it. Like I'm trained to like hear things. Like nothing kind of like slips by me kind of thing. It's a blessing and could be not a blessing, depending on how you see it. Yeah, it tends to have duality. Exactly. Yeah. Or even triality, because there's that too. It's unfortunate, but this is why I came to the planet, to sort of bring back this lost awareness. It's because it's lost. It is kind of lost to a lot of us. To like, I want to say 89% of the planet lost this awareness of like language, of what language is doing. This alone can change someone's life. I know it. It changed my life, because when I became aware of these things, it changed my life almost instantly. I'm like, okay, so I got to make sure like when I'm speaking with someone, are they saying what I what I think they're saying. This allowed me to be more present and more patient with other people and what they're saying. Let me just make sure I understand where we're going. Like, are we on the same page? That's why I like ask a follow-up question just to make sure, like, am I reading that correctly? Am I like, are we on the same page here? Like, are we not on the same page? Like, I do this a lot, especially when I get to speak with people in the physical, right? Because, like, now that I'm aware of what's really causing a lot of the confusion on the planet, which is language, and the interpretations and the meanings and the dualistic meaning or even the trialistic meaning behind words, or even quadlistic meaning, because words can have more than three different interpretations. There can be many different interpretations. It could be an infinite interpretations. Like, the word love has so many different meanings. Like, it comes down to, well, what kind of love you're referring to? Friendship love, platonic love, romantic love, brotherly love, sisterly love, parently love, grandparently love, friendship, I already said friendship, but co-workership love, like employee love, like, bestie love, I don't know, insert word, right? Like, Gen Zs are making up all kinds of stuff nowadays, so I don't know what to keep up with them, but yeah, it's yeah, exactly. Yeah, forcing it to, like, this is what basically getting present feels like. Like, when you get out of, like, and the other thing too is, like, you have a conscious definition of words, and then you have a subconscious definition of words too. Like, you have an emotional feeling behind words. You have a logical definition and you have an emotional definition. So that's the other thing. So when you're saying, I love you, right? When you say those words to someone, which state are they in? Are they listening with their conscious mind, or are they feeling with their subconscious mind? Right? Because the two definitions can be polarizing. One can be like, when they hear the words, it triggers something negative about them, or a negative experience. And like, don't ever tell me that you love me, or some shit like that, because they've been betrayed by people who said that they love them, so they don't trust love anymore. Right? That's an emotional, subconscious experience. It bypassed your logical mind when they heard it. Or on the other side, the other spectrum is they got the conscious mind definition, and you're running with the conscious mind definition. Uno momento. Oh, I thought I heard Mom's car starting for a moment. Speaking of which, my mic is dying. I just realized that. So that was actually perfect timing that I checked my microphone. Perfect timing. Whatever that sound was, I thought my mom's car was starting, but it wasn't. But it was for me to remind myself, hey, hello, go check your microphone. Cool, the other microphone is connected now. Da, da, da. I love the fact that my microphones last for about 9 hours each. These little microphones have become my game changer for my streaming. They literally have become my game changer. I can be anywhere and I can speak, provided it has a line of sight connection, or not going through some massive brick wall. But even then, like, it still kind of works. Oh yeah. "15 more push-ups." Let me see what you wrote. Let's see. Love itself is definitional to each individual. Yes, it is. It's a good word. That's a good way of saying that. Definitional. Sure is. I had an experiment. I know you were around when I shared this, but I'll share it again for those who missed it. In my other channel, back last year in February, there was like 20 people on, give or take, and I had them all. We had an experiment. I asked them, "Hey, what's your definition of love?" I didn't say what kind of love. I just said, "What's your definition of love?" Each one of them, they wrote what they thought love was immediately in the chat. And I read through it, and everybody read through theirs, and I showed them, okay, there's a reason why I had you all do this. I wanted you all to see that each of you, your definitions are accurate. And to each other, you're seeing the differences between each other's love because of what you wrote. And they're not wrong, they just are. And I want you all to know that when you're speaking with someone else, they may have a different definition of love. So in that moment, I basically show them that this is not just for love, this is for any word. Any word is very definitional. I'll take that from you. That was a good word, definitional. I like that. It's a good word. Thank you for that. So they came to that awareness and they were like, I like this exercise, it's good. I'll be doing that exercise on this channel, whoever wants to participate though. So you could see like if there's a lot of you on and whoever's like locked in, engaged, I'm gonna do that exercise on this channel. Be like, all right y'all, what's your definition of joy? You can write it down and we'll see what someone's definition of joy is. It's going to be accurate to them, right? Because it's their experience. It's valid. 4:54. We're going to do some squats. Let's see. Yeah, and then there's that as well too. Exactly. Right? Because when I had them do that definition, or I had them type in there, I didn't tell them what kind of love it was. I didn't even tell them if it was unconditional or conditional. I just said, what's your definition of love? Like, what is your current, like predominant definition of love? Go ahead and go nuts in the chat. And they did. Right? Some talked about romantic love. Some talked about, love for family. Some talked about friendship love. Some talked about just platonic. Some talked about just caring about another person in general, just like a soul love, like just loving just a person as they are. So I was like, cool. I'm glad we did this exercise. It was a very powerful day, by the way. That day was very powerful. Then opened up a lot of things because they all got to understand each other in that moment too, when I did that. And when I plan to be talking on stages, because I plan to be doing that, I'll be doing these exercises as well. I'll have everybody in the audience, right? I'll find a way that they can all input their little answers on a screen and it comes up on the screen. And here's the funny thing. You might not recognize yours because someone else may have something similar, but you may not see yours. But I'm going to show now you all see that this is how you all start to connect. You all start to see each other's versions. And if more people start to, work together to help each other understand each other's definitions of stuff and accept each other's definitions of stuff, then the world will be such an easier place to navigate before we start jumping in and judging people and criticizing people and doing all kinds of shit to other people, because they themselves, you know, they themselves are navigating just like you, right? So many people are quick to judge because that's the easy thing to do. That's the easy, normal human thing to do, but that's actually not the normal human thing to do. The normal human thing to do is actually to understand. But because you don't want to be that outsider, and you want to follow like the herd, right? You will do what the others are doing because they don't want to step out of line either. Secretly, they really want to step out of line, but they don't because they're scared shitless. I'm the type that will step out of line. I don't care. You'll see 10 people going to one line and then one person who will be on that weird line where it's like, what are you doing? I'm that person who will step out of that line and walk my path. I have no fear when it comes to that. There's a bar that I heard in the videos, and I said it before. I stood against the world and I won. So basically, I mean, like, I don't care if the world rejects me because I don't reject myself. That's it. So as long as I love me and I support me and I accept me, there's nothing that can ever tear me down because I know who I am. So how can I ever, you know, be away from anything? Like, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's important to, like, for each of us to understand each other's definitions. We understand each other's definitions, we'll have an easier way. But yes, I know. But Orion, I'm not saying you, but Orion, that's so much work. Right, because the human mind is very fucking lazy in today's day and age, isn't it? It doesn't want to put in that extra effort. But that extra effort is going to save you a world of problems, especially in a relationship with a woman or a man. If you're the opposite sex and you're going to have a relationship with someone, this is what I'm doing, just so you all know. When I have my next relationship, I'm going to make damn sure that person and I have conversations about almost every word we can possibly think of. Even the minuscule ands and buts and ors. What does that mean? I know those are filler words, but what does that really mean to you? Right? Because once I understand where they are, I'm like, okay, cool. This is what yours is. This is what mine means. Now you have to, you know, you don't have to agree with it. And I don't have to agree with yours. However, if we can at least get to a point where it, you know, yours is yours and mine is mine, but we can still coexist together, amazing. Hello, we just created a whole new paradigm of living, people. Well, I mean, it may not be a good idea, but it's a phenomenal idea to me. And I'm going to do that. And yes, your memory is a rubber band, but when you know who you are, your memories start to... It doesn't have to be a rubber band. Because I've started shifting my memories. Right? For me, everything... I'm not even... This is not me. This is just a character that I get to play. Because I have my memories of my previous... And when I say previous, they're still happening. Parallel incarnations. That's why I don't talk about that. That's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to help people blast past this. But yes, I do have my memories. And my memories are... They're ever changing, you can say, now. Because I'm not locked to like just this one experience. Because I've had many experiences. My mind at this point has come to a point where I can see somewhat multi-dimensionally. So it can be a good idea, yes, but it could be a bad idea too. That has a double-edged sword effect. But, you know, if I'm not meant to be in a relationship with a person and we don't ever have that, then it's okay. I'm good either way. I know what it feels like to be in a relationship, and I'm good with or without one right now. I'm living my life, I'm helping people, making impact, and I'm very fucking aware of a lot of things. And I think that in itself is a beautiful gift to have awareness. I used to think of it as a little bit of a curse, but it's actually a beautiful awareness to have. Doing 55, I'm at 30. But yeah, you know, you're right. It could be a terrible idea, right? Memories are like rubber bands, but that's if you subject yourself to your memories being like rubber band, because it's a paradox of itself. It's not one way. It's all different ways, but again, see, I choose to also accept your perspectives and not just be like, no, it's wrong, right? I'm not locked to one way. Even if my character says no, I'm like, hello, what are you doing? There's no, it just is. I am so lucky I get to be me. Like, it's great. I freed myself basically from all the traps of the world that I sprung on myself, basically, because I sprung all these traps on myself. But you're right. It could be a terrible idea. Right, exactly. It could be. But it also can be a good thing, because then it's not saying like I'm changing their definitions. Like for me, when I say like, hey, let's just sit down and have a conversation, honey, right? Let's have a conversation. I'm just curious. So what's your definitions of this, and that? I want you to know when we're doing this definition, honey, I want you to know to keep it as is. You're not changing it. You keep it as is. I'm just curious for my own curiosity's sake. What's your definition so I can understand you better? Right? If you want to know mine, I'll share mine too. But if you're not interested in mine, no big deal. But I'm curious to know what is your definitions of these like words, so I can see where we are. Because the last thing I want to see is like, sure, we might run into like disagreements at times, but as long as we can get to a point of understanding each other, that's all that matters in the end. And my aim is always to understand your point of view and at least come to some sort of like understanding. We may not agree, but I can at least understand, right? That's my aim. So always to seek to understand, not understand, because I don't understand anybody. I understand within myself and within the person. That's why I don't use the word understand, because understand has a very negative connotation. So I don't use that word understand. Do you understand me? No, I'm not understanding you, because I'm not under you and I'm not above you either. I understand what you're saying. I'm not overstanding you either. There's people who say overstand. I overstand what you're saying. I'm not overstanding you, and I'm not understanding you, but I'm understanding you because I'm like with you. Or it could be withstand. I don't know. That's a bunch of words you're just saying there, bro. I don't follow the normative. That I don't play the human game. I'm not here for that. And if someone else is wanting to play the human game, I'm not here for that. I told you. For me personally, I'm not here to play your human games. I'm here to sort of break the structure. Came to break it. Bring awareness and break it, so that you don't get trapped up. If you want to play that game, not saying you specifically, I want people to understand each other, yes. But I'm not going to trap myself up just to be understood. If you don't understand me, tough shit. I'm not here to force anybody to understand me. If you haven't guessed it, I don't care. I don't care. It's not that I don't care about people. I don't care if you like me or you don't like me. I don't care. If you want to listen to me, cool. If you don't, I'm okay with that too, right? But yeah, you're right. You are right where you are coming from. You're spot on. But I don't follow that. I don't adhere to that. I don't care about what normative is. That's a subjective word. Normal. Right? For me personally, I don't care. I live my life the way I choose to live it. If someone doesn't like me, okay. I'm not here for them to agree with me. I don't want anybody to agree with me. I just want everyone to live in joy. Look, if I'm never meant to connect with a person in the physical, like when I say I mean like a relationship wise, I'm good. The universe, God working through this vessel, wants others to be in joy. I'm happy with that. I really am. This is my purpose. You can call it my dharma, whatever word. And if I'm supposed to leave the earth soon, then I did my job. I know some of you at least will take away some of the things I've talked about. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to entertain it as your truth, but you'll at least somewhat know that we had a conversation about some things that most don't talk about. I talk about things that most won't talk about. And I'm sure you've seen it, because you're not really saying the basic like words either. You know what I'm saying? You're going a little bit deeper within yourself to kind of match my sort of vibe of how I'm talking. But yeah, man, like I really don't care. I don't care if people subscribe to my channel. I don't care if you unsubscribe. Hell, if I have one person, if I have no people, that's fine too. That just means I wasn't meant to do live streaming. I'm meant to go do something else. But like, I just want to help people. I want people to just be aware of these things. At least be aware of it. You don't have to actually like do anything with it. You can just be aware of it though. And then if it's like having a tool available at your disposal and you're aware of the tool. At least you have the tool now. All of you always have the tool within. You just have to be aware that the tool is there. And like, oh yeah, I remember Orion talking about, our power of our words. I remember like right now, there's a person, I'm like, he said something to me, and I was like, I don't know, it's not sitting well, so I'm going to go seek to understand what that person meant. And you go ask the question, like, hey, a couple of days ago, you said blah, 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 blah to me. What did you mean by that? I'm curious. What does those words mean? You said dot, 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 dot to me. What does dot, 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 dot mean to you so I can understand what you actually meant? Gives people the somewhat of a empowerment tool to get them to understand each other. True. It's true. You're right. I don't have FU money though. I did, but I can say I have FU money, but I don't have FU money like that yet. But people do have the ability to think. They have that. They have the ability to think and feel. That is free. Well, that word is also subjective. It's not really free because you have to actually put in the effort and the energy behind the effort to actually want to think and feel. But you do have that at your disposal. And I want people to know that they have the ability at any time to pull out that tool to use it. Oh, okay, cool. Right. That's what I came here to do. If people don't want the tool, no big deal. Don't use it. Just be aware of it at least. Be aware of your words. Be aware of your language that you're using. And be aware whenever someone's speaking with you, right? That just be mindful of like, am I understanding what they're saying? Are they saying what I think they're saying? That's what I'm doing with you. But I have to decide. I have to do double duty right now. I'm doing double duty because I have to see text. Well, I don't have to. I choose to. See? I catch myself. I choose to do double duty because I have to also see the text and make sure I'm like reading it correctly. If you were here speaking with me, it'd be probably a little bit easier to converse. But because I'm having to read text, I'm probably missing a little bit of you know, dialogue with you, but it's okay. You're doing your best with your words, and I'm following your flow. I get it. I get where you're coming from. I feel what you're saying. It's not like, huh? What are you saying? What? What are you talking about? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about, huh? That's why, like, you know, I'm being very like mindful, like with when I'm live streaming, like when I'm talking and I respond via like a message, that I do my best to remind myself that, you know, they are saying what they're saying, and maybe they're aware of what they're saying because they did type it, right? But the energetics, is their version of like whatever word they're saying matching with mine? So I'm always having to do like a personal check within myself too. This is what's allowed me to be like ever so present and staying. It's like it's such a magical tool to be in the present to do this though. And I love the fact that I'm able to do it, because I know it feels like a lot of work, but really it's no work at all. It's fun. For me, it's like, it's enjoyment to like getting to see the power of each other's words and getting to work with each other's words and see like, are we like on the same page? You know, I enjoy it. I personally enjoy that I love conversations, and I love hearing and seeing like chat, right? Because I get to see like where we all kind of are in our own personal journeys, right? You have your personal journey, which is unfolding with magic. I have mine, which has unfolded with magic. And of course others, they have theirs that's unfolding with magic, even though they may not think it's magical, because of their experience presently that's causing it to feel kind of like, right? So today's leg day, or we did legs, so I gotta go get my pink dumbbells to do actually, let me go get some water quickly. I am feeling it right now. My throat is drying up. Yo. Yeah, you? Nice. My brother downstairs, Alan, that's a friend who comes over, but I call him brother. I've known him for years. He's playing Mega Man Star Force on the Nintendo Switch. Let's see if you shared anything else. It can be hard to talk to IQ levels that are too far apart. It's true. But for me, like, I do my best to, I find it very, very easy to sort of like navigate from all the IQ levels, because like I've been through all the IQ levels myself, and I can see like how the mind like works, because I've been through my whole set of experiences, right? And it can be, but for me, I don't label myself as it being hard. I basically always say everything's easy and enjoyable, and I will always understand someone and to some degree. But I will always usually ask clarifying questions to say, just to make sure I understand. I'll repeat it back, because this is one of the things that helped me to become a very powerful communicator and an effective communicator, because I also had to, you know, spend time with a speaking coach, or a speaking mirror as I call him. And, you know, he brought these things into my awareness too, about like asking questions, because the one thing about me is that, wait, I didn't bring up my pink dumbbells. I brought water, not the pink dumbbells. The one thing that he told me is like, you don't ask questions, Orion. I'm like, what do you mean? You don't ever ask questions. Well, I told him, why? Why do I need to ask questions? Well, he's like, well, it's got to be things you don't know. I'm like, well, I mean, there's a lot of things I don't care to ask humans because, you know, they like to dance around a lot. They don't like to get direct. And like they like to dance around and tell me a bunch of like hoo-ha. So I go and find it out for myself because that's what I had to do. That was my story, basically. A lot of people I used to ask questions and they're like, you ask a stupid question, Orion. You ask a dumb question, Orion. Your questions are stupid, Orion. Stop asking those stupid questions, Orion. Shut up, Orion. You don't know what you're talking about. All right, so that was my experience. So over time, I dimmed myself and I stopped asking questions. I stopped being curious because I said, screw you humans. Right? You humans are awful. Why ask a question when I can just find the answer for myself? And I was capable of finding the answer for myself, and I did. So why do I need to ask a question when I can just find the answer? So that was my unique experience. But I started asking people questions just to be more curious. Genuine curiosity, not fake curiosity, but also seeking to, you know, make sure I understand from their point of view, because I always want to make sure I understand someone, right? There's that expression, practice what you preach, or practice what you speak, because I don't really preach, I speak, I share. I'm working on my hamstrings right now. Slow down, body, slow down, relax. Calm down. Slow. Oh. It's okay. You lost balance, no big deal. Left side's done. Yeah, so I'm glad that he kind of pointed that out to me, though. That was 2023, early 2023. So I started to practice asking questions, but you know, I still don't really ask too many questions of others unless I don't understand something, and I'm just making sure that like I get what you're saying. I'm like, let me just make sure. Is this what you're saying? And they'll say, yes, that's what I'm saying. But, well, my clients, I ask them questions. That's really the only place I ask questions. Like, what makes you believe that is true? Or where did this belief come from? Right? Because I'll ask them some stuff like, so tell me a little bit about your childhood. How was it? Happy, sad, difficult? Like, what happened in your childhood? So I get them to start opening up. Not because, you know, I'm very curious to know what happened so I can help them better. They're paying me as well, but like I'm curious to know what happened because, you know, we all went through a certain set of experiences that brought us to where we are. You know, you're similar to a sister actually that was on this on the other channel. Her name is S. I just call her S. Her name was Lost My Soul Where I Found It. Very paradoxical name. Lost My Soul Where I Found It. She brought the whole paradoxical speaking aspect for me because she and we had these sort of like paradoxical conversations over and over, and I gotta make sure she knows that this channel. I know she's subscribed to this channel. I want to make sure that she comes on this channel at least once, so at least I know that she has a channel because she subscribed to the other channel. Anyways, she's got. You and her have a similar like vibe because of the way you guys speak, which from what I've observed, which is cool because that help. Like when you're speaking what you're sharing, it allows me to go even deeper. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm aware of all these, but it allows me to go deep within the the wisdom well or the library of all that is. Again, these are just concepts. And like tap into like more that is already there, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just universal. It's like at my disposal. The only thing is this sometimes gets in the way, and I have to kind of tell it to, hey, you need to step out of the way. All you need to do is help this to speak it properly by slowing down and allowing the mouth and the sounds out of your throat to properly come through. That's what you need to do. That's it. Let this handle the speaking, but you handle the actual mechanical function of your mouth and your sound that's coming out of your voice. You handle that, I'll handle the wisdom. Deal? Deal. Oh, I do have a good balance, but sometimes, you know, sometimes it's like the body just doesn't want to balance. Of course, I can double the challenge by putting the other block on top, and I'll really have a bigger challenge by balancing on both blocks, because the stability goes down. And I've done that, but this is good enough. Slow down, slow down. You're okay. You're okay, right leg, you're good. I know you're feeling it right now. Couple more. That last one wasn't clean. That wasn't a clean one. There we go. That's a clean one. Okay, we're done with the yoga blocks. We did pistol squats on Sunday, so I need the chair. Do my best to change up the movement as much as I can. So I'm going to be doing kind of like pistol squats, but not quite. I'm going to be balancing on one of my legs, but I'm going to lightly tap my butt onto the chair and come back up with one leg. This is for my knees. So I'm going to start with my left since I just finished my right. Aim is about 20, give or take. Or just lawyers. Lawyers are, I've worked with a bunch of lawyers, so yeah. They are quite the breed of human. I worked in a law firm for 8 years. Wait, 2014 to 2022. 8 years. Yeah, 8 years. So, I know. all different range of lawyers, senior partners, associates, law clerks. They're not lawyers, but you know, legal assistants, managing partner. Oh, whew. Shake it out. Whew. Good job. Whew. Yeah, lawyers are they're something. My second firm that I worked for after my first one, the first one I worked there for about 6 years, and the second one I worked there for about 2.5 years. The second one, the lawyers were more chill, they're more relaxed. They weren't like obnoxious and like, you know, they weren't throwing their weight around. The first law firm though, yeah, oh yeah, because they had the title, right? Managing partner or partner, right? Partners are higher up in the food chain than the associates, right? Or there were senior associates. There's junior associates, and senior associates, and then partner, and then senior partners, and then managing partner. And then there was executive partner. Anyways, yeah, the partners in the first firm, some of them were very nice, and some of them were wow. Just wow. Of course, I didn't know myself that well back then to be able to talk with them because, you know, I thought myself as beneath them, you know. If I were to talk to them right now, not that I'm above them, because I'm not, but I just look at them like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm sure some of them had a massive shift after COVID, because I haven't seen them since, you know, before COVID. I know one guy, his name is Troy. He can be a hot shot at times, but he plays a facade at times too. But he's the one that also gave me my book, The 4 Agreements. He's like, I want you to read this book, and he slapped it in my hand. I'm not reading this damn book, dude. It's 2018 when I was going through my shit. I'm like, I'm not reading this damn book. Get the fuck out of here. You're gonna give me a gift? You're gonna give me a gift, you know, tell the boss to like give me more time to like, you know, hire more people, damn it. I don't need no damn book. I need someone to work alongside me so I can get shit done. I don't need no fucking book. Turns out 3 years later, I needed that book. At the time, I required that book. And I told him, like, man, I should have read that book when you gave it to me. He's like, it took you 3 years? God damn, Orion. Yeah, 3 years, dude. But then, funny enough, the tables turned. I started helping him in his life for a period of time. He's doing good now. So funny how that works. Oh, fuck. Let's go. We're not done. We have a couple more to do. This is what I did all summer last year. Persisting through physical, like, training on my live streams when I didn't have my clients yet, and getting clear in my mind. When there was like no one on chatting, I'd just be spending my time out here just doing whatever, getting clear, crystal fucking clear as to what is going on. now that I'm aware, I can't be unaware of it anymore. Sometimes I still wonder, like, and I look up even though there is no real up. I'm like, why? Why? Well, you asked for it, Orion. Before you came to Earth, you created your game. Do you remember? You're the architect of your game. You created exactly, you typed in all the codes. You did all the things. You created all your infinite little games. I did? Yes, you did. No, I didn't. There's no way. Yeah, you did, dude. I know you don't want to believe that, but you did. Then, what the fuck? Why would I make my game so difficult? Hello? Don't you play video games and you always set your games to max difficulty? Because you're like, and that's what I tend to do when I play a game. I don't play on the easy mode. I play on the hardest difficulty, whatever's available at the time. Because if you train on the hardest difficulty, you're prepared for the easier stuff. Like, that's cakewalk. It's like nothing. Because it sharpens your skills. On the hardest difficulty. On the easiest difficulty, it doesn't sharpen shit. But, again, that's a perspective. Alright. Knees, you're done. Good job. Gotta talk to the body. Gotta love the body. All right, we did squats, push-ups, we did knees, we did hamstrings. Now we must do ankles. So my favorite ankle one is this one by far. Like, this is by far my favorite ankle one because it's so simple to do and it's so effective. You just lift with your toes. And you drive your knees forward. You can hold on to the ground just flat, but I usually balance with my fingers because my fingers, they also get like powered up with the holding of my body when I'm coming down. Do I have the farmer tan yet? No, I do not have the farmer tan yet, but I will have the farmer tan if I don't lift up my shoulders. You'll see a different. Well, you can kind of see the color difference in the camera, slightly. And if I let that happen throughout the summer, y'all will see just pure whiteness. You got that farmer tan, boy? As T-Ray would say, you got that farmer tan, boy. Me doing these moves too helped me to experiment with the body to see how far I can push it in terms of its current level of ability. And you can say like something kind of like a switch was created, or sort of like, you know, when you press the start engine button on your car, like something got activated last year when I started moving my body this way. So I'm like, well, I know that the mind, body, and spirit they've been connected. I've known that for years. But now I can truly feel that as true. So something clicked in place, like a puzzle piece. It was like clicked in place last summer. And my God, man, it feels like last summer didn't even happen. It feels like last summer is right now. Like it's this summer. But time has passed. Here we are. Different channel, but same everything again. The only difference between last year and this year was in the beginning when I was streaming out in the grass. I was like putting the tripod out here, and I was walking back and forth on the grass, and I created a line. Like I parted the grass, not like the seas of Moses, how he parted the sea. I parted the grass. I have my walking stick, by the way. I should go grab it. I have 3 walking sticks. One, 2, and 3. Oh my God, look at this one. Hell yeah. This is all from my trail. So let's put this guy down first, and we'll grab it. Which way is this? Yeah. Yeah. And I just like, yeah. What? I like a nice like stick. Actually, no, this is the way this is like my mage staff. Hooah! Casting some like healing spell or some lightning spell. And then from these 2 sticks, we got the sage stick. Look at this bad boy. I am the sage. Yeah, I am the sage. Halt. Who goes there? Stop. And it also has like, you know, the thing where you can like, stop, human. Yeah. So this is my favorite walking stick right here. Somebody saw me coming back with this and they're like, what are you doing with that stick, Orion? Like, why? I'm like, because I found it in the trail. It was meant for me to find. So it was meant for me to have. This is my stick. This is my staff. Your soul is mine. Your soul is mine. I like Shang Tsung, but he doesn't have a staff. But your soul is mine. Yeah, this is my walking stick, y'all. After I found from these 2. First it was these 2, and then this guy. Look at the size difference between these 2. Look at that. It's crazy. This one dwarfs these 2. That's why when someone saw me come back with this stick, they're like, what the hell are you doing with that stick? What the hell are you doing with that? What are you going to do with that? I'm like, I will find a purpose for my sticks. I'll find a purpose with my sticks, y'all. It's so tall that I can actually bump into the shed. If I lift it too high, I can run into the shed. So now you all seen my walking sticks. I'll put these back. I haven't touched them since last year, so it's nice to hold my stick again. No comment. I know that's what she said or some shit. I know some comment is gonna be like that. That's what she said. Or the new way y'all say is pause, right? Pause. Cool. So now you all see the walking sticks. All right, ankles are done. Knees are done. Hamstrings are done. Hips needs to be done. And yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's do hips. So yesterday I did horse stand squats. So I'll do 90-90 transitions, even though I do 90-90 transitions every day now. What's up? Did you see my walking sticks just now that I had for a whole year, but I never got to pull it out yet? Good to see you, Rihanna. I'm about to do some of my like other stuff quickly. You good? I'm doing stellar AF. How can I not? It's my last name. You know, whoever gets to marry me gets that last name. Just remember that. Whoever gets to marry me gets that last name, Stellar. Whoever's first name, if they choose to keep their last name, that's fine too. But whoever does get to marry me, they will have Stellar as their last name. It's dope. Oh, all right. 90-90 transitions. Ooh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, goddamn. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Hips are done, even though I'll quickly do the other 90-90 transitions. This is my nighttime 90-90 transitions where I don't stand on my heels. I just do that. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. So that's my nighttime version. The daytime version is getting on your heels. You have to like bounce up from your, so you have to be on the ground and then bounce back up. It's actually easy when you practice it enough. But with shoes on, because the shoes have a little bit of a roundedness, it's a little bit harder to get back on your heels because you kind of like fall back. So that's why the shoes are off. 5:45. I gotta put away my weights. I gotta do my movements with my shoulders. May as well finish some of my night stuff right now. Get the body. I still will do these moves even before I go to bed, like these ones that I'm doing right now. I wonder how many random people came on and said "fuck you" or someone dropped some sort of like "that's gay" or something like that. Because guess what happened? I started to block all those messages because I'm not seeing any of that in the chat because There's no need to be coming on someone's stream and be doing that, you know? Unless you just hate my guts. I hate you, Orion. I hate you so much. I hate you. I hate you so much. No, you don't hate me. Your mind hates me because your mind knows that I came here to stop the minds to some degree by telling the mind to just relax and calm down. Chill out. Take a chill pill. Ugh. I was just seeing if there's anyone in the chat or if anybody is on the stream. If not, you know, I can spend my entire day by myself. I've done it for so many like years, you know. Oh, that's not going to be good. Oh well. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I remember yesterday when Rihanna, she asked me, am I a motivational speaker? I'm like, nah, not at all. I just, you know, there's times where I can drop those like inspirational kind of like talks, but you know, I'm not an inspirational or motivational speaker. I'm just a soul who wants people to know what's up, you know? The title is irrelevant, to be honest. It's just semantics. Life coach, inspirational speaker, energetic practitioner, esoteric advisor. Those are just titles. YouTube fitness instructor, because I am a YouTube fitness instructor. Sound practitioner, Reiki practitioner, Reiki master, even though that's another title. Have all of those modalities and I no longer need them. But they are nice tools to have. They're at my disposal. Chokurei, Hanshanzei Shonin, Dakyo Myo, Seheki, Kataka, Raku, Zonar, and there's a whole bunch of other Reiki symbols. I don't need to draw the symbols and like, I just like, Hanshanzei Shonin, you're healed. What? Yeah, you're healed. How? You're just healed. I don't feel healed. Well, that's because your mind's creating a story. That's what the mind does. It keeps creating stories. Because it doesn't want... It wants what it wants, but it doesn't want to accept it in the now. Because it's always going to be forever seeking. That's a bar, write it down. Just so you all know, like that's how it works. The mind wants what it wants. It wants you to have the things you want, but it doesn't want you to have it right now. It wants you to have it in some future now when it thinks it's ready, but it'll never be ready because ready is not a feeling, it's a decision. You just have to decide. That's a bar. You have to just decide. Decide that it's yours now and claim it. And not just claim it, declare it. Ugh. Declare it. Declare it, because if you don't declare it, the mind's going to keep pushing it away further and further, and you're supposed to have it like right now. and you walk the path as it is done. Don't doubt. Trust. Trust and know that it is done. Not trust and believe, trust and know that it is done. Oh. Let's go. Okay, this has been a little bit of a problem in the last couple days. My dumbbell not docking in properly for some reason. I'm gonna have to reseat all the plates. And figure out why is it not just dropping in like the right one is. Okay, I only have my kicks to do and my my dumbbell swings to do, so I'll quickly do that. This is how I spent my afternoons when I'm not working with my clients. I'm just doing my thing. Well, Ryan, don't you go out and hang out with people? I do, if I choose to, but a lot of my people are not physically here in Canada. They are in San Diego. They're in California. When are you going to go to San Diego? Well, I want to aim to go and take a trip in October. The only reason why I haven't gone anywhere is because my passport expired and I had to renew it. I just got my passport. Thank God. It was so easy this time. I did it all online and it came without me having to go to some place, stand in a line, wait for like 5 hours just to talk with someone, because that's how the Canadian passport offices are. You have to like stand in this massive line, unless you drive 2 hours from here, where I used to live in London, Ontario, where the passport offices are more quieter, but I'm sure that's not the case anymore because so many people moved to London, Ontario because of the boom of London, Ontario. More people moved from Toronto to London, Ontario because the houses were more cost effective, number one, and number two, the houses were bigger. And of course, they developed London, Ontario recently, and it's more like a really livable city. They really developed it. I'm like, you all created all this stuff after I left? Bullshit. I was living there for 3 years, and they did all this shit, and I'm like, come on, that's bullshit. Like, how do you create all these things after I leave? So I went back last year, I'm like, come on, really? You built that? And it wasn't here when I was there? That's so stupid. That's what always happens. Every time I live somewhere, I'm like, you always keep building stuff after I leave, huh? You're just waiting for me to leave. Anyway, that's just a weird belief. So, anyways, yeah, thank friggin' God. My passport came on April 29th, almost a month ago. And I got the new passport. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. Now I can actually travel, because that was one of the things that I didn't want to, concern myself with is, they are looking at my passport and be like, hey, your passport's about to expire in 6 months. We can't let you pass. Because, one of my soul sisters, her name is Diane, she got stopped at the border going to the U.S., and they let her through, but she told them that she's just going for a dog sit for like a couple days. She's going to be back. But yeah, she ran into that. She's like, yeah, if your passport is expiring within 6 months, they may not let you pass. I'm like, that's stupid. Then what's the point of having an expiry date? That's so dumb. It makes no sense. Because Canadians can leave to go like to the US for 6 months. So if they don't come back within 6 months, then they're SOL to some degree, because their passport expired. So I didn't want to take that chance. So I haven't traveled since April last year. like to go home and see San Diego. But I will be going home. I will be seeing home soon enough. I look forward to be on my beaches again and on my mountains and smell that ocean and see all the happy people that are there as well too, like they are here. And yeah, them Cali girls. Just because I'm some sort of alien, that means I'm not negated to being like, I like them girls. I like them Cali girls. Them Cali girls. Oh, Ryan, you are such a dude. You're damn right I am. That's the human. That's the human speaking. That's the biology speaking, actually. Them shoulders, they're getting locked in. They locking the fuck in, people. By the way, when it comes to relationship guidance, I'm your dude as well when it comes to that, because of how I see how the human mind works. So you ever ask me about anything regarding like men or women, I can tell you. We obfuscate things though, unfortunately. Plus, Toronto, I mean, it doesn't have things that I'm interested in anymore. Like, I used to be interested in going downtown and like shopping and, you know, things like that. It has my trail. You know, the trail, I always see something new or I get to connect with someone, but Toronto doesn't have what I want. That's why, you know, that's not why I'm going to be living here, right? There's nothing for me, like for me, it's not exciting to live here. A lot of people who don't live here will find this exciting, but stay here for a while and then you'll see, right? Unless you're into clubs or, you know, you're into like, you know, the human stuff, the normal human stuff, you'll enjoy it here. It's a good place, it's a wonderful place to be here. But I like my mountains and my ocean. I like to hike my mountains up, and I like to be by the ocean on the beach. So, and I like my Mexican food. Not to say I can't get Mexican food here, but they have real, authentic Mexican food. Like, we talking that Mexican food. Yep, I just made myself hungry. Yeah. Ooh. And if I want, I can go more into the mountains and drive about an hour and a half and get me some nice apple pie, even though I'm not a pie fan. But I'll take that apple pie from Julian, California, and get that ice cream with that pie. Oh yeah. I love Julian's apple pie. They're known for apple pie. You go to Julian, you're going to have apple pie. You may not like apple pie, you may not like pie, but I promise you, have their pie. I'm not a pie person at all. But I have to say, they changed my perception on pie. It's that good. Mom's apple pie, that's what it's called. There's a company called Mom's, M-O-N, or M-O-M, sorry. Mom's apple pie. It's too good, too good. I have it on my live stream on one of, I don't know which day it is though, because you know I should have named my things properly, because I'm like San Diego / California Adventure Day number 15. I'm like, why did I name it like that? So it's so difficult sometimes to see which day, what I did on each day. Oh well. That pie. Yeah, I look forward to going back home. That's why I recorded everything, so I can watch back all of my stuff. Been waffling all day. Yes, that I remember that terminology somebody say. Waffle. Yeah, I've been giving you a bunch of fluff. That's right. Here's more fluff. Here, I'm gonna throw you more fluff. There you go. Waffle, waffle, waffle. Fluff, fluff, fluff. And you know what bro's been doing all day? Bro be opening that trap. All day. Or I should be saying typing like a keyboard warrior all day, right? I have so much respect for you, though. I appreciate you. Even if you call me, you be waffling all day. Hell yeah, I'd be waffling all day. I love it. I love waffling. And I love waffles. I love fluff. I want to eat some fluff right now. Would you like to have some fluff too? I'm going to go grab some food in a moment. Whew. All right, I'm done with these, so I'm going to put these away too. Ugh. These are just my shoulder dumbbells. Very, very light. They look heavier, but they're not. They're 10 pounds. I remember when I first heard that term, waffle, I'm like, he's waffling. That's a Gen Z term, isn't it? And I asked the person, what does that mean? He's like, oh, that means fluff. I'm like, oh, got it. Because waffles are fluff. They're fluffy. Got it. Yeah, Gen Z making up Gen Z words. Hey, Mom. Yeah. Change that spoon. Did they tell you when you're supposed to get your first oil change? So they didn't tell you if it's like 16,000 kilometers or anything like that? Well, when I got the car, they told me when I got it how many kilometers or how many months. So Yours might be every 6 months. All good with it? All good with it? I said all good with it. What do you mean?
I mean, you can hear it out, like out.
Oh, you mean like when you're speaking like this the speaker?
And,
But you can turn that down though.
yeah, but then again, you cannot even listen to your radio because it's like there is no music until you get off the phone.
Right, because it has to use both, like the speaker, so it can only do one or the other, not both. But you can. The only thing is, there should be a way to just still have the phone connected to the car, but not take the call from the car. But if the call comes in, it's going to automatically activate the car's ability to answer the call. I mean, I can check if there's a feature where you cannot take a call from the phone from the car itself and see, but I don't think they make it like that. There could be though a feature. So what you can do is you can disconnect. It's basically using Bluetooth. So their phone has a Bluetooth thing on it. You can turn off the Bluetooth when you're in the car, and that way it should not connect with the car itself. But you'd have to turn off you don't really use Bluetooth anyways, so. Because that's how the phone is connecting to the car. So if you want that off, like you don't want to use all that, but you still want to answer the call with the phone itself, then yeah, we should just turn off the Bluetooth. Are you getting lots of calls when you're driving? Hmm. Do you want me to turn off the Bluetooth and see what happens? Huh? Turn it off? Where's your phone? Oh, it's right here. So when you go in the car now, it shouldn't, but you'll have to let me know. Or I can go later and check. Alright, coming back out now, y'all. I keep doing that. I keep forgetting to leave one of my yoga blocks out here because I'm going to be sitting and eating out here. I don't like sitting on the chair because, you know, sitting is the new smoking for me. Yepers! Food time. I'll put on some music so y'all don't have to hear me chewing and chomping. Chomping with my fangs. So I have to do my kicks. Yeah, my mom, if you haven't heard the conversation, she was like, she doesn't like the phone connecting to the car thing. She doesn't like that. So the Bluetooth, disabling the Bluetooth is going to be needed for her. She doesn't do anything fancy with the phone anyways. What's up, Justin? She doesn't like the Bluetooth stuff. Me or you? Is it you? If it's you, congratulations, bro. Good job. But if you're talking about me, I mean, I've been working out since... Me? Nah, bro. I've been working out since 2021. I mean, you all haven't seen it because I didn't record any of that, but, you know I did. I will, bro. I have to. I'll never stop. I can't stop. There's a saying, can't stop, won't stop, right? Can't stop, I won't stop. Because, like, and even if I do stop, hypothetically, if I do ever stop, it's okay because I will just remember to keep moving my body to some extent. Like if I take one day to just chill, but the thing is, I do things based on joy, right? Like a lot of people are like, how do you keep working out every day? I'm like, because it's joyful. Like I do things based on joy. So the more joy I have, the more I'm gonna do it, right? I know I was gonna move the microphone on my mouth, so it's okay. You can still hear me. I know you can still hear me. It might not be as loud, but you can still hear me. That's a bar. That's a bar indeed. Guess what I hear? I hear the ice cream truck. Oh my god. Rice coming out of my mouth. There, someone can enjoy that rice. It goes back into nature. I hear that ice cream truck. Where the hell is it, though? Somewhere over there. Yeah, it's over there. It might be driving by here shortly. Ice cream truck. I love it. Thanks, dude. I do my best to be out there because you know consistency and what's the other C word? Consistency and confidence, or consistency and calmness, or even consistency and clarity. There's another C word I'm looking for. It goes kind of in the same boat as consistency. Oh, commitment. There we go. Can see I manifested that word right away. Consistency and commitment. Those two C words. I'm committed to my body and to mastering the mind, and the mind's already mastered and the body is mastered, but staying consistent and making sure I lock in. Thing is, like, I wanted to showcase what I'm all about with this channel, just a little taste, right? Because, like, I'm going to be making videos soon. I want people to see, like, the live streams, what I do and how I help people, so that way in the videos and the live stream, they kind of like go hand in hand. And in fact, just a little FYI, there's a video going to be popping up on this channel today. I made one. Very short. I'm like, hey you, yeah, you, the one that's watching, it's time for you to know that you are the answer, and you always are the answer, and you forever will be the answer. And I made a short little 1 minute 13-second video. It's going to be releasing around 4:30 your time. I schedule it for that, and I made a actually longer video after that, and I'm going to be releasing that one. It's just me walking in the trail, but you're seeing me, not the trail itself. But like, I'm just randomly like talking and sharing my point of views of stuff. Some will not like what I have to say. Some will love what I have to say. It doesn't matter. I'm just putting it out there because, like, I'm not here to cater to the masses. I'm just here to serve. Catering to the masses is like, would you like and subscribe to my channel for more tips to keep moving the needle forward? Can you please subscribe and like my content? That'll really do me a favor. I don't need to do that. If you want to subscribe, you subscribe. If you don't. Right? For me, no big deal at this point. Right? So, like, the way I roll is like, I'm impartial either way. I'm good. I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm like locked the fuck in. I'm like locked in. I'm so confident in everything that I've been through and know what actually works now. Finally, god damn. So, some will be interested in what I have to say. Others will be like, okay. No big deal. Just means it's not for them presently. Let's see. Let's hear. Please validate me when I hear someone says, please like and subscribe. Yeah, pretty much. Why do you need someone to subscribe when you already have like 10 million followers or 10 million subscribers, huh? That doesn't make any sense. Why do you need more? Like, I mean, yes, we had this conversation earlier about wanting more, and nothing's wrong with that, but like, do you really need to be validated that you need people to like your and subscribe to your channel? Who cares? If people want to support you, they'll support you. Right? If they don't, they don't. Right? I'm not gonna be constantly be like, hey y'all, can you keep liking my, it'll really help the algorithm. I was doing that in the beginning and it just like, fuck it. Like, I did it on the other channel. I was like, Look, and there's been quite a few people who unliked some of my live streams. It's okay. I have no problem with that. You have free will. You choose whatever you want. No big deal. I want those who unliked my stuff, though, I want my stuff to never show up on their feed. Just as simple, because, you know, if you don't like my stuff, then why are you even here, right? Get going. Peace out, right? I don't care anymore. Like, ever since, not that we're bringing that, but, you know, ever since that, I'm like, whatever, man. Like, I don't care. Like, it's like it or not. Like, Nero, like, people love his stuff because he actually drops bars. He doesn't care if people subscribe. He doesn't even ever ask for people to subscribe. Somebody messaged him in the chat recently saying, I know what you're doing, Nero, when you say don't subscribe. You're actually wanting us to subscribe. You're playing reverse psychology. He's like, I don't give a fuck if I'm not even playing reverse psychology. That's just your third dimensional thinking mind creating that obfuscation. I literally don't care if you all subscribe or not. Like, for me, that's the same thing. I don't care. Someone wants to subscribe, they subscribe. If they don't, they don't. I want to change the word subscribe to connect. Personally. Because, like, that word just, like, you know. Yeah. It's okay. I'm good. I might be going on Kick. I was supposed to go on Kick, right? So I wasn't thinking I was going to come on YouTube again and stream here, right? But here we are. But still, we'll see. Like, you know, I already know that I have millions of connections. I was about to say subscribers. I have millions of connections on this channel. And I've already impacted the masses. Now it's just reality playing catch up with my state of being because I'm locked in. But I don't need the validation. I gave myself. Remember, did I mention to you the acronym PAVE? PAVE, permission, approval, validation, and entertainment or engagement. Most people are looking for PAVE. They want somebody to pave a way for them, to give them permission, approval, validation, and engagement. And I'm like, no, you pave your own damn way by giving yourself permission, giving yourself the approval or the attention, giving yourself the validation or the vindication, and giving yourself the entertainment or the engagement. It's simple. Pave your own damn way. That's what I do. I pave my own way. I don't need anybody else's validation. If you like my stuff, like it. If you don't, no big deal. I'm good either way. I'll share something though. If I'm only ever meant to just help like a few hundred people and then I'm supposed to go kaput, I'm good. I know that that's not true though, because there's a lot that I have to do. I can't wait to do it. I'm excited. But, or however, if that were to be the case, then okay, I'm good. I'd come to the point where, like, if my time is up on Earth, my time is up on Earth. I lived it as fullest as I possibly could. I got to figure things out before, you know, my time was up. And now I get to leave, but I know that there's so much more to do. And I look forward to it. And the ice cream truck is slowly making its way around the neighborhood. I can hear it. basically a lot of things that happened during my other live stream, like me sitting here for hours, not talking to anybody, and just locked in, doing my thing where no one was like even around to like cheer me on and support me. I had to support myself. I had no choice. It forced me to just get comfortable being by myself. That's why like I fear not the idea of being alone, right? I went through hellfire and brimstone. There are things that many right now couldn't even dare to even do that even come into my shoes and walk like 10 steps. They would not handle it. Not to brag, but like I can be by myself for days, weeks, months on end if I really wanted to, because I understand how the game works now. But I still choose to be around people. That's the difference. I don't need to be around people. I choose to be around people. Big difference. But you know, during my live streams last year, you know, T-Bray was on. He would check in with me here and there, right? We'd play Dead by Daylight together. I really appreciate him so much for the time that we got to spend, and we're still spending time together, even though, you know, I know he's probably around listening, right, T-Bray? You're probably there in the background. Anyways, I'm glad that he was around, but like when he wasn't around, I had to just, you know, there wasn't really anybody else who came on often. Like Misha would come on here and there. Nabito would come on here and there. Olga would check in once in a while too. Young Goat would come on. Young Goat would come on the weekends though. He'd come on like on a Saturday evening or a Sunday evening, and we just chat it up for about an hour or so, and then that's it. So I had to get used to streaming where there's nobody. There's not a single soul on this planet, in my opinion, who has done 17 months, 12 hours straight, where they're streaming to a phantom live stream audience. Hello, I have a very unique experience. I can go another 17 months if I really wanted to, but I'm not calling that in. Now this channel actually works. So yeah, that's why my consistency is like, and my commitment can't be beat, can't be matched. Hey, it's the Waffle Guy. Welcome back, Waffle Guy. What's up, Waffle Guy? Well, I'm going to call you that going forward. Waffle Guy, welcome back. Yeah, you're right. No life, no problem. But I have an amazing life, and I have no problems, which is awesome. That's your nickname whenever I see you. Waffle Guy, what's up? That was awesome. I think this is my 4th bottle or 5th bottle today. Not bad. I'll probably wolf down one more by the time the end of the day. I'll be at 6. I thought I was going to have more than that today. I'm gonna go help clear some dishes, like help pack them. I do have to go shower as well too, so I can play music, but I remember someone's like, "Is that even legal? Can you even play that?" Of course I can. AI, bro. That's not possible. Sure it is. But for argument's sake, this time I'm going to play some Stellar Blade. I'm going to write in the chat. I'll be back in a bit. So if you all want to hang out and just jam out to some Stellar Blade track, feel free. If not, I'll see you in a bit. But I'll be back in probably like 30-ish minutes, give or take. Clearing a dish might take about 10 minutes. Which one should I play? Tacky? Nah. I'll play Wasteland.
Truly I was ruthless. Now it's hard that mine. They're moving up this road for life. To chase the wind, the rainfall. Now it's hard. Truly I was ruthless. Now it's all they're mine. They're moving up the straight for life. To chase away the rainfall. Now it's all fell truly I was ruthless. Now it's all they're mine. They're moving up this road for life. To chase the wind, the rainfall. Now it's all for life. Those feeling like the moving Those feeling like the more truly I was ruthless. Now it's they're mine. They're moving up this strength for life. To chase the wind, the rainfall. Now it's time.
All right. I'm back. I don't think anybody's here though. I think it's just me. But I'm back. Be ending the stream in about 30 minutes or so. We'll see if anybody does show up. Just gonna put away my my gloves. Now that I'm back. I'm gonna set up my laptop in the meantime. Yeah. Yeah. Get some gaming time in with the T-Bray. With the T-Bray, Mr. Tyler. I don't call him that though. It's still very weird to call him that. Watch, I say that and he shows up. Right, dude? I'm just setting up my laptop, y'all, for anyone who's out there, if anyone is out there. Because I'll be gaming soon. There's no point showing all of you all the setup process. It takes a while. It's an older laptop. So fascinating how SSD went up in price. There was an opportunity for me to buy 2 Samsung 4 terabytes for $600. 2 4 terabytes. I'm like, fuck, should have bought it when I had the chance. Oh well, missed opportunity. But frequency defies rationality, y'all. I make the things that don't make sense make sense. Say what? Yeah, I make the things that don't make sense make sense. That defies rationality. All right. I'm gonna check. Yeah, I might be starting to do my streams like less in time. I feel like doing the walk is enough. Like the walk is more than enough, because I feel like the rest of the day spending just like doing my exercise and stuff are not worth my energy and effort and all that. So I probably going forward will just be doing the shorter live streams. We'll see though. I say that and then I don't do it. But I do follow through with my word when it comes to what I say I'm gonna do. But then I usually change I want to keep doing 12-hour live streams. It's just, it doesn't seem like there's a point, to be honest. Not on this channel. I think like taking the walk in the morning and just like for like Tuesday to Sunday, I think that's like enough. A couple hours and then that's it. If I do decide to jump on another live stream throughout the day, I can turn it on and roll with it. I think that might be more advantageous than to do. Did I not open up Steam? What the hell is going on here? Sometimes I tell you, it's apps. Hello Steam, what are you doing? Taking 10 million years to open up. Holy moly. Well, that's new. That's never happened before. All right. Steam, go ahead. Well, I'll just let Steam open up if it does decide to open up. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anybody's here, so I'll just chill out. Check my socials quickly. What the hell? The purpose of the end times is to keep you in fear all the times, at all times. The mass consciousness is heavily conditioned by fear, outrage, scarcity, and distorted perception. Yet strategically, historically, medically, and technologically, humans Life has never possessed more safety and longevity, but the mind consumed by fear interprets turbulence as apocalypse. Fear weakens your frequency and narrows your possibilities, weakens intuition, and creates a reality pure of danger. End times is nothing more than a collective psychological projection of the internal chaos of the masses onto the external reality. Yes, exactly. That's why so many people are just like fearing.
You're having your reality created by people that you've never even met. One thing that a lot of people don't.
Yep.
You're having your reality created by people that you've never even met. One thing that a lot of people don't realize is that social media quite literally traumatizes you into a reality that you don't want to be in. And I say this as an individual that's hired by 7 to 9 figure entrepreneurs, professional athletes, and Hollywood actors to quite literally help them materialize what it is that they want using metaphysical principles. When it comes to social media, one thing that I realize is that social media has an amazing way of making you feel an intense degree of emotion. Now, when it comes to manifestation, I always say that emotion is the language of God. Emotion is the easiest way to bypass the subconscious mind and enter the subconscious mind. Most people think it's repetition, but it doesn't even have to be repetition. Think about an individual that goes through a traumatic event. An individual that goes through trauma only has to go through it once, but their entire perception and their entire mind can to be completely altered for the rest of their life. And it's because trauma is an intense degree of negative emotion. Emotional intensity with negativity enters the subconscious mind. Now, if that can be used negatively in the case of trauma, emotional intensity can be stimulated quite literally anywhere. When people are going through their phones and they're looking at the lives of other people, whether it's something horrific, someone's breakup story, or something about, you know, how rich people are completely evil people, when you're scrolling through your phone and you're having an intense degree of emotion cultivated, what you're not realizing is that you're creating an energetic charge that has the capability of entering your subconscious mind in reflection of whatever it is that you're consuming. So if you're looking at people cheating scandals online or some type of horrific relationship, and then you're like, oh my god, this is terrible, and that creates an intense degree of emotion, then unfortunately you'll have an increased likelihood of materializing that same thing. Because the unfortunate thing is that empathy without boundaries can quite literally be the source of people's destruction. And the other thing that you have to realize about social media, and I say this as an individual with a degree in computer science, is that large majority of the internet, it's not even real. One of my clients is an AI engineer at a very prominent AI company, which I'm sure you can imagine which one it is. And he was an individual prior to that career that was quite literally instrumental in creating infrastructure for Cambridge Analytica, which was a whole bunch of fake profiles interacting with people for Facebook to sway political votes. He was You're having your reality created by people that you never even met. Social media is extremely polarizing and extremely thing that you have to realize about social media, and I say this as an individual with a degree in computer science, is that large majority of the internet, it's not even real. One of my clients is an AI engineer at a very prominent AI company, which I'm sure you can imagine which one it is. And he was an individual prior to that career that was quite literally instrumental in creating infrastructure for Cambridge Analytica, which was a whole bunch of fake profiles interacting with people for Facebook to sway political votes. He was involved. Now, I need you to understand, most of the internet's not real. This is something called dead internet theory. Even people that you see interacting, commenting back, it's not real. And most of the time when you look at social media, it's extremely polarizing. And extremely polarizing to do one thing in particular, to create an intense degree of emotion to enter your subconscious mind. Now, I'm not saying that's the purpose. I'm just saying that that's a side effect. And if you're unaware about it, something dangerous can happen. Even if you say algorithm, it has the word rhythm in it, because where attention goes, energy flows. And unfortunately, once you enter a particular degree of an algorithm,
it grows.
Can quite literally consume your mind, and then unfortunately, that's the capability of materializing itself into your reality. So you have to be very selective about what it is that you choose to entertain online, because if not, I can assure you, your reality is going to end up in a manner that you don't like, through the emotion, the negative emotional intensity of everything terrible that you're seeing, in combination with your attention being capitalized upon.
Exactly.
This focus is the centralization of energy. Imagine a magnifying glass with sunlight powerful enough to start a fire. The same type of thing can happen when it comes to materializing a reality that you don't want. So be extremely selective about what you choose to digest on. You're having your reality. You're having your reality.
Middle finger with the 5-6, tinted windows when we slide stick, Glock out the Drake.
It's true. Be extremely mindful of the things you listen to on the internet. That includes, you know, when you're on my channel as well too, because like you know, yeah, we ain't doing all that. Oops. Sorry. Not interested. Not interested. Do. Just quickly checking through, making sure my clients are good. That's a bar. My client said, hey, they read something, they left me something in the chat. They're like, when life shuts a door, open it again. It's a door, that's how they work. I'm like, I mean, that's true. And they were going through something difficult, so I had to tell them, like, hey, like, you know, that door, right? You always have a door to walk through. So they found this analogy, and they sure enough sent it to me. I'm like, hey, you manifested that. That's pretty good. I like it. Do. Ooh, hello, Mr. B. Mr. B. All right, tomorrow, 7768. Ooh, Saturday's looking nice. What the hell is going on? Don't know what the hell is going on there, but whatever. Huh? Why was I... That's weird. I think that's by accident. Somebody added me to like another group chat. I'm like, hello? Like, it's weird. Oh my god. What the fuck is going on with my Facebook? Holy shit. So many people be adding me. That's crazy. Damn, son, what the hell is going on here? Hell, if people be adding me up. Well, keep adding me, people. Maybe I have something to do on Facebook, potentially. Maybe I have to go live on Facebook. Cool. Ugh. The evening is pretty quiet. Just gonna quickly check the oops. Yeah, I think doing 12-hour live streams are going to be sort of not my thing going forward, but we'll see. Let's go here. Let's go here. Oh, that's about to be posted soon, live. It's funny how I can stream for 12 hours a day and then YouTube will just kind of like stop the stream from like showing up, and then I can stream less than 2 hours and I get more views. Interesting. Okay. That's fair. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna BRB. I'll be right back. Okay. I think it's just me on my stream, so I think that come on, really, Bluetooth? We're doing this right now? That's fine. I can deal with the touchpad. Slow as molasses, though. Cool. Well, I'll be jumping off, and I think I've decided I will not be doing 12-hour live streams going forward. I'll be doing like my walk. Yeah, because like there's no point doing like a massive long live stream when it's not really beneficial to the channel, and not only that, it's not even beneficial to me. Because, you know, I can help a lot of people during the day, but like if live stream is not consistently showing people, then there's no point me being on for 12 hours. So I think with that being said, this will probably be my last 12-hour live stream, but I'll still be doing live streams. I'll probably just do my walks, and then once I'm done my walk, I'll just come back and end it. Because like there's no point doing my workouts on the stream. I've already done it. And yeah, like, you know, if no one's interested in those kind of stuff, there's no point in doing it. And that's what I was doing on my last stream. Like nobody was really interested in it, so I figured, we're just going to just keep focusing on like talking and sharing. But nature's what people are liking, so I'll be doing more of that, right? I'll be doing more nature walks and take it from there. I'm going to end the live stream in a moment. This is a good day. Had a lot of great conversations. Light, thank you for all your questions you asked today. Appreciate it. Those questions were really good, and some of the comments you left was like spot on, man. So I appreciate you so much for your for your words. Ooh. La dee 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 dee. La 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 la. I like how Bluetooth just refuses to connect now. So we'll see how my video. I'm good either way. Oh. Damn it all. Why does eco mode even turn on? It's so weird. Oh. Don't skip. This means your wish is seconds away. Yeah, sure.
Well, take a look at this channel. They started 30 days ago and their first upload already has 2 million views. And they're not the only one. As soon as I applied this, I got results like this, and this. So I think we were all kind of wrong about what the YouTube algorithm actually loves. And so in this video, I'm going to share with you 10
Yeah, YouTube algorithm loves a bunch of BS.
This could possibly be the best 13-inch tablet of 2026. And the craziest part about it, it's a Walmart tablet. This is the all-new ONK 13.2-inch core. And recently, Walmart did drop a few other tablets. And on the channel, we've taken a look at the 8.1-inch tablet, their 10.1-inch tablet, and now we've got their largest offering, coming in with a whopping 13.2-inch display. And of course,
Wow.
in the past, a really interesting thing here. Anything? And there's also an instant games section. So I'm not sure if this comes pre-installed with the tablet version of Android 16 nowadays or not, or if this is something specific for the tablet. It doesn't get in the way. You don't even have to open it up if you don't want to. Another really cool feature here is with this large screen, it does up to 120 hertz, and that's what I've got it set to right now. You can choose 60, 90, or 120. Pretty vibrant, super smooth. An Mali GPU. The Vulkan backend is really where you want everything to be set at.
Wow.
Mobista 1X, you will see it kind of dip, so maybe adding a few cycle skips here and there would help out. And Shadow of the Colossus does seem to be one of the hardest games to emulate on an ARM device. This one didn't run well at all. I've heard that some people are able to get this to kind of lock it 30 with a bunch of tweaks.
But the fact that they are doing it, that's pretty cool.